Whenever you can give those pieces their own UVs and their own materials, it's usually beneficial for streaming as well as for saving texture memory. Also, I want a nice and sharp looking render, which is why I'm doing 2 UV maps instead of just one. And that way we should be able to get nice resolution out of everything for our final renders. Now anyways, what we are going to look at are these pieces, and also I have 2 unfolds, or I have 2 bullets, so I think I'm going to just duplicate that one down, and then let me see here. This is a little unfortunate, but I can just detach that for now, and then we're going to do a tool align, and then we can just do center, and we're going to do only the Z position, and it's still not perfect. Actually, it's not too bad. We go to left view, figure out what's going on. Honestly, I think that's pretty okay. Might want to move it down just a tad, like that. Very nitpicky here, but this should do the trick. Anyway, let's hide the high poly stuff again. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at all of the stuff here in the back. So I want this to all be on one texture map, and let me run you through what we're going to do really quick. I'm going to select all of these pieces. Actually make that bigger. And then bring up text tools, and then we're going to go into polygon mode. And we are going to Control A to select everything. And then we're going to do tools and pack UVs. And then what I want to do is I want to set this to non-convex, turn on rotate, turn on fill holes, and then the padding is an important value as well, but I want to run it like this once to show you what's going to happen. And as you can see, it packs everything into the 0 to 1 area of my UVs. And then let's go into some of the options. The padding just specifies the distance between the pieces, and you want to make sure that there's enough distance between the pieces. This is too little, because if there's not enough distance, the textures will bleed into one another and you can get nasty seams, like black lines in your bakes and stuff. So let's set the padding to 1 and run the script again. And then as you can see, it didn't do anything. It messed up somehow. So maybe that value was just a little too strong. So let's go to do pack UVs again and maybe do 0.1. And then you can see it increases the distance between the individual shells. This value is still too high. So let's try 0.01. That's a little better. And maybe we're going to do something where it's 0.0075 or something. I like the way that Maya does that a little bit better because you can actually specify your texture resolution and the pixels that it's going to use for the padding. So you can say I want at least 4 pixels on a 248 by 248 texture, which unfortunately is not really possible here. But anyways, with that pack, you can see it packed everything in the 0 to 1 area, and then you can see that we're losing a lot of space on these pieces here, which is kind of unfortunate. And the reason is that whenever you have pieces that are curved like that, it's trying to fill in those gaps, which is specified by the fill holes attribute here. So if that's checked, it's trying to fill in those gaps. But we're still losing a lot of space because there's padding to the sides. And we're not making a lot of use of the space. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to select these pieces here and I'm going to try to unfold them in a straight line. That way their footprint will be smaller and the pack algorithm will be able to do a better job on the whole thing. So let me just collapse this for now, and then we're going to look at the pieces individually, namely that one first. So let's make that bigger. Also, if you don't want to rescale every time, you can just save current settings as default, and I think that should save the size of the window. Yep, I should have done that from the start actually. It's a little too late for that, unfortunately. So with that, I wanted to look at this piece, and I wanted to look at straightening this out. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in here and break these edges. Oops, Control B to break. And then we're going to select these chunks individually. Going to select that one. We're going to rotate that 90, rotate that 90. And then I think we're going to align this straight here, align this straight here. And then we can do vertical align, vertical align. And then here we're going to align like this, and then we're going to do vertical and vertical. And on these pieces I'm going to go into rotate mode, hold down Control to snap and rotate 45 degrees. Same over here, hold down Control, rotate 45 degrees. And then I'm going to select the top line, snap this on top, and then do the same for the bottom line. And then for the sides we are going to try to align these on the sides. And then you can see here's kind of like where that script sometimes breaks. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to align these to the left, or to the right and to the left. Same over here. And then we are just going to run a relax on these guys. Yeah, unfortunately it's not doing what I want it to do. So I think I'm going to have to select just these inner vertices and run the relax on that. And then with that, I can align these guys again. And then what we can do is we can just stitch everything together. So we're going to do this. Okay, we're going to do this. We are going to do this as well as this. And now we have a nice and straight unfold for that piece, which should work better with the packing algorithm. And then we're going to have to do the same thing here. And before I do that, I actually want to go through here and kind of connect some of these edges. Just to clean things up a little bit. And then we're going to do unwrap. And then we're going to take a look at this piece here. And we're going to do the same procedure. Break, 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 break. Rotate, rotate. And then align. And align. Align on the vertical axis. Do the same for these guys. Align, align. Actually, probably should have done this first. And now we can align it. Just give it a second to autosave. Align, and then here, rotate, snap to 45 degrees. Rotate, snap to 45 degrees. And then snap to the top. Snap to the top, snap to the left, snap to the right, to the left, to the right. Select the inner ones, relax, relax, and then again snap to the top. Oh, did it do it here? No. So let's do that again. Snap to the top, snap to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. And then just this, use our stitch together function, and there we go, it's perfectly straight. which should give us a nicer unfold. And then let's just collapse all of this. And then with that, we can look into packing these pieces again. So we will do that next. All right, a few things that I wanted to talk about in addition to what I've already shown you. First of all, let's take a look at the unwrap really quick. Go to polygons, and then we could go to tools and pack to pack this. We can also go to the arrange elements tab down here and use the pack custom. If you want to see the options, the pack UV options, you can just left click and hold the pack custom, scroll down, release, that will bring up the pack options. And then we're just going to do 0.01. And with that, you can see it's making a lot better use of this space. Now, unfortunately, where we're still using a lot of space are these small, tiny clusters, because it's calculating that distance between the pieces for each piece. And there is actually a cool function that we can use, which is the group function down here, which means we can take specific pieces, arrange them in a certain way, and then when we use the pack algorithm, it will keep those pieces the way that we have manually laid them out. It won't rearrange them. So for example, for these smaller pieces, the thing that we can do is we can select all of the smaller pieces, kind of do a manual pack just for these pieces, and then we can identify those as groups. So we can group them and then lay everything out. Now, unfortunately, the group functionality does not really work with several edit poly objects. It only works if it's one edit poly object, unfortunately. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go back and merge all of the pieces back together into one piece, and then we can use the option. So to do that, let me just collapse this. And then remember when I was saying earlier I want these guys to be part of my unwrap. So what I'm going to do is just press G to combine everything. And then we're going to do unwrap UVW. And now I can show you the group option really quick. So for example, in here I still have those pieces that I have laid out earlier. And if I down here do group selected, these guys are now grouped. Now you can't really tell, because if you select one of them, it'll still not select them as a group. But if I just select a piece and then go to select group, it shows you which elements are in a group. Now with that, just notice how these guys are arranged here. And then if I use the pack custom, and then let's just search here, you can see it kept these guys arranged the way that I had them arranged earlier, which is really nice because it just allows me to do little groups for the stuff that I want to be unfolded as one object. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through and set up some groups. I also want to kind of like identify pieces where I'm losing space. These are some pretty big offenders, so let's take a look at where these guys are coming from. They're coming from this piece up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go in here and fix that step by step. So actually, let me select all of this, Control 1, 2 vertices, and then we're going to merge that together, 0, 0, 1, and now it's all one big piece. It's not elements anymore, which is fine. We can actually do that for these pieces up here. They can all become elements again now. So I'm just merging them so that I can select them as one piece, because I already have my UV layout. If I go in here, my UVs have been set up the way that I want them to, and I don't have to worry about the hard edges or the individual faces anymore, because we're going to set them up. We're going to set up smoothing groups based on the UV shells, which is a feature that Text Tool does. So we're going to get the same shading that we have right now. It's just going to be with merged vertices instead of detached vertices per UV shell. With that being said, I wanted to take a look at this stuff up here again, so these faces. So let me just check really quick. So I have this piece here. I want to bring that over, and then I'm going to merge these edges together. So I'm going to select that edge over here, we're going to bring up the dialog, set that all the way to 0, merge, and then we're going to do the same thing on the other side, merge, and then also let's just give it a second to autosave, and let's do some layout arrangements. And for this, I'm just going to select that, I'm going to go to unwrap UVW, and that gives me just the shells of this piece, which is great. And then what we're going to do is we're going to try to lay this out a bit more efficiently. First thing, we're going to relax, that's fine. And then here, I guess we could merge these guys really quick. And then let me just break the edge again, Control B. And then I'm just going to select this, move it up. Select this, move it up. And then we're just going to move that over and arrange that nicely. And then we can take this piece, arrange that over here. And this is ready for grouping if we wanted to group it. So let's just collapse that. Then we're going to take a look into the bullets. Let's go to unwrap UVW, bring everything over here, select these guys, and then here we can actually straighten them out just to get a nicer layout, I guess. So to do that, let me just select probably the center edge, which should be roughly here. So let's align that. And then let's see, yep, over here as well. Let's align that. And then we're going to go into edge mode. We're going to do a loop selection for all of this. And then we're going to do this. Same over here. And then we're going to do the same thing for this. Align, align, and then we can take a look at both of these shells, see if we can stack them, move it up. We're going to take this piece, that piece, and let's see what we can do here. Let's rotate that 90 degrees. Maybe something like that. And here as well, I guess. And then let's see if we can squeeze these guys somewhere in here. Fortunately, that doesn't seem to work too well, because I'm going to make this as a group. I want to avoid kind of like placing these in a way where it's going to increase the size of the bounding box. I want to keep it as rectangular as possible so that the pack algorithm has an easier time unfolding everything. So let's just see if there's other ways where we can do that. Maybe this works. So I would want to stay within here and then move that up. What happens if I flip this? Is that giving me more space? Unfortunately, not really. But that's okay. I can just we just try to arrange these and center them down here. So kind of like that. And then I want that one to be centered as well. And I'm just eyeballing. It's not that important to be super precise with that. But let's just move this up. Let's move this up. And then let's see, this needs to stay in here. So let's just move this up some more. It's really unfortunate. Maybe this would actually be better. And then here, let's move this up. You know, we could also just place them down here. Maybe that's actually easier. Then we don't have to worry about all of this stuff too much. Just kind of center them, give it some padding, move it down. Do the same here. Move that down, rotate. And with these pieces you can get a little closer just because they're gonna have the same material. So even if it bleeds together, it won't be that bad. So this is properly arranged now. And then we're just gonna continue to go through this piece here in the back, trying to arrange everything. Let's keep going. Let's identify some more areas that we can combine. So we already have these guys, we've got these guys, and maybe let's take a look at this piece down here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna select all of this, hide that, select all of the stuff in the front, and I'm gonna select that, Control-1. We're gonna weld that, and then bring back everything, and then just with those faces selected, let's do an unwrap. And then we're going to do an arrange elements here really quick. Yeah, this might be better if we try to straighten this out. And we're just doing maintenance work. You could totally just use the regular pack that we got from the first iteration where we ran the pack. But I just want to be more efficient if I can. So let's align that to the left, actually align that to the right, and then align that one to the left, and then just select all of these edges and align them vertically like that. And then let's see what happens if we do a quick relax. It seems better, it seems to straighten everything out quite a bit. So lay this out again, and then I think here we can do this, and then we're just going to snap this like that and that like this, and now we have a nice and straight piece. And then let's just do a arrange elements again so that everything is normalized. I want to make sure that the pieces all have the same textile density. Let's align that. And then let's just see what we can do here. Align that, and then maybe flip that, do something like this. And maybe we can keep that as a cluster and all of this over here as a cluster or as a group when we pack it. I just want to make sure that there's enough padding in between these pieces here. So yeah, that seems good to me. So let's move that out somewhere. And then let's continue. Maybe let's look at this piece here. So this is where all the pieces are overlapping because I haven't welded the vertices yet. So I'm just going to do that for this piece. Shift C, weld that really quick. And then we can do unwrap just on that guy. And then align, rotate, bring that over. Rotate that 180, bring that down, and rotate that as well. Let's go to align here, and then we're going to do vertical align on these, And on these, and let's bring this down. Let's bring this down. And then we just want to make sure that there's enough padding between these pieces. Something like that. And let's move that out. And let's move on to the next piece. This is the piece here in the back. Well, let me take a look at that front piece here first. This I want to merge together again. And then we're going to do unwrap. This is all good, I think, even though we can do an alignment on these edges, same as on these ones. So that's straight now. And then we can do the same here. Just straighten these out really quick. And let's do the same thing for these outer edges really briefly. Should give us a cleaner result. Deselect that. Deselect that. There we go. And then now we don't really have to group this if we don't want to, but we can see if it gives us any benefit. So maybe do something like this. Move that all the way somewhere down here. And we can hide that. Go to that back piece. Select all of it. Merge it together. Just make sure to not use a threshold that's too big. And then you can see the shading is kind of like breaking. But we are going to fix that later on by using the smoothing groups from UV shells command. Let's take a look at that. There's a bunch of small stuff here. Let's see where these guys are coming from. Oh yeah, that's all these like smaller pieces here on the side. So let's select them. And then this gives us a great chance to pack these guys together. So let's select all of this here. I'm going to go into edge mode, snap to left, and then we're going to do horizontal align. Oops, I got to bring that window back, I'm sorry. Horizontal align. And let's see, do we need to do anything here? This looks good. We can align that. We can select the edges from here to here. Loop selection, align. The rest I'm going to leave as is. Actually, maybe do a relax. That's good. This seems good. This seems good. This all seems good. And then let's take a look at these guys over here. So we want to pack that stuff together. Let's make sure that there's enough padding between these guys. And then we're going to do something like that where we are just going to arrange these in a row. That's a pretty good layout for these guys. Let's just make sure that none is like sticking out. See that these bottom ones are kind of like not aligning that well with the rest. You know, you can just drag out a rectangle on top of it, and then you can see which one is like increasing the bounding box size. So if you want that to be a bounding box, you can see that this one up here is kind of like sticking out a little bit. But we also don't want to get too close to this, just because you want to leave some padding. So this is good. These pieces I'm gonna leave as they are. Collapse this again. Let's hide this, hide this, hide this. And then these guys we can all hide. This front piece. Let's take a look at all of this. What's going on here? Oh yeah, we've got our knob over here that we want to get rid of. And then all of this should actually be one piece. So we can merge that again. Let's do that. And then let's do an unwrap just on this guy. And then let's identify those pieces on the side here. So what are we talking about here? Oh, look at that. I made a mistake. That's fine though, it should be easily fixable. Bring everything back, and then, yep, there's stuff over here. This should definitely not be part of this piece here. Now, unfortunately, I've merged those together. So now we are going to have to do some fixing. So let's detach that to element, and then let's take a look at what's going on here. This piece definitely needs to become its own. And what about down here? Yeah, these pieces are merged, so unfortunately that will probably be a little messy to fix. Might almost be worth it. Let's detach that. And I think I'm just going to make this from scratch really quick. It'll be easier. Yeah, you can see there's a bunch of back faces, and having to go in here and having to fix this would be painful. Just want to make sure that everything's alright up here. Yeah, that looks good. And then down here we're just gonna do a cap. There we go. Oh, there's still stuff over here that's messed up. This was really unfortunate that that happened, but I'm not perfect. Mistakes happen, and I'd rather leave something like that in the video so that you guys can see the downside of that, of some of that workflow. There's a bunch of stuff in here that we're gonna have to get rid of. Okay, this should be good. This looks cleaner now, so let's see what happens if we cap this. Yeah, looks good. Unwrap. Let's just do bring up text tools. They already were up, I guess. We can do an iron really quick. And with that, let's see where everything else is here. Unwrap again. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna have to do some adjustment here. I guess we're gonna have to redo that. So let's just increase the distance between these pieces. And then we're just gonna move that over, bring that down, bring that in, bring this over a little. And let's just increase the padding between these pieces, and then let's see, is there one that sticks out? Yeah, kind of like everything down here. But yeah, this should be good now. And also on that piece that we've just created, we just go in and clean up these edges. Okay, that looks good. This looks good. Bring back the original piece. Actually, unhide all, because we're gonna need that. Hide unselected. And then merge this. Let's see what's going on up here. This all seems good. And then now we're just gonna have to merge that. Shift C, merge, and then we're just gonna cap this, cap that. Okay, and then let me do some cleanup. Sorry about this, really unfortunate that that happened, but I guess I didn't pay too close attention to overlaying faces when I merged these things. Okay, with that we can go back to polygon mode in our unwrap. Just select this here. I mean, I guess it's all of this stuff, so I can just select these messy UVs here, and then we can just do a iron. That should do the trick. And then what we need is, we need to select this as well as this guy here. So here and here and here. And then we're going to do pack, move it over, and then do the same treatment over here. Let's align this really quick. And then we're going to do horizontal as well as vertical. Bring that up. Let's run a relax on these guys just in case. And then just all the same stuff here. There we go. Okay, we've got this. I mean, I guess we could group these guys if we wanted to. Do we actually want to do 5? I think we probably have the space for it. So let me just collapse. Let me combine all of this again. And then we're going to go to Layer Explorer, bring back the high poly, and then yeah, we would need 2 more, I guess. So hide unselected, select this. Just gonna clone to object, detach, and then maybe we can do an align. Sorry, let's just hide unselected, and then I'm gonna have to detach that really quick. Tools, align, and then just do center. Let's see if that's doing a good job. I guess it does. And then same over here. Center. And then we can combine these guys, bring back the low poly, combine this, hide, and just combine that again. And then with the low poly selected, let's just select all of these, go to unwrap. We're gonna do arrange, and then just gonna do something like that. This should be a perfect rectangle, more or less. If we want it to be really anal, we can like align these edges here. It's auto-saving right now. So there we go. Bring this up. Bring this up. Bring this over. Over and down and left. And here's our group for these guys. And then let's take a look at how we're gonna pack all of this. Okay, let's apply an unwrap to the whole thing. And then you can really see that all of the smaller objects that I had in here are now nicely cleaned up and like separated from one another. which is great. That should give us a really nice and clean unwrap. Let me see what this piece is, just to make sure what that one belongs to. Okay, it's that front piece here, which is fine. Where are the other ones from that? Okay. All of this is one piece, which is cool. And then I guess this is one piece. Alright, we can just leave that as is. And then what I want to do is I want to take a quick look at these guys again and just align them so that all of these can be grouped into one. Just make sure that this is roughly the same. Move it down. And then this is perfect. This is the perfect start to pack everything, or to group everything. And what we want to do is just group these individual faces. So we're going to start with that one, and we're going to do group selected, go here, group selected, go here, group selected, go here, group selected. Oh, I guess I've missed one of these guys, huh? Where is that one coming from? I just want to make sure I don't have that double. Yeah, looks like I have that double. So let me just select that guy, go into element mode, move that out, and delete that. And then with that, let me get back to it. So group, I'm just going to do that again for these pieces. Group, and group. And then now we can go to our custom pack, rotate, fill holes. We're going to do 0.01 to start. Okay. And then as you can see, it's packing everything according to its groups, which is nice. You can see I have all of my clusters here. Everything is unfolded really well, actually. There's quite a bit of distance between the shells. It might actually be a little too much. So, oh, see, that one hasn't been grouped. So let me undo that pack and see if I forgot that. Where is that piece? Oh, there we go, up here. Oh yeah, I guess, is that in the group? Let me check if that's in a group. Nope. Let me check if that's in a group. Nope. Is that in a group? Yep. Okay, so group this and group this. And then with the whole thing selected, let's do the pack again. And then instead of 0.01, let's do 0.005. Okay. And that did a pretty good job overall. It's all pretty decent. There's a lot of space here that's kind of wasted, which is unfortunate. But I also don't know. So that one is a pretty long piece that's like taking up some space. So I'm thinking maybe we can introduce a cut into that piece, because that one is like all the way down there. Like you're never really going to see if there's a cut or not. So let me just break this piece up here. So Control B to break it. And then let's do another custom pack. And that way we get a little bit more use out of our space, which is really nice. And then let's see what we got here. What's that? It's this. Yeah, I feel like even on that one we might benefit from introducing a cut, but let me see if there's any other offenders. There's that one, which is really long, I guess, but we can definitely introduce a cut. Maybe here and here. So let's break that, pack again. So we're gradually getting more and more use out of the space, which is nice. this is looking really good. We might want to just move that over a bit to get some more distance. And then what do we got here? So are there any other big offenders that are taking up a lot of space? Let's see, does that give us any benefit if I break this? So let me break that and then pack again. No, it's really not giving us any benefit. So yeah, I think that's pretty much as tight as I can pack it. Maybe there's a possibility here. Oh, by the way, these guys, we can also just do a line. And here as well. And here as well. Here's our bullets that look really nice. You know, maybe is that, so if we ungroup that, and then let me just group these guys. So let's group that, then let's group that, and let's group that. And then let's see if we pack that, any benefit? Not really, I guess. So at that stage, it's just a lot of like back and forth, trying to find good positions for everything. This here, we can actually weld again. Oops. We go to vertex mode. Convert to vertices, and then let's do weld. It looks good. Yeah, these things overall look good to me. I think if I would do some more manual packing, I would probably get away with a better use of some of these spaces at least. Let's align that and rotate that like that. And then here, this is kind of pretty close to the side. Let's align that, let's align that. Just like having the pieces that I can keep straight, I like to keep them straight, just because it'll be nicer on the texture. This I can probably move somewhere down here. Should still give us a nice result. That one as well, let's just keep that straight. Move that over. This one's kind of taking up a lot of space because it's angled a little bit. Wonder if there's anything we can do about that. Maybe if we select all of this here, kind of like align to the bottom. Well, let's start with that line down here first. Align that to the bottom, and then take the top line, align that to the bottom, and then do the same over here. And then let's just take these bottom vertices and try to do a relax. Yeah, that way this is like straighter, should be easier. So let's try another pack again. Give it a second to autosave. Pack, that's a little better. All of this pretty nice. Align, let me just align that. Align, this one doesn't seem to be straightened yet, so let's just do that here. Straighten. And straighten. This looks good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy overall with this. There's some good padding. Let's rotate that like that. Yeah. I mean, I could spend another hour probably just going through this layout and trying to squeeze every inch or every texel and make use of, or try to get rid of all these empty spaces. But honestly, it's not going to be worth the effort. Like, I'm going to have to spend an hour or two trying to puzzle around in here and trying to make sure everything is kind of like perfectly aligned, but it's not going to be worth it. I can tell you, like, the gain that you're going to have from that in terms of the time that you're going to have to spend to do that is really, it's just not worth it, just because, yeah, the 2 hours are better spent in the actual texturing stage than just trying to figure all of this out. Let me just align these guys really quick. And if you want to, you can totally spend more time on trying to make this layout better or get more use out of the UV space. But I think this is a pretty good layout. There's definitely some areas where, you know, we might be able to, like I was saying, squeeze a few more. And just move that up there just because that's part of the bullet. Squeeze some more space out of everything, but I don't really want to. I think this is good. This is a decent layout. And I am going to leave it as that for the stock piece. So there we go. We've got everything laid out here. And then also, last thing I'm going to do is we're going to go to Tools, and then we're going to go to Smoothing Groups from UV Shell. Now, before I do that, let me turn off the checker material and switch back to Shaded. So it's actually giving me some issues. Sorry about that. Collapse that really quick. And then click on Checkered, Checkered, Checkered. So that's just going through Checkered, and the Shaded actually doesn't do anything right now. So let me just bring up the material editor, and we are just going to apply the default material to that. And then, as you can see right now, there are a bunch of shading issues because we've merged everything and the smoothing groups aren't set up correctly. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a we're going to use the tools and smoothing groups from UV shells, which means that everything that's in a UV shell, so all of these pieces here, so this is going to become its own smoothing group. This is going to be assigned its own unique smoothing group. This is going to be assigned its own unique smoothing group. And that stuff is definitely going to fix the smoothing issues that we're getting, like all these artifacts. So let me just look at text tools, and then we're going to go to tools and then smoothing groups from UV shell. It's going to take a second to calculate, and as you can see, it cleaned it up nicely. And this is also a step that you definitely must do before baking, otherwise the normal map is not going to look correct. So with that, let's move on to the next piece. Actually, there's also one more thing that I need to do later, which is I need to add some subdivisions here so that we can curve this piece. But I think I'm going to do that later on. I'm going to leave it as is for now. Or should I just do it now? You know, why not? Let's just do it now. Hide unselected. Let me just go in, and then we're going to select all of this. We're going to go to, actually, let me just create a box for like a measurement unit. Convert that to editable poly. Move that up here, scale that down, and then bring this down. Snap that here, go to face mode, go to slice plane. Where are you, slice plane? And I keep losing or not finding these options. So snap it down here, slice, slap it up here, snap it up here, slice, and then Shift S for connect options. Give it a second to autosave. So Shift S, Control Shift S actually, and then we're just going to do 10 segments, maybe 12, maybe 14. And that gives us enough polygons to bend this. But what I want to do is actually just go up here, target weld these guys, because otherwise I'm adding all of these unnecessary faces. So target weld, target weld, target weld, target weld. Let's see if we have issues here in the back as well. Yeah, I thought so. It's good that I was checking. This would have been quite a lot of polygons otherwise that we would have unnecessarily added. And then we have to do the top. And at least I'm done with this piece afterwards. Target weld, target weld. And then here, Control Shift S, and that is much cleaner and much nicer. And let's check the UVs. Looks good. Target weld stuff didn't create any issues. Awesome. Bring back everything else. Combine all of this. Oops, sorry. Undo. Let me get rid of these measurement cubes. And then combine. And now we're done with the stock piece. Nice UV layout. Everything is nicely packed. Don't see any overlaying pieces. Maybe we move this over just a tad. And yeah, perfect. This should be it for the stock. Let's move on to the body. Alright, this back piece is finished now. I've actually looked at this for a little longer. There's one more thing that I want to do. I'm kind of unhappy with this big gradient that I'm getting here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna kill these edges for a second and do the same thing over here. And then just select these outer faces. And then we're just gonna do another slice here. So go to face mode, slice plane, rotate that, move it to the left. Let's go to left view. Move that over a little more. And let's just try to, actually we can probably line up with this here. So before we do that, let me deselect all of these faces on top. Go back to slice plane. Snap this here. Won't let me snap to this because it's selected, but over here is fine too. And then we're just going to do a slice. And then here, target weld. And here we're just going to connect. And by doing that, let me clean this up here in the back really quick. And this will connect down here and down here. And by doing that, we should just get not as much smoothing problems back here. So see how this used to be going all the way from here to the front, whereas now it's contained in this area. And yeah, we're adding a few more polygons. Actually, these guys down here we don't really need. So we can do something like that where we just kill them. So we're adding a few edges, but it's worth it just to keep the geo clean. And then let me bring back the rest. see that here is the rest of our low poly. Go to the layer explorer really quick. Hide all the high poly stuff. And we can combine that again. And then with that, let's actually move on to the front piece now. Okay, let's keep working through the remaining pieces. First thing that we're going to do on that one is merge all the vertices. So let's just do that. And then we're going to do unwrap. And by the way, the color of these edges and UVs, I guess, changed earlier. I think the UV tools did that. If you want to switch that back, you can go to Option, Preferences, and then just click on the defaults, which just for your information, if you want to do that. And then here you can see we have an error. We need a cut somewhere here or a break, so Control B to do that. Shift R to relax. Let me actually bring this over. Start relax. And then actually we're going to do relax on all of it. And then let's just select this all and pack it. And then let's go through here and do some align operations. This seems to be pretty long, but hey, we'll see. Let's align that one as well. Move that over. Align this guy. Maybe lay it out like this. And then these guys obviously need to be aligned. Move that here. Bring this over. Okay, this one is still not straight, but not to worry. Snap that over, snap that over. And then we're going to use our align function here. And then maybe do another relax. Yep, that's better. Okay, let's rotate that guy. This should be good. And then let's look at these guys. Let's align that here. Align that here. Rotate. And maybe we'll do something like this. Rotate and flip. And flip. Just trying to make use of this space as best as I can. I feel like this would be better. Let's take this out of the equation for now. Maybe this is good. And then this guy, let's add that up here. Let's see if we can minimize the footprint a little bit more. Bring this up and over. Bring this up to the right. How big is that one? This is the top. Bring that over, bring that back down. And now we have some more wiggle room with these pieces here, which is good. Is that extending? Nope, we can actually even go over a little bit. And this should be good. Yep. All right, awesome. There we go with that one. One piece done. Let's move on to the next one. This guy here. Hide unselected. go to vertex mode, weld with a small threshold. And then honestly, for that piece though, there's one thing that I wanted to do before doing the UVs, which is that edge here. I actually wanted to bevel it. And to do that, let me just quickly get rid of all of these edges here and all of the stuff here, as well as here and here as well. And then we can just select this edge loop here and then go through all of it, because I feel like it's going to be worth... Oh damn, I need to delete that edge down here, otherwise it won't bevel correctly. Alright, that should be good. And then we're going to go to the Layer Explorer. I'm going to bring back the high poly. And then you can see that if I bevel this, it will match the high poly a little bit closer. So Shift D to bevel. Actually, let's undo that. Well, let's not undo that. Let's bring back the high poly again and then work on the values here. Maybe 0.15, and then we're going to do quad chamfer. 0.5. No, we can just do 1. And this should give us a pretty nice result. Okay, let's commit to that. There's some issues down here, unfortunately. Oh yeah. Gotta get rid of that edge. Sorry. Okay, select this, Control 2, 2 vertices, deselect all of that. Select this, Shift D, 0.15. Bring the high poly back. Okay, there we go. Looks good, and that center edge we don't need. And then there is some cleanup that we need to do here, specifically on these edges here. So let's reconnect them again. And here we probably want to manually do that as well, simply because I'm not very confident that the default triangulator is going to do a great job on this. And do this over here. And you know what, I think before I do that, let me do a support loop here. Shift S to connect. Go to scale mode, turn on preserve UVs. I need to bind that to a hotkey. Scale that in. Actually, let's undo that and then also turn on edge constraints and preserve UVs. That way I'm not deforming anything. And then just move that over to here. And then we have some more support edges to work with. And we can really make this triangulation a little nicer. Kind of a small scale version of what we did in the back on the wooden grip, if you remember a couple of minutes ago. And then with that, let's also see if we can just clean up this triangulation here as well as here. Connect it like that and like that. And then that way, let's go to unwrap, polygon mode. Yeah, and we have to redo this here. So let's select all of these guys and all of these guys. And with that, just make sure nothing else is selected. We're going to go down here, planar projection, reset gizmo, and then rotate that 90 degrees. Make sure that angle snap is turned on. So there we go, and that's it. Let's collapse. And here's the unwrap for that piece. That looks good. Actually, let's go back in and let's just do a relax. Yeah, that's not working because it doesn't really, I guess it doesn't really know what to do with the shell or with the outline here. Let's see if I can just relax these guys. So, nope. Oh, okay, it's not working because it's flipped or mirrored. So let's flip this to relax. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Let me align that guy really quick. And then let me also do a arrange elements. And then, okay, this should be aligned, which it is. Let's move it over. Let's take a look at this. What's going on here? Is this still good? What is this face over here? Yeah, we need to do relax on this. Perfect. And then align. Let's align this bottom and top. Take this, relax, just in case anything broke. Let's actually take all of these and do a relax. Looks good. Let's align this. Let's align this. This looks great. Let's align this and this. And then let me just go in and see if we can arrange this stuff a little nicer. Yeah, this is not ideal with that piece, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. I just want to make sure that the unwrap is nice. Is there anything we can do here? What if we move this over here? It doesn't really make much of a difference, I guess. Let's undo that. I'm going to leave that as is for now. If I have issues with that later, we'll take a look at it later. Alright, 2 pieces down, a few more to go. Go to Layer Explorer again, hide the high poly. And let's keep on going. Okay, let's keep going piece by piece. Before we do the unwrap, let me actually go in here and merge. This should be good. Then unwrap. Then we're gonna pack. And let's see if we can pack this a little nicer. Let's do an align here. Align. Okay. Just move this down. Do an align here. Rotate. Let's do another relax on this. And then align. rotate, bring this in, bring this in down here. Maybe we'll do this instead. And bring this here and align this guy here. There we go. This seems like a pretty decent layout for this piece. Just want to make sure that there's enough padding between the pieces. Yeah, this should be good, and plenty of padding for the most part. All right, awesome. Take a look at this guy. Shift C. Merge everything. And let's see what's going on. Yeah, there's some shading issues. Let's see how this is laid out. Is this actually one piece? No. So if we do UVs by smoothing groups, that should actually be fixed. If I go to smoothing groups from UV shells, there we go. Yep, it fixes that issue, which is cool. Okay, let's look at the UVs, because that's what I'm focusing on right now. Arrange, do pack. Okay. So let me just keep going with that. Okay, maybe start with this piece. Rotate that 90. Rotate that. And then let's take a look at this here. Align. Rotate. Put that here. Let's take a look at this. Where is this stuff here? Is that right in your face? Okay, yeah. You know what? Maybe we're gonna do another cut here. And then we're gonna do a cut here. Control B, and then we're gonna stitch this together just to make this piece a little smaller. Align, relax, relax. This should be good. This is kind of an unfortunate shape, just because it's taking up a lot of space. But sometimes it is like that. Just align that here. Rotate. Move that over. Yeah, maybe this might be a good position. Rotate that. Probably put that down here. Align. Let's bring all of these guys over just to see what we're doing here. Align that, bring that over. Okay, I've got these guys, they need to be aligned. Alright, so let's see, what can we do to be a bit more efficient here? Let's see how big that actually is. fairly big piece. Can we do something? No. It's not too bad in itself, it's just kind of like sticking out on the side here, and I'd like to avoid that. So maybe it would be better to do it like this, and then we're just going to take these guys and just have them be here. Maybe that one goes up there, and then these two we can just push in here. Yeah, and that's a pretty good layout for this piece, I think. Move this over. Move this over. Just trying to increase the padding a little bit, averaging out those values. Yeah, this looks great. So with that, let's move on to the next piece. Got more stuff to do. One of the things I want to do really quick on those pieces is just move them away so that I can group them easier later when I get to them. Don't want them to be like overlapping or something like that. Okay. Let's start with that trigger down here. Actually, before I do that, as usual, merge, unwrap, and then let's just pack this. And let's turn on rotation. Okay, so with text tools, let's just align this. Let's align this. There's really not much we can do in terms of packing with this piece, to be honest. Can just try to be as efficient as we can. Not really sure if that's going to give us much though. Yeah, I'd rather leave that straight. And then what about this here? Yeah, not really sure about that piece. Maybe we can rotate it a little bit. And honestly, I am just going to have this stand as its own piece. Don't need to group it with the trigger. So let's just move that down. Bring back everything else, and let's keep moving through here. Shift C. Weld. Very good. All right. Align. Rotate. Align. Rotate. And then see here, we can probably do some stuff if we introduce some cuts. So maybe a cut here, and a cut here. And then we can do something like that. And that should still bake nicely. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Let me just do a stitch really quick. And a stitch over here. And then break this connection again, and break this connection here. And then we're just gonna bring that over. And I'm wondering if we should keep this together. Is it really gonna be visible? Does it give me any benefit? Maybe something like this will be fine. Where is the edge where things are connecting? Okay, so let me bring that down and bring that up. Align, align, and then here we can also use this and this. And let me just mirror that. And that way, yeah, it's okay, we can just leave that here. And like this. All right, cool. So we've got all of this stuff. Actually, let me go back in here, move that out. So we got all of these pieces, so let's hide them. Actually, we can already combine them because we're going to have to combine them later on anyway. Let's look at this guy next. That's missing the top piece. Alright, there we go. Let's combine that. And then Shift C 0.001. And then we can do a smoothing groups from UV shell really quick. Just to make this look a little nicer. Go to Unwrap. There's plenty of stuff here. Let's go to the pack options. Yeah, that's not doing that great of a job. Let's align. Move this over. Let's align this. Bring that here. Align this. Maybe bring that here. Just gonna align all of these pieces like next to one another as good as I can. Bring that up here. There's the other one. Can rotate that. Bring that here. Bring that down here maybe. What do we got going on here? That's a big one. Bring that in like that. And these guys, we might ungroup them later just because it's going to take up a lot of space in my UV layout in general. So that one, let's just align. Same here. Rotate. And flip. Should get some more space out of it like that. I just want to do relax. That's fine. Great. Rotate, bring that in. Flip. Take a look at this guy here. Can we make that fit? I feel like it's too close, gonna be too close. It's kind of a bummer. Let's keep that over here for now. Oh, what's going on here? This seems to be an error. Let's take a look. Yeah, let's just break that. And then, where is this piece here? What am I going to do with that guy? Technically, it should be part of that, but I guess we can also make it part of this here. Let's stitch. Yeah, it's probably better. No one's really going to notice, I think. Let's keep going. There's another big piece here. Let's see if we can relax that. It's already pretty good. Align. Put that over here, or should we do that as a topper? No. I want to see. Just put that over here for now. Align. Let's see where we can move that in. This looks good. Let's align that one. Bring that in here. Bunch of stuff here that we need to position as well. This one. Get space up here. Kind of, but also not really. Probably better to do that down here. Got that circular shape, can go in here. Got that one. And then these guys, can probably just put them over here, flip. Let's align. You relax that guy. Yep, that's better. And I want to relax this too. What do we got going here? That piece. Okay. Is there any possibility to do something like that? Yep. Align that. These guys we can just align and align, rotate. Rotate again. It's as good a spot as any. That one goes up a little far. Bring that down. Bring that over again. And then you can just take these guys and move them over there. Flip. And kind of place them here. That one needs to come down a little. That one's okay actually. And I feel pretty good about this actually. It's not too messy, nice rectangular shape. So let's continue with this piece here next. Let's take a look at this guy, merge everything here as well, unwrap. There's probably not that much we can do here, but let's give it a try at least. Rotate, rotate. Let me see what piece that one is. You know, maybe we can try aligning that as well as that. And then let's just go through here, do the same here, relax. Oh, let's undo that. I only want to do that for the inner points here. And down here you can see me select by element, which either selects the whole shell or just the vertex. I have that on a hotkey, which is D for me, just in case you were wondering. Anyway, let's just select these guys and then do a relax. That's better. And then move that over, move that over, move that over. And I think we're going to do a similar procedure here. Align, align. Select all of these, align, and maybe snap that one top and bottom. And then let's just select these guys, relax. Okay, and then snap to the left, snap to the left, snap to the left, and another align. Straighter now everything, which is cool. Yeah, there's really not much we can do here, I think. Maybe we can just do something like that where we keep these two together. Or we just do this and this. Just keep that together. And the rest the big piece we're gonna leave as is. Even these guys, it's probably best if we leave them as individual pieces. So let's just move that here, move that here, move that here. Hopefully that doesn't overlap with anything, and keep going. So now we have this and this. Can just combine that, combine it with that. Hide selection. Can hide that for now. Alright, there's my bullet down here. This one we don't need to unwrap, fortunately. Let's look at this piece. Merge everything together. Go to unwrap UVW. I want to relax this stuff up here. I saw some like slight arrows here, which is why I relaxed it, but that looks good. And then here we can just, what happens if we pack this properly? Okay, looks like this. Flip that. Probably do something like this. And yeah, this we should probably leave on its own. Let's move that all the way down here, and this down here. And then with that, yeah, there's some UV distortion here, but I think it's gonna be fine. This stuff is barely ever visible. I'm not gonna worry about it. So let's bring back all the old stuff. Combine. And I think that's mostly all the small pieces. Oh, there's another one down here, but this is literally just one piece. Actually, here we have another opportunity to use the align on both axes, just to make that a little cleaner. We can leave that as is, combine, and probably want to merge these just in case. Let's take a look at this, what's going on here. Well, first of all, what I want to do is just merge all of this. Perfect. And then for the top, I'm going to do the same thing. Shift C, merge all of this, hide unselected. I'm still kind of wondering if I should have this be one continuous thing, but it's going to cost me a lot of UV space for something that I think I'm never going to see, so I think I'm not going to do that. Okay, let's take a look at this top piece. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here, but what's going on here? Where is this piece coming from? That's that corner piece here, I guess. It's kind of hard to group stuff here just because everything sort of belongs together in a way. Oh, this is really messy here. That one shouldn't be that distorted. You bring the window back in the viewport. I'm sorry that I sometimes keep moving out of the recording area, but I have a screen with a higher resolution than 1080p. So I kind of have to move things in and out of the recording area. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. So here you can see this works a lot better if we just do it like that. What's going on here? Should we relax that? Just going to give this some time to relax, to straighten itself out. Maybe give that 1,000 iterations and then let it run for a couple of seconds. You can kind of see it nicely straightens everything out. And yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna try making clusters here. Maybe I should for some of the more rectangular stuff. So let's see what we can do here. This is all rectangular, which is great. So let's actually just, as usual, do our treatment here. And then maybe start with that stuff up there. We've got this, we've got this. Can do this. And we have our small pieces. Well, let's see, maybe we find something that we can actually fit here. Maybe this. Align. No, I think that's going to be too big. Yeah, unfortunately. These two pieces, maybe we can put these in there. Just like that. Nope, but that's okay. That's a big, these two pieces are definitely, there's no grouping gonna happen with those. Some of the other stuff's not too bad though. I think we might be getting somewhere with this up here. Just trying to make chunks. And again, it's just pretty much like a puzzle game. And you can spend hours on this if you want to. I've mentioned that before. It's usually not worth it. I want to see what's going on here. Where is this guy on my mesh? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Just looked like it wasn't in the right spot. There was a gap or something there. Gonna relax that. I'm gonna align that. Bring that over here. Gonna align this as well. And just trying to find positions where we could place this stuff. This is the front piece. There's some overlap here, which is not good. Let me just relax that. And then just snap these down like that. So there we go. Do the same up here. It's kind of a tricky piece because it has definitely some distortion to it. But I don't want to distort it too badly. Okay. Snap that down. I think that's better now. Okay, what else do we got? This piece here, what is that? Okay, that's in here. Might be better if we do a break here and then relax the guy. Do some alignment. Yeah, this doesn't really need to be part of the same thing. Let's break that. Relax. Keep not selecting two vertices, I guess. Oops. You know what, let's just use... Oh. Let's just use the align vertical. There we go. Same up here. So yeah, the question is how much time do I want to spend on this? Probably cluster some of these smaller pieces together. Do I want to align that? I guess so. Just going to be making little clusters out of things, even though they're not necessarily close to each other on the mesh, these pieces. It's good to kind of manually bring them together in a way where we're not wasting a ton of space to unfold everything. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough padding, so let me just bring that down. And you don't want to scale pieces individually, because you want to keep that ratio between each piece to one another correct. You want to keep the texel density, and if you would scale them, then you would destroy that ratio, which is not a good thing. Just stay away from that if you can. It's not the worst thing if it's just like 10% or something like that, but in general, just don't do it if you can avoid it. This is good. We have some open space in here that we should probably put something in. What about this? Does that fit? Nope. Maybe this. Yeah, it's not too bad. Let's leave that in there. And then let's take these tiny pieces here and just put them in there. Why not just make use of that negative space? And that's really where you're going to get the most bang for the buck doing this kind of operation, because the algorithm sometimes has a hard time filling in these gaps. Is that going to fit? Nope. So actually we can probably do another one, another cluster down here. It's going to autosave. And let me actually collapse that and save, and then keep continuing. Let's continue in our endeavor to create the perfect UV layout, I guess. I do actually quite enjoy making UV layouts. I think it's kind of a zen thing for me for some reason. Like I was saying earlier, it's very similar to like doing a puzzle or something. But it's also good to not get overly caught up on it, because like I was saying, it doesn't need to be perfect. Like everything in game art, you want to do a good job, but you also don't want to spend a ton of time on something that you might necessarily not gonna see in the final product. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Oh, it doesn't want me to flip it, huh? There we go. This is a little better, I think. Rotate that, place it here. Let's place that here. Guess we have two of those. Align this and flip that. It's a good spot. Can we make this better here? Probably somehow. Leave that together as one piece. That you see where I can shove off some area. Where is this piece? What does this piece belong to? That's underneath here. I can just do a cut here. It's not important for this to be in one piece. Relax that. Oh, wow. That was actually Good that I did that, I guess. Let me go back to what that was before. Yeah, wow. I did not catch that. Awesome. Yeah, good that I've done that. Can leave that together. Maybe do this. Rotate. Keep that as one piece. I wonder if there's anything that fits in there. Maybe this guy. Ooh, I think it'll fit. Yeah, that's great. Let's see about this. Probably just do that. And maybe this becomes part of this. And then here, this can become its own part. This can become its own. Probably want to find a better spot for this. And let's see. Is there a good spot for that? Don't see anything off the top of my head. Maybe here. Seems good. Yeah, let's just keep it at that. We can just have a layout like this where all these pieces become a group, which is great. Sweet, so let's give that a second. Collapse. And then getting close. Take a look at this guy. What do we got here? That one shouldn't be as complicated as the other one. Less pieces here for sure. Move that up. Bring that in. I mean, these guys probably want to do something like that. Feel like that's a good idea for here. And then let's see if we can fill these gaps with something meaningful. Align. These should be on their own as well. We just align that and align that. Where is this piece here? That's fine, we can totally have a cut here. So let's break that off. And let me do another relax on this. Yep, I thought that there was an issue with that. And then here, just fit it somewhere in here. Have that stay here. What's going on with this piece? Let's do an align. That's these smaller side pieces, I guess. Where's the other one? Other one's over there. Just do a relax on that guy as well. Align. It's probably pretty good. Got this guy. Let's hold off on that for a moment. Rotate that. Bring that over here. Here we have an opportunity to use our script. Same here, I guess. Was already straight anyways. Let's take a look at this. There's probably some straightening we can do here. Question is if we need that. Might be good. But then these guys, there's probably some distortion here now. Yep. So let me just do a projection from the front. So let's reset projection and then turn on angle snap. Undo really quick, and now rotate that 90, just like that. Turn off projection mode. And then we also want to just align these to the right, I guess. Or let's just do an average on these guys. So let's do this. And the same over here. And then we can do all of that for these guys. Give it a second, and then select these pieces down here and relax them a little bit, and then I guess these vertices I want to relax as well. And now we should be able to merge that together again. So let's do stitch, there we go, and same here, stitch. Okay, this looks pretty good. Any issues with that? Nope, seems good. It's another bigger piece here. Oh, maybe it seems to fit in nicely here. Align that one, do a relax. Not really sure what to do here, if we keep them together or not, but we'll figure something out. Put this guy, rotate, bring that in here. These guys we can also relax again, and then just align, horizontal as well as vertical. There we go. Put them down here maybe. Relax, that's good. The other piece for the other side. flip that, flip that. Where's this guy coming from? Over here. Let's align that. That'll fit in here. It's another weird shape. Where is that one? Oh, that's the inside of this, so can just break this up. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Relax. Awesome. So we get this and this. Some more space up here. Or we can just do it down here, I guess. Something like that should work. Move that in here. Move this guy here. That one in there. All right, looks pretty good to me. Let's see if we can actually have this somewhere here. Just want to fill those gaps a little bit more. Yeah, this looks good to me. Maybe these become their own two pieces. I'm sure I can find a spot for this guy. This is overlapping, that's not good. So let's just put that here. I'm wondering if that should stay its own thing as well. It's okay, we don't have to overdo it. Let's leave it at that for now. Move that all the way up and over, and let's collapse. And then also let's just double check if I've done the weld operation here. Okay, let's bring back the rest of the pieces, and then let's pack the front piece. Let's go to perspective mode and turn off the grid, and then let's hide this piece in the back here. And then these guys, we need to clean up our layers later, but they don't belong to the high poly. And this coil here in the center doesn't belong to the high poly, and this, sorry, the low poly, not the high poly. And this bullet here doesn't belong either. But with that we can combine everything. And then also another thing we're going to do is we're going to go to Tools and then Smoothing Groups from UV Shells, which is going to set up our smoothing groups accordingly. Collapse. And then you can see there are some gradients here and there. Not necessarily a big fan of that stuff. And I'm gonna try to minimize that really quick before we're gonna do our packing. So let me just detach this again. Select these faces down here, deselect that. Go to slice. Slice plane. Rotate 90 degrees. And then just snap that up here. And then we're gonna do slice, and then with that we can just connect this. Let's go to left view, and I guess we're gonna have to do this manually for each side. Connect, 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 connect. Bring back the rest. Go to the other side. Invert, hide. Connect. Connect, connect, connect. Bring back the rest, and then not really sure why we need that. Oh, okay. I was wondering. There should be a connection to the front here, and it's gone. That's not good. We bring that back. These edges should not have been deleted. Very important. Now that edge up there makes sense, makes more sense anymore. Gradation is nicer, it's not as bad as it used to be. But with that, let's bring that back together, and then let's actually look at the packing. So, now look at this. Where is this coming from? Yeah, that one is not part of our model, this face. Let's delete that. Very good. Good that I caught that. And then we can start setting up our groups. So here we're going to do group selected, group selected, group selected, group selected, group selected. I almost feel like this guy should be somewhere else. Where can I put that? Well, let's just leave it as its own piece. Let's move these out. Group selected, group selected, group selected. Can just leave these as their own pieces. Group selected. Let me zoom out because I feel like we're missing some stuff. Yep. Group selected, group selected, group selected, group, 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 more grouping, more grouping. I think I did that already, but it can't hurt. Group, 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 and this we can just leave. And now let's do a pack on this again and see what we get. Custom, let's turn off rotate for now and do all of this. Here's what we have right now. And then let's actually, what do we get with rotate? It's a little better, I guess. This actually looks pretty good overall. There's some space that's kind of like not used ideal. I think this we can bring closer together, and let's just see what our worst offenders are here. This is kind of cool here, how it groups everything. I do like that. But then again, we have very few pieces that it can use to like fill in the gaps, which is why we're getting that big amount of wasted space here. Let's see if there's something we can do here. Relax that some more. Not really doing anything. Nah, there's not much we can do here. Should not have done that. You know what, maybe go to that group. And then we can do ungroup. Let's pack this again. It's a little better now. Still not ideal, but making more use of the space. Yeah, because we grouped a lot of pieces, it's kind of like difficult to really make perfect use from the space, just because it doesn't have pieces small enough that it can fill into these gaps that we're seeing. But overall, I don't think it's too bad. Let me see. And the cool thing is I have my elements kind of like together as a group now, which is cool for texturing because you kind of know where things are. But yeah, there's definitely areas where it could be a little better. Let's see what we got going here. This is all a group. Let's actually select the group and ungroup, and let's just group these. This can stay as its own piece, and then let's select this group and then ungroup, and we're just gonna group these guys, and then we're gonna do another pack. Let's go to the settings, and then we're gonna do 0.00775. Okay. Let's see what that gives us. Gives us some nice padding in between the pieces, which is cool. But yeah, I think overall this is not bad. Could it be better? Yes. Could I spend more time on the puzzle here and trying to squeeze every last bit out of my UV layout? Yes, but do I want to do that right now? No. And the other thing is, I think to get the most use out of it, I would have to go in and kind of like scale up some of these pieces. That's not necessarily what I want to do right now. Do have some space here. I'm wondering if that's enough space to actually build that interior that I was trying to get. So let me actually collapse that, and then let me take a look at this piece. So if I'm gonna build this out here, how much space would I need for that? Delete that. Just select these edges. And then let's just bring that forward. Alright, here we go. Let's target weld that over here. Weld, 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 and weld. And then let me see really quick. Unwrap. We're gonna have to projection from the y-axis. Same up top here. And then select these side faces here and here. Projection reset. Go to rotate. Rotate that 90 degrees. That was 95, that's 90. Let's collapse really quick. Let me connect this up a little different. And then let's see. Okay. I've got all these new pieces now. Where is this? Down here. So if we do a custom stitch here. Okay, so that's about the amount of space that we would need. Break that, move that over. And then custom stitch here, just to like get the right dimensions. So these are all the new faces that I've added. Okay, and then let's combine that back with my original piece. And now we can probably fill some of these holes with that with the new pieces that I've just created. This is actually a pretty tight layout, but hopefully can break all of these edges. And then let's see, can definitely do 2 here, and then this I can rotate, bring that over, this I can rotate, bring that here, bring that all the way over to the side, select these guys and rotate them, have those be placed in here. This is probably a good spot, almost. What does that connect to in the front here again? This connects to that in the back. Okay, so maybe we're gonna do a stitch here. Break that. Okay, let's see where we can find a spot for this guy. We just need some bigger continuous spaces. That one is good. And then this is a perfectly small piece that I can just shove into a different spot. And then these guys here, they're fairly small as well. So we shouldn't have a problem fitting that in somewhere else. Let's see. Where is there some space for these pieces? It's all not ideal. Let me rotate that. It's definitely a bit more space down here. Okay, there's space up here for one of these for sure. Maybe that one goes here. Yep. Oh, this needs to go up. Over, up, got that piece, and this guy, just place that here, select these guys, place them here, What is that connected to? Oh, that's that long piece. I guess I want to keep that intact. You can see just by adding that, I'm quickly running out of space, which is good, because I want to maximize the use, but also not go crazy over it. Okay, let's see, where do we have a bigger space? Maybe here. Let's align that. Put that in here. And let's find new homes for these guys. That should be fairly easy to do. There should be plenty of open space. So we can have one over here. And one right here. What is that? Where's that piece coming from? Oh, that's... okay, that's interesting. Why is that connected? Let's break that. Yep. And then we can just... not that that made much of a difference. And then one last piece that we have to find a spot for. Guess here's good. And then that one. I'm just gonna have to sacrifice this, but that should be okay. All good, and I think that's our UV layout for the body. I'm gonna do a check and see if there's overlapping stuff. If things are close together, and they certainly are in some areas, but it's not the worst. There is a decent amount of padding in between most of the pieces, and I'm just going in and kind of like massaging the position of everything so that there's enough padding. But overall I feel pretty good about this layout. You know, with the help of the pack algorithm, we've gotten some nice results. So yeah, this should be good. Let's just commit to this. And there we go. Everything has the same textile density, which is awesome. Don't see any errors at first glance. So one more thing. Let's do the unwrap. Tools, smoothing groups from UV shells. And we're going to collapse, and then we're going to keep it at that. Alright, I think we did a great job with the UVs so far. Let's check everything for errors. You can see that the UVs look really good. There's one thing that I'm seeing right now, which is this piece up here. This seems to have a different textile density than the rest. You can see how the texture here is more blurry than on some of the other pieces, which is unfortunate because that means we're going to have to scale this up. So let's do an unwrap, and I think when we arrange things we probably scaled that in relation to something else that wasn't the correct scale. So what we're going to do, we're just going to move that over and we're going to scale that up to here, just trying to match it with this. And yeah, this looks pretty good to me. So let's leave it at that. And now, unfortunately, what we are going to have to do is we're going to have to find space for this, which this is actually a lot of stuff that we have to try to shove into our layout. But it is what it is, and it's probably going to take me some time to make this fit. And we're probably going to have to move a bunch of stuff around. So let's start on some of these pieces here. Go to the preferences and set that to defaults. And let's do 1024. This should be good. And then I'm gonna move everything up, trying to make space where I can. This might be a good spot to put one of these pieces in, but let's just move this stuff out of here. And let's start with this main piece. Maybe we need to rotate that. And this looks pretty good. And then we can take this piece. Let's see if we can make some better use out of the space up here. Doesn't look that way right now. But not to worry. Gonna need this here. Gonna want to move that over. Move that up and over just a little bit. And then let's try filling in these spaces with other pieces. Be great if we can get that in up there somehow, or maybe down here. This might be working. Do something here and just select this piece. And then move that up. It's a little thinner. Move that over here. Yeah, that looks like that's gonna work. And let's move these guys around. And I want to make sure that these bigger pieces are accounted for first, because these just take up the most space and they're going to be the most tricky ones to rearrange into our layout. Okay, where do we have some space for these guys? It's a pretty bad situation when you mess up like that, just because you already have your layout, kind of happy with what you've got going on, and now you have to shove all of these pieces in there somehow. But hopefully we can make it work somehow. Let's see if we can do some rotation on that piece up here maybe, and gain some space up there. And this we can just move over. Same with that. And then these guys we can find space for easily, I think. Fortunately, that's not really giving us that much. I think we need to be more aggressive with rearranging the stuff. Yeah, really hard to find space for these pieces, but hopefully we can make some somewhere. See, would that work here? Yeah, that might be better. And then it's easier to fit these thinner pieces in individually in other spots. So let me just move that over, move that over. What happens if we flip that? That actually fits better. Move that here, move that over a little bit, and flip it like that. Gives us some wiggle room over here. Can I move this down? Probably just a little bit. Do I actually need to do that? I think this can still fit in here. Just make this smaller. Bring this in, and then let's see what we can do here. Maybe there's an opportunity to put that in here. That looks like it's going to work out. And then what about this guy? It's going to be tight. Let's move this all the way over and up. And that way we can move this a little over. Can bring that down again and over. Can bring these guys down and over. And then this I can probably fit here. And I'm just trying to be really mindful of the padding and stuff like that. Okay, I think we have the big pieces, so most of the big pieces. Get this stuff here. Take a look at that piece really quick. I feel like there's a lot of unconnected edges here, so yeah, let me just go into left view and just do some edge connects here using Shift S. Back to perspective. These are all connected up right now. Bring everything back. Unwrap again. Oh yeah, there's some... This is not unfolded properly. Okay, get some stuff here. Let's see where we can fit that in. What happens if we move that over? That should give us some space. Bring that down, move it over. Select this. Select this. Rotate. That fits in here nicely. And then these guys, I'm sure we can find some space for somewhere. Unfortunately, we are running out of space, but hopefully we can still fit everything in. Put that here. Alright, so we've got a bunch of other things. Let's take a look at the bigger pieces. That one is a weird one, so maybe we'll start with that one first. taking up quite a bit of space here, but it is what it is. Yeah, we did such a good job in the beginning that it's going to be hard trying to find spots for these pieces. These thinner ones, there's always an opportunity to put them in somewhere else. Make space for other pieces, but unfortunately it's not enough yet. Trying to find out where there's an opportunity to put that piece in here. Not seeing one right now, which is kind of unfortunate. I think once we solve that one, the rest should be easy to figure out. But that one is going to be tricky. Maybe over here. Oh yeah, this might work. So let's align that. Put that here. Is that gonna work? Yeah, it's not ideal, but it's gonna work. Put that here. Take a look at this piece. It's another big one. Definitely a lot of negative space in that one as well, so maybe there's an opportunity to bring another piece in like that. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. Now we just need to find a spot for it. What happens if we place that one here? Take all of this, move it down. That seems to work, and then that one is smaller, so should be able to make space for that somewhere else. Yeah, I'm pretty bummed out that I missed this piece, because now some of my UV pieces are not as close together anymore as they were initially. But it's not that bad. It's still gonna bake fine and look good. Just not gonna be as convenient to texture as it would have been before. Okay, that's another big piece here. Won't fit here. There's some space here where that's going to fit in. Let's take a look at this. Do another relax. That one we're definitely going to have to take another look at, I think. Maybe over here. Yep. What about this one? fit that one in here. And then just move this guy. And we're getting there. I think we can fit this all in, even though it's going to be very tight. Put that up here. Put that here. Put that here. This one here. This one just anywhere here. About these round ones. Maybe down there. Try to space them out a little better. And then these are the last remaining pieces that we need to fit in somewhere. And these guys are pretty straight, which should be easy to find spots for them. Yeah, maybe up here. Yep, and then these guys. There's a spot down here. And there we go. Here goes the house cleaning stuff, I guess. This looks pretty good. Still, that wasn't perfect just now, but I don't want to go back and re-lay out everything again. Should still be good with most pieces, so let's keep going. Okay, let's check this mesh out some more. Check for errors. So it looks pretty decent. So what we're going to do next is we are just going to apply a regular material to everything. So select these two pieces, just apply a standard material, maybe give it some specular 30 or something, and then set this to standard viewport quality, or actually can do high quality as well, or we can leave it at standard. But what I'm basically trying to do is I want to do a pass on this, and I want to try to find areas where we have a lot of this gradation that's going on. There's a bunch of stuff up here that I'm not very happy with. So let me just go in here and first of all do some triangulation. And then since this is coming from the fact that all of these faces are in the same smoothing group, so for example, if I select by smoothing group and do smoothing group 4, you can see that this is all in the same smoothing group, which is why this is shading poorly up here, because it's trying to compensate from this 90-degree angle to this 90-degree angle, and the topology is not uniform, which is why we're getting these black faces, or these shading errors here. Now, since the smoothing groups are based on our UV shells, and that's the way that everything bakes best, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to adjust some UVs again with some, basically breaking up some UVs, introducing some more UV cuts, and then running the smoothing group script again, so that we get rid of this graduation, or not the smoothing group script, but the tools and smoothing groups from UV shells script. So let's start with some obvious ones. These ones here, for example. Going to do an unwrap on the whole thing. Make that smaller, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go into edge mode, see where this guy is. That guy's up here. Where's the other one? The other one's down here, so let's just bring that up, actually put them next to one another. And then what we're going to do is we are going to go in here, select all of these edges, and we're going to break those apart. And that way it's not going to try to shade all of this in one smoothing group. So we get this, and then we're going to do the same thing over here. And in general, we don't have to get rid of all of it. It's still going to bake fine, and a normal map is going to compensate for it. But I want to make sure to get rid of the biggest offenders, just because that can cause some issues. So I'm going to do Control B to break this. And then you can see it's separate pieces now. We can just do a relax. It's not liking what I'm doing just now. So I think I'm just going to move this over, do relax on this. Move this over, to relax on this. So now that that's relaxed, we can try relaxing that. That one doesn't really like it. Let's do 2 iterations. Nope. Let me see what that looks like. We can also just go into polygon mode, select these polygons, and then projection, reset gizmo, turn on angle snap, and then rotate that 90 degrees. There we go. And then with these pieces now, we just move those up. It's going to calculate a little bit. It's auto saving, so let's disable projection mode, move those up, relax. Yeah, it's not liking that, and I think it's because, is this actually, oh yeah, down here that's in one smoothing group as well. Okay, that's why it's giving us that issue. So let's actually go back a few steps, and then we're going to go in here, and we're going to introduce a cut here. And let me see. It's going to be tricky to see. So we basically have to, yeah, I think we just have to introduce a cut here and here. Nope, that wasn't it. Okay, let me just select these faces and see what's going on. Why is it not letting me unfold these guys? I'm not really sure. What happens if we do a quick peel? There we go. That's all I wanted. So let's do relax. Okay, that one worked great. So all we need to do is bring them back to the correct size. So we're going to select this edge, do a stitch. Okay, do the same over here, stitch. And then we're going to break this edge again, break that edge again, select this, move it over, select this, move it over, and now we have a really nice unfold for those faces. Now if I collapse the modifier and go turn off the checkered material, you can see it's still not looking great, but it's going to once we run the smoothing groups from UV shells. So I'm going to do that really quick, and then you can see it's getting rid of a lot of these shading issues. So there's still some black shading artifacts, but we can go through and keep cleaning things up. One that's bugging me as well is that one here, the way that it tries to wrap around that corner. It's not really doing a good job here. So let's do an unwrap and then just go to edge mode. Make that a little smaller. And we're going to select this edge and that edge. Let's see where that is. It's just up here. Break that. Just relax, relax. Well, there's nothing to relax because these pieces are already perfectly unfolded. So let's just select it, move it down, select it, move it up. Collapse, and then tools, smoothing group from UV shell. That should get rid of that black face. Yep, that's awesome. And then let's see what's going on here. This one is trying to wrap around the corner. So maybe, where is this face here? Yeah, all of this, we're just gonna separate this piece off. Control B to break. Relax. Perfect. Move that over. And then these guys we can relax as well. We undo that and select everything. That should be perfect now, and then we can just align. That's okay, we can just leave it as is. And these pieces we probably want to keep straight as well. Let's move these out of the way really quick. Go into polygon mode, select these guys. Bring that in like that. Bring this in like that. Bring that down and in a little bit. Bring these guys in. Rotate that. That should do the trick. Even opens up some space here, which I could have used earlier when I was trying to cram in all these other pieces. Anyway, with that, let's take a look at how that affects the shading here. It's going to introduce a separate smoothing group for these faces. So let's do smoothing groups from UV shells. Give it a second. There we go. Looks nice now. And then let's see what else we get. Probably want to connect these edges here, this edge here, same here, same here. And you know, not all of this is 100% necessary, but when there's areas where there's just a lot of shading issues, I'd like to fix that. And there's other ways to do it as well with custom vertex normals, which we're still going to do in a bit. I'm going to take a look at that down here actually. And I'll show you that a little bit later, how we're going to use custom vertex normals. So where is that edge piece that's here? Control B to break. Just move that over. Collapse tools. Smoothing groups from UV shells. There we go. And just by doing that, it's already getting better and better. I'm not a big fan of this here, but I don't think that's preventable necessarily. Some of it is, as you just seen, by just introducing proper triangulation. This here is fine. Do some triangulation here as well, just because doing a better job manually than letting the auto or letting Max do that, I guess. This here is fine. I'm not too worried about these guys. It's not too bad. There's only like one other big offender that I see, which is here. So let's just see. Invert and hide. This looks pretty solid. The stuff here is not that great, but I think that's gonna bake fine. Another thing we can do is just introduce a cut in the middle here, or we can do that with custom vertex normals later. I think I'm gonna leave this piece down here like that. But this stuff up here, because it's on a flat surface, might be worth looking into. And what we're trying to do is getting rid of this black face here. So let's actually go to element mode, bring everything else back, and then I'm going to detach this really quick. And then we're just going to look at that piece by itself. Okay, let's take a look at these polygons up here. It's all part of this here in the center. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to unfortunately have to separate that, even though we've spent a lot of time setting that up previously. So just Control B to break. And then we're gonna, well, let's see if we can straighten that and pack it somewhere there. Let's just do a quick peel. Yep, that's doing a better job. We're gonna align that, and then this attaches here, so we're just gonna do a stitch tool, and then we can break that again, select the whole piece, and kind of like move that over. Let me collapse this, and then connect or combine it with the rest of the stuff. Just because I want to make sure that there's no other piece that I've added here. So all of this we're going to align to the right. Same with these, align to the right, and then same with these faces. Just align them to the right. Move that over. Let's see what happens if we do relax. Yep, that's great. And then let's just make sure that this feels good. Feels good to me. And then what we're going to do is Tools, Smoothing Groups from UV Shell. That should fix this issue here. Yep. It shades nicely now. There's a couple of others here in the front. Let's invert that. Or let's actually take a look at what's going on here. Where are these faces over there? Just here. Yeah, I guess we can just introduce a cut here. Control B to break. Select this, relax. And then let's just rearrange things here. We can relax this as well. Snap to the top, snap to the top. Rotate that guy. Snap to the top and to the top. Put that here. Align, align, align this, bring that down, bring that down, select these edges here, deselect these ones, align, looks good, move this down, collapse, Tools, Smoothing Groups from UV Shells. That should fix the shading here. Yep, as you can see, doing a nice job. And let's invert that again. Detach really quick. Take a look at this here. There's a bunch of stuff that I'd like to address on these guys. So yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to actually have these connected. So all we need to do is go in here, select these edges and break them. And then hopefully we can do a relax and just select this, move it over, select this, move it here, select this, move it over. Try to like center this out in the middle. This is good. Tools, smoothing groups from UV shells. That should fix this, which is great. Looks much better now. And then let's see if we want to do something here. I do like what that looks like. I'm not overly concerned by it. I guess we could separate it out into like different pieces, like these guys could become their own pieces. Do I want to do that though? The way that it is right now is going to bake a little bit nicer. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave that. I was mainly concerned with these flat surfaces up here. It's not good if there's too much graduation on them, especially on like really planar, really flat ones. I think there's one more here in the front. This stuff does not look good. First of all, yeah, we should connect this in a different way. So let's just spend a few moments doing that and doing that. It's a lot of triangles as well. Let's just target weld this. And connect this, and maybe here we're going to target weld as well. No one's going to notice, to be honest. And then let's check again, unwrap. Might want to introduce a break here. Where is that piece? It's up there. And here. So Control B, just move that in. Move that in. Relax a little bit. Move that in some more. And then let's take a look at this piece. That one's over there. So this will become its own piece. Control B to break. And by doing that, we might be able to just do a planar projection on this from the front. So let's just go to planar, reset, rotate, turn on angle snap, rotate that 90 degrees. We're getting close, we're almost there. I know we've spent a lot of time on this already, but I think it's going to be worth it. Let's bring the main piece back and combine everything together. Go to unwrap, and then I have this piece here, which I just want to put back in here. And then this piece, we can just relax. That works nicely. And we check again really quick how this connects. Let me select these and do detach. And then let's do a smoothing groups from UV shells. Fixes that error up here, which is nice. It's shading a lot nicer now. And where are these faces? These are the top ones. That should be okay. Yeah, we might get a little bit of a black seam here, but not overly concerned. Okay, let's bring back the main piece. Take a look at the stuff up here. There's a pretty heavy, there's another heavy gradient here in the front. So let me just take a look at that. Okay, that's because everything here is connected. So let's just break that and just bring it down. And honestly, even here, we can just break that, bring that down. Tools, smoothing groups from UV shell. That should clean up this face. Great. Should I do anything here? No, I think I'm okay with that. I could try to clean this up, but I don't think it's necessary per se. Okay, let me combine this again, do a smoothing groups from UV shell on the whole thing, just to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. And then there we go. This is looking a lot nicer up here. These guys, that might be another opportunity. Take a look really quick how this is laid out and where they are. Okay. Yeah, let's just do that really quick. Control B to break it, move it up, select the shell, relax. There we go. Move that down, align that, rotate, bring that down, and that's fine. Bring it over a little bit. And again, tools, smoothing groups from UV shell. Cleans that up. Great. And we're going to continue with this. Okay, let's work on things some more. I want to select these faces and connect the edges up, because you can see that it's not properly connected. So let's invert and hide. Go to left view and do some edge connects here. And let's do the same over here. Go back to perspective. Bring back the rest of the stuff. Now, one of the reasons why I'm trying to get rid of these gradients is because the normal map is going to have to compensate for those gradients. It's going to bake those gradients into the normal map. And that's not a problem at all in general, but however, when those gradients get too strong, sometimes they show up in the texture a little bit, because when the angles get too extreme, then the normal map sometimes not necessarily fails, but it's having a harder time the more extreme the angle is to compensate for it. So like I was saying, we want to keep those angles or those gradients to a minimum. And another area where there's a lot of gradients is here, where we have these faces. And what we're going to do here is we're actually going to look into this and do some custom vertex normals for these faces. And that's very easy to do. Let's apply an unwrap and then select these side pieces. So that one and that one. And you can see I have them selected. If I collapse the modifier now and go to face mode, it selects these pieces. And then I can detach them to an object. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to create a box. And I need to select a layer that's not hidden. So let me make the low poly layer active and then create the box. And then I'm going to convert that to an edible poly. Select the front and the back face here and delete the rest. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply a custom vertex normal to the right side and to the left side. And first thing that we need to do that is apply a edit normals modifier to our surface. And then you can see here are the vertex normals that are on that surface. So every vertex has a vertex normal, which are these blue lines. And then you can see that they all point in different directions. They all point towards an average of the surface. So this surface would normally have a 90-degree vertex normal to the right, but because it is in the same smoothing group as all the other surfaces, the vertex normals are trying to compensate for that, and they're giving you an average of those two surfaces. So that vertex normal is an average of these 5 faces basically here. And what I want to do is I want to make those vertex normals point out to the right 90 degree and these ones to the left. And that's why I added that object, because we're going to copy the vertex normals from over here, which are perfectly 90 degrees, to over here. To do that, combine these two pieces, apply the edit normals modifier again, and then you can see these vertex normals are really clean. So we're going to go over there, and I am just going to go to copy value down here, and then I'm going to select all of these guys down there, and I'm going to click on paste. And you can see that all the vertex normals of that surface are pointing out to the right. Then we're going to do that over here as well. Copy value, select these, paste value. As you can see, they're all pointing to the left now. And then once we collapse that, you can see that the shading is entirely gone, because this now shades like a flat surface. All of the normals are pointing either to the right or to the left. And we have added some custom vertex normals, which is going to be really good for our bake, because the normal map won't have to compensate for any of that stuff here. It's not going to have nasty gradients or things like that. It's just going to look good. With that being said, we can actually go in here and merge these vertices again. And you can see it still keeps the vertex normals, which is nice. And then there's a few other areas where I want to do that, specifically on these guys. So let me just go in here and detach to object, and then here as well we're going to create a box, convert to editable poly, delete these, combine, and then actually let's detach that because I need to find the correct faces first. Let's do an unwrap here. Go to polygon mode, select this, and select this and this, and then collapse. And then you can see it's these faces. So we're gonna detach that to its own object, hide the rest, combine, and then same procedure as before, edit normals, copy this value, paste it here, paste value. And we need to paste it on these down here as well, paste value, and then copy that value over here. And then we're going to select these faces, and let's just go to top view, and we need to select these guys here as well. No, sorry, that's not the correct ones. We need this stuff over here as well as this, I think at least. And then let me just paste that, paste value, and then let's see what's going on. It's correct for these guys, it's not correct for this face. So that one here is now pointing in the wrong direction, as you can see. So what we need to do, same procedure, we can actually, I don't really need to detach that, I can just do an edit normals on these two. So let's do edit normals. That's applying it to the whole object, which is fine too. Copy that value over here, paste it here. Now the problem is they're really long, which is why I'm selecting all of them at the same time. So let me set that to 0.1 under display length, and now I should be able to just select these guys, and then I can do paste value, and then you can see they're pointing all the way to the right. And then I can set this to 10 again, and if I collapse it now, this looks great. Bring back the original object, everything good here, combine that, delete that, Shift C, and then we're going to merge this. And then if you do an edit normals on this, you can see that they're still pointing in the correct directions. and everything is working nicely. And no gradation on those pieces, which is great. There's more areas where we could do that, but we don't need to go too crazy. I think the only one where I'm seeing a lot of graduation where it's going to be worth doing that is here on this piece. So let me just deselect that. And then just these faces. It might make sense to either point all of them out to the right. Yeah, maybe let's do that. So what we're going to do is apply an, well, I don't want these guys in the back here, so let's detach that. And then we're going to do edit normals here, and then you can see that that center one is already pointing in the correct direction. So we're just going to do copy value on that one, select the other one's paste value, and that makes them all point out, and it's still, or it got rid of all that weird shading stuff that we had. Yeah, this is not necessarily ideal though, just because it's not shading that great from the sides. So let's try another thing. Let's go to edit normals again, and to reset the changes that we made, what we're going to do is just click reset, and collapse, and then we're going to duplicate this guy, and then I'm just gonna select this and select this, invert, delete. And then here I'm going to just select these faces. And then we're going to detach those really quick. Actually, yeah, let's detach. Well, you know what? Let me check really quick. I actually don't think we need to do much here. I don't think that's going to be that much of a difference, because I was gonna select all of these vertex normals and have them point in that direction, so kind of like out towards here, and do the same thing over here and have them point out towards here. But honestly, I think I'm just gonna leave it as is, because I think this is gonna shade fine. I'm being too anal. Like, I don't think I need to worry about that. We could do the same treatment on some of these faces up here, the flat ones, but honestly, I don't think it's going to be worth it. One thing we can try doing is just aligning these on one axis. So let me just select all of this here. It's auto-saving right now. And then Control-1 for 2 vertices. And then we can just align that on the x-axis. Oops. Or we can just use the scale modifier, which is not doing anything right now. Oops. So yeah, they're already flat. So if I try to align them using the hotkeys, Control, Alt, and A for me, it's not changing the shading because these guys already seem to be flat. So don't think I'm gonna worry about that too much. The normal map should be perfectly able to compensate for all of this here. This stuff here, let's take a look at it really quick. Where is this face? Okay, I guess it's these guys. Let's break those as well, just for consistency's sake. And that way, if we do tools and smoothing groups from UV shell, it is going to shade this nicely as well. And then with that, I think we are done actually. Now, unfortunately, when I have done the smoothing groups from UV shells, you can see that it deletes the custom vertex normals that we've set up, because it's applying everything to one smoothing group, and that changes the vertex normals by default. So it's good that I caught that, because I actually don't want to do that then, because that reverts all of the work that we've been doing otherwise. So let's just delete that change that I was going to do, and yeah, even here, let's just leave that, and honestly, let's try to bake it. It should bake perfectly fine. If we get any issues at all, I can still go back and fix it. And I don't want to mess with the vertex normals more at this point. I think these are all looking good. We've got some really good stuff going on here. The only thing that might be worth looking into is back here. But even here, I think that's going to be fine. Nope, I'm going to leave it as is. I'm not going to do more changes to it. So from that point on moving forward, we can start setting up our source and target objects, as well as the naming conventions for everything, and then bring things over to Substance and start painting there. Okay, before doing the naming conventions and splitting up these things, or splitting up the mesh to different pieces, one more thing that I want to do is actually check for overlaying UVs. And the way to do that in Max is to just go to Tools, in the Unwrap UVW editor, go to Tools and then Render UVW Template. And then under Mode, you want to set this to Solid, and then turn on Show Overlap. And then if we do Render UVW Template, you can see we're getting a bunch of issues. And these issues are only happening because of edges not being connected properly with triangles, but we have some overlapping UVs down here that we're going to need to address. So let me close that and take a closer look here. So this piece is definitely overlapping on another piece. So let's just rotate that. Maybe we can fit that in here actually. Yep, that looks pretty good up here. Let's move that up a little. And I think I'm just going to leave that here. And I'm wondering if I should fix some of these other issues I was seeing. There were some here, here, as well as here. So let's take a look at these one by one. Let's invert and hide. And then we can go to left view. And we can just do some edge connects. Not a big deal here. And just clean up the geo like that really quick. And then I guess these guys were a problem. Could also do connect, connect, connect. Just go through here. Alright, perspective mode. Bring back the rest of the stuff. Let's take a look at the UVs again. Can't have anything selected, as you know, so deselect, unwrap UVW, Tools, Render UVW Template, turn on solid mode. There we go. One issue down here, one issue here, and these two up there. So just select this, and then what else? This and this big one down there. Collapse, face mode, invert, hide. Go to left view. Actually, let's just go to perspective mode. It's just that stuff down here that's not connected to anything. So this should fix that. And then some issues here, I guess. So let's invert height, go to left view, and then we're just going to connect this and this. There we go. And then some faces here that it doesn't like. It's no big deal. Invert and hide. And then we are just going to go through here, connect this all up. Do the same here. And then let's check again. Unwrap, tools, render UVW template, show overlap, render, and that's it. We got a clean render. And then we're going to do the same on the back piece. Unwrap, tools, render UVW template, show overlap, render. Actually, we need to set this to solid, otherwise it won't work. There you go. So these two, this, and this. So that big one here, that one, these two, and these guys. Okay, let's select these faces, collapse the modifier. Give it a second to autosave. Invert hide. And then okay, we've got some overlapping pieces here in the back. Let's just invert and hide this for now, and then let's just address this guy. Back view probably. Bring the rest back, and then let's take a look at this here. I think there's an issue here, so probably just connect this and connect this. That should fix this. And then it looked like there were some here. Yeah, this is definitely not properly connected, so let me just go in and do this, and then let's just do this. Is there anything on the other side? Looks good. And then let's take a look at this. Hide. And yeah, there's some edges that we probably want to connect. Like this. And this. Okay, let's check again. Unwrap, tools, render UVW template, set mode to solid, render. Okay, only the small piece in the front. So this guy here, invert, hide, go to left view, connect, 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 connect these guys and these guys. Bring back the rest. Unwrap. Get something selected, so let me just undo that in face mode. Tools, render UVW template, mode solid, render. There we go, no more issues. You can zoom in and out with the mouse wheel, by the way. Let's take a look at shading issues. This is the only one that I actually want to address. So maybe what we're going to do is we're going to make this its own unfold. So let's just select this, move it over here, select that edge, break it, and then we're going to do relax. Give it some time to unfold that nicely. And I guess it's not going to do much more, which is fine. Just break these, move that over. You bring that in again, bring up text tools. Align, rotate, align, rotate. Select all of these vertices down here. Snap to bottom, snap to bottom. Snap right, snap left. And then here we can just do align. Same as on these pieces. Align, align. And then all we're going to do is use the custom stitch. Set that to 0. Do the same over here, stitch. And then let me just select these ones, align. And what happens if we do a relax? Okay. Well, let's just leave it at that. It looks like this is the more natural version of this. Let's take a look at the UVs again. Everything's looking good. Obviously, this piece now has to be rearranged. We have plenty of space here though. So let's just put that in here. Or maybe down here. Collapse. Let's go to Tools, Smoothing Groups from UV Shell. That cleans that up a little bit. And then here, not super happy with this. So maybe let's just take this out. So Control B to break it, and then we can just relax it. Relax all of this as well, makes everything nice and clean. And then Tools, Smoothing Groups from UV Shell. Yep, there we go. It goes from this to this, which is a lot nicer. Not overly concerned about that. There's some stuff here where there's some gradation going on, but I think that's gonna be okay. I'm gonna leave it as is. Wood is very dull, so any kind of errors we would get are not going to be that visible, if there even are any, to be honest. So we are going to leave it at that, and I think that gives us a great base to start with the naming setup. I know I said that in the last, or 10 minutes ago, but I think now we're at a good point where we can actually do that. So let's look into that next. Okay, let's organize things a little bit. Let's call this piece handle, and select this piece over here and call that gun. So we get our two pieces, and then just rename and move things around a little bit. This stuff needs to go to the high poly layer. Let's just select that and add objects to layer. That makes them disappear. And then we can continue to work on things. I think back here, this piece here, we actually need to move that up a little bit because it is intersecting with the bottom here, as you can see. So let me just detach that. Hide that really quick. Go to the layer explorer again. Bring back the high poly layer. And then we're going to need this and this. Hide unselected. And then these we probably want to detach. Okay. So let's bring back the stuff that I've just hidden. So I need that object, and that. And let's just keep that. Hide unselected. Go to the left view. And then I'm going to take this, and actually we can just invert this selection and then move that up a little bit, but I do want to see the low poly. I think it's better to just look at that. So let me invert and hide, and here we go, left view, and then we're just going to move that up, and we can pretty much eyeball that. Just want to make sure I'm not penetrating the bottom there or the top. So this should be good. Let's check. Yeah, it sits in there quite nicely. Then we can combine this again, bring back the rest of this. And one more thing while we're at it, I want to take a look at the UVs again really quick. I want to make the UV space for my bullets a little bigger, just because we have so many of them, and I think we have some space to do that. So let me just go in here, select all of the bullet pieces, and just scale them up. And I know that normally you shouldn't really do that, just because you want to keep a consistent UV textile density on all of your objects. But I think here it's going to be worth it, just because they're like repeating so much. Like I have several of those later on. And let's just try to maybe do something where these two big pieces fit in here. Almost there. Let's do that. Scale it down again. Okay, this should be good. These we can just move down here. And all of this stuff, let's just rotate that 90 degrees. Put that up here. And find a new home for these guys really quick. Yeah, I think that's fine. And just by doing that, you know, we have a little bit more space for the bullets, which I think is going to pay off. It's going to look nice. I want to make sure I'm not getting too close to these guys, but I think that's okay. All right, I just wanted to do that, just increase the texture space on these guys. And with that, we can start arranging everything, and we are going to do that next. Okay, let's make a copy of our original mesh. So I'm going to take this piece here, the handle, as well as the gun piece. Let me actually go to the layer explorer really quick and then hide the high poly layer again. And here we go. So here's our handle. Let's actually rename that to grip. And then here's the gun, and we're going to make a copy and move it over here. So I'm just shift dragging it over, and then I'm just going to call that grip underscore 01 and gun underscore 01. And I want to talk about why I am making this copy. So we're going to bring all of, or both of these pieces to Substance Painter to texture it. And then this piece over here, the piece on the left, we're actually going to explode. So we're going to take the individual elements and kind of like move them over like this, so that they're all by themselves. We're also going to take the high poly and move it over. And that way we can use that piece over here for baking. And this piece over here will show the final texture on the final model in its assembled form. Now the reason why I have to do that is because unfortunately Substance Painter in its current version doesn't support to hide the different mesh parts. So for example, if I wanted to go in here, like if I'd bring it to Substance Painter like this and I wanted to go in here on the bullet and paint on this back piece of the bullet, it wouldn't really be possible in the viewport because the back piece is being hidden by this rail here. And the same goes for a lot of the other pieces on this gun. See this piece here, if I wanted to draw on this piece, I can't really do it because it's hidden by, or it's underneath the case of the gun. So if I wanted to draw on it, I could only draw in this section here, and because Substance Painter doesn't allow me to hide these different elements, it would be really tricky to texture it in its assembled form. So if I want to texture the pieces individually, I need to explode them. And to explode them, we're just going to separate everything into their own pieces and then move stuff around and then use that for baking. We're also going to set up a naming convention so that Substance Painter knows which low poly piece matches which high poly piece. So for example, we're going to name the bullet up here bullet 1 and bullet 2, and then we're going to have a bullet high O1, bullet high O2 piece, so that Substance Painter knows which piece to bake on what piece and nothing is overlapping. We're going to explode it anyway, so things are not really going to be overlapping that much, but that's just for your information really quick. One more thing I want to do over here is I want to move the UVs out of the 0 to 1 area. Everything that's in the 0 to 1 area will be baked by Substance Painter, and because I don't want anything to be baked on that piece, we're just going to move it out of the 0 to 1 area. And to do that, we can use a modifier. That one is called UVW Xform. I know the video cuts off down here, but it's under the UVW Mapping Clear modifier. So it's a modifier called UVW Xform. Just select that, and then under U offset, just type in 1, and then collapse the modifier, go back to unwrap UVW, and you can see it moved everything over. So it moved it exactly 1 unit over, which is what I want. And then we're going to do the same here. Let's select that piece, UVW Xform, U offset 1, look at the UVs, and looks like I had something selected, which it won't work if that's the case. Yep. So let's do that again. UVW Xform, offset 1, unwrap, and oops, now nothing is showing up. It's a little unfortunate. Okay, let's just get out of the piece, check the UVs. Okay, they're showing up. Let's try this again. UVW Xform, U offset 1, unwrap, and there we go. It moved it over 1 unit. That was a little confusing, but it seems to be working now, which is cool. All right, there we go. This is properly set up. This is not properly set up, but we're going to continue setting this up. And one thing that we need to do is we want to assign unique materials for both the grip piece and the gun piece. Because if we apply unwrap UVW modifier, you can see that all of these UVs here are overlaying. So in order to not have this be an issue, we need to assign 2 different materials to both the grip and the gun. And that way Substance Painter knows that it's going to create a texture set just for the gun and a texture set just for the grip. And that way we can work on 2 different texture sets in Substance Painter based on the material assignment. So I'm just going to bring up the material editor, and we are going to make a gun material, and let's just make that a little darker. So maybe something like that. And that's applied to everything right now. And then we're going to make a grip material, and that one we're going to apply to these 2 pieces, and let's just give that a bit of a reddish color just to specify that this is wood, and just make sure that it's applied both over here as well as over here, so they all should have the same material assignment. And as you can see, that is the case. And then the next thing that we are going to do is we're just going to go through and we're going to separate pieces and name them so that we can assign or we can tell Substance Painter which piece to bake on what piece. So first thing that I want to separate is actually this rail over here. So let me just go in, go to element mode, Shift G for me to detach, and then we're going to call that rail underscore low. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the layer explorer. We're going to look at the high poly pieces, and then we're going to select the high poly piece, and we're going to call that rail underscore high. And with that naming convention, so underscore low for the low poly and underscore high for the high poly, we tell Substance Painter which piece to bake on what piece. And one more thing to keep in mind is you can have multiple high poly pieces. So if you have like 5 different ones that are all supposed to bake on the same mesh, we just need to number them. So we would call them rail high or 1 or 2 and so on. Now anyway, we want to separate these pieces as well, so that it's not overlapping anywhere on the bullet. So let's turn on absolute mode transform, which if you can't see that right now, I know the video is cutting off down here, so let me just make it a little smaller. So it's that button here, the absolute offset mode transform button. We've used that before. And we're just gonna type in 5 centimeters on the x-axis to move that over. And that way we have separated it out. And let me take a look here. This looks pretty good. I do just want to make sure that these edges are actually connecting up properly. So let me just add that really quick here and do the same thing down here. So just connect these, and then unfortunately we're going to have to do it on the copy as well. Let's hide the rest really quick. And you know, this is just the nature of 3D work. The more I look at things, the more you're going to find little issues or little errors and stuff like that. So we're going to have to go back and forth on stuff like that while we set up our baking groups. But this is the general process. So as you can see, we have our rail low piece, we have our rail high piece. Now Substance Painter knows to bake this piece on the low poly piece. And now all we need to do is continue setting up all of the pieces and naming them and moving them around. And that is what we will do moving forward. Okay, let's keep working through this. So we have the 2 bullet pieces here that we need to detach from one another. So we're going to call that bullet top, and then that one we're going to detach and call bullet bottom, and we actually need to call that underscore low. And the same here, bullet top, and then call that underscore low. And then now let's take a look at the high poly pieces. Let me go to perspective view just to make navigating a little bit easier. Hide the low poly really quick. And then these ones we need to detach. We've got that one and that one. That one needs to be detached as well. And then we're just going to rename them. So in the low poly we have bullet bottom and bullet top. So this one needs to become bullet top. So we can just use the rename feature. So let's go to tools, and then we're going to go to rename objects, and we're going to call that bullet underscore top underscore high, and then we're just going to do an underscore at the end and turn on numbered and click on rename, and that will rename them bullet top high 02, high 01, and high 00. And then we're going to do the same for the here, but here we're going to call it bullet bottom high. And then by doing that, bullet bottom high 01, 00, high 02. And now Substance Painter knows which piece to allocate to what piece. Actually, let's go back here, turn on the low poly again. And then we are just going to select these pieces, and then here we're going to move those -5 centimeters, and that way we can paint on these pieces if we wanted to, which is cool. And now we should just continue with our work. So the next piece that I'm going to take a look at is this piece in the back here. Let's detach that and call that wood grip big. Give it a second to autosave. Underscore low. Let's copy that actually. And then let's take a look at this piece. Do we have everything? Yeah, that looks good. And then we are gonna bring in the high poly pieces. And then we need to identify the high poly pieces that all belong to this wood. So all of this stuff, all of this, and is there anything in here that we need to add? I don't think so. I think that's all it is. So let's take a look at these pieces. Yeah, this needs to be separated out. Simply because these are not part of that bake element. So Shift G to detach, and we're gonna take care of these later. So we have all of this, this here in the front, the screw down here. This all looks good to me. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna select all of that. And then we're gonna go to Tools, Rename. So rename objects, wood grip big, and then high underscore turn on numbered rename. There we go. Wood grip high 01, high 03, high 00, high 02. So these are all numbered correctly now and are associated to the low poly piece. Let's take a look at that one. So this is the next piece I want to detach. So let's call that wood grip small and then low. Okay. So let's just hide these pieces because we don't need them right now. Unhide. And then let's see what we need to identify here. So we need this and this. Let's go to hide unselected. These need to become their own object. Same, actually all of these need to become their own object. And then this stuff becomes part of the baking group. So go to Tools, Rename Object, Wood Grip Big Low. We're going to rename that to high and then underscore turn on numbered. There we go. So now we have wood grip high 01, 00 and 02. And then we can go in here, select the according low poly piece, and then just move that over maybe 10 centimeters. That's not enough, so let's do another 10. Yep, and that way it is nicely separated, which is cool. Maybe actually do another 5 centimeters. And see, I have forgotten the piece, that one. Let's do 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And then we need to call that wood grip big high, and I think it would be 03. Let me go to the layer explorer. No, we already have 03, so let's just, let me see, wood grip big, so that shouldn't be the big version. These all shouldn't be the big version, so I actually made an error. It's good that I caught that. So let me select all of this. Let me move this out of here, and then we're going to do Tools, Rename Objects, and then wood grip small low underscore, and here we need to call it high, and then turn on numbered, and then rename. So let's check. Select this. Wood grip small low. It's auto saving right now. And then we've got wood grip small high 03, 01, 02 and 00. So this is what I wanted, so that's great. So let's just keep moving through this and keep doing what we've been doing. Okay, let's keep going here. Maybe we'll start with this piece here in the back. Let's detach that and call that latch low. Okay, and then we can hide that, and we're just going to call that latch high 01. I'm going to copy that name and paste it here, latch high 02, and then we're going to select all of these pieces and just move these over, and maybe we'll do -20, and that way we can look at this over here nicely. And then let's continue with this guy here. We need to detach with the front piece, so Shift G, let's call that, I called the other one latch, so what would that be? I don't know, snapper or something like that. This is probably the wrong name, but it doesn't really matter. So I'm just gonna call that snapper low, even though that is for sure not the right name for this. And then this one just becomes snapper high. Unhide all. Select these two pieces. Move that maybe -10 and another -10. And that way, yep. This should be okay. And you know what? Let's just do -10, actually +10 twice, and then the same here. Oh, make sure to select everything, because if I wanted to paint on this from the side, I don't want that to be in front of it. I want this to be an open space where I can easily draw from the left view. If I'm going to do that, I'm not sure that I will. And then let's just call these screws grip low, and then call these guys screws grip high. And I probably want to add some irregularity here. They're all rotated the same way. So let me see if I can do that. Just detach. And then I need to rename them. Tools, rename object, screws, grip, high underscore, turn on numbered. Okay. And then select them again. Unhide all, select these guys, and bring them over 5, and then bring these over 10, 10, and maybe another, oops, maybe another 10. Actually, maybe another 10. Wrong value again, I need to use that one. Okay, and then let's see, how do we rotate this properly? What happens if I set the sub object to this? Is that the correct alignment? Yeah, I guess so. So let's just start with that guy, rotate that a little bit, and then turn off sub object pivot, go to that guy, turn on sub object pivot, hide, select this, rotate it a little, bring back the original piece, turn on off and on sub object pivot, rotate that one, turn off sub object pivot, select that vertex, turn it on, select the high poly, rotate, and let's see. Yeah, they all rotated a little bit different now. This is fine. So let's check. Screw grip high, screw grip low. Perfect. We've separated everything out here. This looks good to me. Guess I moved this piece around here by accident, huh? Oh yeah, it was part of the screws. That was not supposed to happen, but that shouldn't be a big deal actually. So let's just select that. Detach, let's call that detail grip low. And then we are just going to have to turn off sub-object pivot, and then -10. Nope. Well, let's just move that over. -10, -10, -10, -10, and then probably -5. Yep. And then we can select these two pieces here and just bring that out. -10, or let's do +10, and then let's do -10, -10, just again so that when I want to paint on this from the side, it shouldn't overlap. So let's do another 10 in that direction, and that way things are not overlapping, which is good. So here we have grip 05. We still need to rename that accordingly. Detail grip low. That one needs to become detail grip high. There we go. And I think that might be it already for the grip. Are there any other pieces here? No. I think one thing that we need to do is also just select all of this. So we need the grip, the wood grip low, wood grip big low, and wood grip big high. So I don't know why this keeps minimizing. So wood grip big low, and then wood grip big high. Select all of the pieces, and then we want to move that over. -10, -10, -10, -10. And that way, yeah, let's go into left view. We can paint on this. Unfortunately, this piece here is still overlapping in left view. So let's just do -5. That wasn't working. Yeah, let's do -5. And maybe -20, -10. And I'm just keeping in increments of 5 or 10, just so that in case I want to reassemble it, I don't have to worry about the numbers. So this is all good. We've got that separated out. Got this separated out, and then we can start on the gun. So let's do that next. Okay, let's start on the body of the gun, and we're going to start with the trigger first. Now, this piece has custom vertex normals, and unfortunately, if I go in here and detach that, you can see it deletes the custom vertex normals here, which is kind of unfortunate. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to copy the whole thing. So I'm going to go to clone, copy that, and I'm going to call that trigger big _ low. And then on the copy, just select the trigger, invert, and delete everything, and that won't kill the vertex normals. Now I have to go back into the original piece, into the original gun piece, and actually kill that trigger here, which is a little bit annoying, but that's the only way I know of to work with this properly. And then let's continue here as well. We need a trigger small, well actually, let's undo that, and then let's clone that, edit, clone, call that trigger small, low. hide unselected, select the other trigger, invert, delete, select the gun piece, hide unselected, delete. And then now that we have trigger small low, trigger big low, we can just go to the high poly again, select these guys, and then we are going to move those over, maybe 5, 5, 5, 5, as well as 5, 5, 5, and then 5, 5, 5, and that way it's all properly separated. This needs to be called trigger small high. This needs to be called trigger big high. And there we go, first piece done. Let's do this one next. Can I just detach that? Because that one doesn't have custom vertex normals, so it's not that big of a deal. So we can call that trigger bottom low, and then hide selected, and we can call these tools, rename objects, trigger bottom high underscore turn on numbered. There we go. Bring back the original piece, and then just select all of these guys, move them over, -5, -5, -5, and then -10, -10, -10. There we go. It's not in front of anything, which is great. Let's continue. Maybe we'll do up here next. So this guy, let's detach that. Viewfinder part, well, viewfinder low. Okay, and then just hide this. We're going to call that viewfinder high. Bring back both pieces, and -10. Actually, let's do positive, and then we're going to do +10 here as well. And then this piece here, we can just call viewfinder small low. Actually, I just renamed the whole object, which is not a good idea. But I want to detach just this, so call that viewfinder small low. Hide selection. And then this will be, probably want to separate these two pieces as well. Maybe I want to give them different materials, not sure yet. So tools, rename object, viewfinder small high underscore numbered, do that. And then we get small high 0, 0, 0, 1. Let's just select these pieces. And we're going to do -10, -10, and do 10, 10. This is good. And then we've got another piece here, hide unselected, detach, call that button big, low, and then wait for the autosave to be done. And let's take a look at the other piece here. Button big, high. It's easier to select things in wireframe. Actually, let's not do it like that. Let's just do 10, 10, 10. And then this should be all good. And maybe let's do this guy here next. Okay. Detach rail detail low. Okay. Hide all of the rest of the gun. Hide this. And then hide this, and then these are the high poly pieces for it. So tools, rename object, rail, detail, high underscore, and then turn on numbered. There we go. Let's bring back the original piece here, and then we can just do -10, -10, and maybe -10, -10, -10. Let's go to left view, and then move that forward 5, 5. And here we have that piece by itself, which is cool. And then we can continue with that. So what did I actually call that again? Rail detail. So let's just select this. Detach, let's call that rail low. Or let's call that rail main low. Hide the gun. And then hide the rail. And then we need this and this. Oh, there's actually our high poly piece for this, but I can just do a turbo smooth modifier, I guess. On that, that's gonna be fine for the bake. Let me just delete that. So I need this and this, I think. Do I need anything else? No, that should be it. So let's move all of this over, including the low poly. So let's do 5, 5, 5. And then go to left view, and then just do 20, 20. Actually, that's the wrong direction. 20, 20, and then maybe another 20. That way everything, well, let's do -10. I don't want to move stuff too far apart, so that I don't have to like do a ton of zooming later on in Substance Painter when I actually want to get to those pieces. And yeah, we're getting closer, which is cool. Let's do this piece here next. Just detach that. Let's call that gun top low. I'm gonna copy that name. Hide the rest of the gun. So here we have all of this. And then this just is this piece here, I guess, which is cool. Wondering if we should make this just one piece, so not have it separated. So I think I'm gonna do that because I think that's gonna bake nicer. Might be a problem with that piece though, so well, you know what, let's keep it separated for now. So all I need is this, I guess. Gun top high. Oh no, this front piece as well. Gun top high, let's call it _01. Copy that, call that 02, and just select these pieces. Go to left view. You know what, we can just leave this here, and then the body of the gun we can just move down. And now that I'm in left view, it might make sense to separate these out some more actually. So let's do that. So let's do -5 on these guys. And let's do -40 maybe. Or should I just do another -5 on these? And then that way I can just do -5 over here. Just make sure I have the correct stuff selected. -5. Yeah, that's better. There's some distance between everything now. Okay, like I was saying, I'm gonna leave that in place and then I'm gonna move the other pieces down. So let's keep doing our operations. Okay, let's keep going. I think most of this lower stuff actually it's gonna end up staying in one piece. Might want to separate this out just to make this bake a little nicer, but I'm not sure yet. Let me just start with that ring piece down here. That definitely needs to become its own piece. ring_low, and then we can hide all of this, and this we're gonna call ring_high. Select these both, go to left view, and just bring those down. Oh wow, there's a front piece here that's part of this. Let's detach these guys. And then let's just bring that down 10, actually -10, -10, -10. And let's keep working on stuff. Okay, do I need to separate out any of this stuff? That's the big question right now. I think this piece here could benefit from being its own piece, just to get a cleaner bake here. This should be okay. All of this should be okay. You know what? I'm gonna leave that in down here. I'm just gonna leave that in. Okay, the normals are still okay. This is definitely something I want to detach. So let's call that loader low. Copy the name. Unhide all, and then we need to... Oh look, this is actually not correct anymore. So that's definitely a bummer as we speak. I'm gonna have to go in and adjust this. So let me select all of that and bring that in. And it actually needs to be brought down as well. Take a look at the low polygon piece. Hide unselected. Okay. So it looks like this needs to come all the way down. So probably to around here. Just take a look if that's accurate or not. Not really. But the thing is, actually, let's not do that. Let's only adjust the length of it. Let's go to the left view. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this. I'm going to move that up so that it matches. And then we're just going to select this over here. Bring this in. Select this. Bring this over. Select this. Bring this over. Actually, I don't want to mess with that too much. This seems to be a good medium. Maybe, maybe not. I think we can probably get a decent bake from that. Not a great bake, but a decent bake. Unfortunately, it doesn't really match the outline that well. So let's just modify that some more over here. Let's actually bring that in. Bring that over. And that's closer to what this actually looks like. And then let's just go into the unwrap of this. And yeah, we're gonna have to do a relax. And this needs to be flipped probably. Okay, let's start with that, because that one seems to work quite easily. And then let's see, yep, that one works like that as well. And this here can just do relax as well, which is good. So that shouldn't have messed up too much. I might just leave it like that. But unfortunately, what I'm going to have to do is obviously go to Layer Explorer, hide the high poly, and then we can just click here. Actually, we can just select this in the viewport. So select all of this as well as that. And then here we do need to make a change as well. This is another one of those situations where at some point in the pipeline I clearly didn't pay attention to the size change that I did on this, and when I brought that to ZBrush, or when I brought that back, I guess I didn't adjust the low poly or used like an old file. Not really sure what was happening, but these situations are definitely avoidable, and yeah, it happened because I wasn't paying attention. And I think I might want to actually bring this up kind of to where it was before. And then we need to line this up like this. Can do target weld here. Target weld. Target weld. Let's check the back. Okay, and then what we're going to do is snap tool. So I'm going to drag the script in here. This is the target surface, and then this is the source. Just want to make sure constraints aren't on. Let's do snap. Give it a second to autosave again. Okay, that seems to be fine. All of this looks good. Now we do need to adjust the high poly again. So, because I've moved that up again, go to left view. Bring this up. Okay, that's looking good. Let's take a look at the unwrap of this, because some stuff changed here. No, let's just do that. Scale this up a little bit. Okay, collapse. And then now we need to make sure that the UVs didn't break. Hide the low poly. Okay, we can hide this because that's part of the back. And take a look at just these pieces here. Unwrap. Okay, there's still a piece missing. This here, unwrap. Okay, I don't know why it's highlighting these edges all of a sudden when I go over them. Let me actually go to preferences and bring back the defaults, and then hopefully next time I load this. No, it's still happening. Not really sure why this is happening right now. But I'm not overly concerned by it. It's bugging me a little bit, but there's worse things. Okay, this all still looks good. Surprisingly, very little damage, I guess. And where's the bottom piece? This is good too. Alright, awesome. Good that I caught that. And then what we need to do, unfortunately, is copy this. And then go over here. Combine UVW X form. Set that to 1 to move it over. Make sure it did do so. Nope. Did I have something selected? Let's try this again. UVW X form, offset 1. Unwrap. There we go. And then what we're going to need to do over here is, let's set the pivot to this. Move that over. Actually, this is not a good point to snap it. Let's do this here. Move that over. Hide. And then I'm going to have to delete this and delete this. Bring this back. Sorry, let me just go back. Okay, hide selection, hide this, delete, delete, unhide, bring back the original piece, and then select gun 01, attach this guy, take a look at the UVs. Yep, this looks good. Oh, what happened here? Where's that one coming from? Oh, okay, it's one of those. Well, I'm not too concerned about that. It's never going to be visible in that bake. I just want to make sure it's correct over here. Okay, for some reason it doesn't let me select that stuff just now. Did I freeze that layer for some reason? Weird bug, I guess. Check the unwrap again. Oh, that's because I had this face selected when I moved it over. Well, like I was saying, I'm not going to care about that. Now that we have fixed that, we can keep going with this piece. Okay, should be able to actually keep working on stuff now. Bring back the high poly layer. And then what I want to do is I want to select this and also a bunch of other stuff. And let's just move that over. I think it's just these two pieces. So let's do maybe 30 and then 10. Let's go to left view and then 5. And then this guy we can actually delete. But I do still want to use bullets for this. I just want to use the proper high poly bullets, these ones. So let me actually make a copy. And then I'm going to combine that. And I'm going to bring that down here. And we're going to fake some bullets in the magazine. And bake that down to a flat texture. And that will just be in the texture. You know what's going to interfere with that side? Maybe I need to do another piece just for the bottom so that that bakes correctly. Let's do that actually. So the bottom piece here, we are going to bring that out, detach. We're going to call that loader bottom low. And I'm going to bring that over here. And then we're gonna just see what we can do. Copy this, copy that. Probably want to use a copy of this as well. And it'll make sense in a second what I'm doing here. I know that right now it's probably a bit confusing. But once we're done, it should make sense. So let's bring back those bullets. Did I actually delete them? I guess so. Let me make sure. Edit poly, unhide. Yeah, I guess I deleted the bullets, but not to worry, I can just make another copy. Copy, okay, combine, and then over here, I don't need the low poly to be part of it. And then now I want to just have the bullets be baked into that texture here. And maybe we'll do 2 bullets underneath one another. One kind of like that. Hide unselected. Let's do effect pivot only. Snap that here. And then we're going to clone that over, copy, snap that here. And we're going to do mirror. And then just move that down. Actually, we can do mirror on the x-axis as well, if that makes any sense. Doesn't really make much of a difference. I just want these. I want like 2 bullets underneath one another. So that it looks like they're like lining up, I guess. This should be good. Let's just combine these 2, add an edge here in the middle, center the pivot on this, and then align to this. So what's going to happen is, if I would have left those bullets in here, these side pieces would have picked up on those bullets. Over here we just have the bottom piece, which is going to sample only from above, and that way we're going to get just these 2 bullets baked to a texture. But one thing we do need to make sure of is that doesn't interfere with the ground on this piece. So maybe we'll just move that down just a tad. And hopefully that's going to be good enough. And then it's going to sample just these two bullets and the ground. Okay, so we have loader bottom low, and we have loader bottom high 01, height selected, and high 02. And if I wanted to, I guess we can bring this up 5 centimeters or something. And then here we have loader low and the corresponding loader high piece. Unhide all. And then all we need to do is take a look at this. Take a look at the low poly. I think this can stay one piece probably. Gun, bottom, low. And then let me just select all of these guys. I might be able to actually just leave it like that. But maybe I'll move it down. Yeah, let's do that. -5. Nope. I need this. -5. Go to left view. Don't like how this is overlapping. So let's just select these guys. -5. So here we have gun bottom low. We can hide all of this. Select all of these guys. And then we're going to go to tools, rename objects, gun bottom high underscore numbered, rename. That should be it. And then also on that piece I want to make sure that there's a turbo smooth modifier with 2 iterations on it to get that curvature. And what do we got here? These are definitely double pieces that we don't need. So let's delete them. Okay, unhide all. Let's take a look at the layer explorer again. Hide the low poly, go to left view. And then I just want to rename these one more time just because I've deleted a bunch of stuff. Gun bottom high underscore numbered, rename. Okay, and then if we take a look at the high poly, let's go through the list. These all have a high at the end and a low poly. Okay, this is the duplicate, which is fine. Loader bottom high 02, where's that one? That goes to the high poly layer. So add to active layer. Low, 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 low. This all looks good. High, 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 high. This all looks good as well, so let's keep it here. Okay, let's get started with exporting everything to Substance so that we can do a test bake and see if there's any errors in our mesh or in our bake. Usually we won't get it right on the first try. I'm sure there's some issues we're going to have to address. But first we need to export everything to Substance. And let's take a look at our objects again. There are still 2 objects in here that it looks like they're not named correctly. Let's actually take a look at them and see what they are. Top body 02. So that one should be called rail main high. So let's just select that. Top body 02, call that rail main high 01. And the other one we're going to call rail main high 02, because that is that piece over there. And then to bring everything to Substance, we're going to use FBX as our export. And then what we're going to do is select all of the low poly objects, and then we're going to go to File, Export, and then Export Selected. And then on my desktop I have a bake folder where I'm going to export everything into. And let me just delete those two files and recreate them. The low poly, we're just going to call lowpoly.fbx. As type, you're going to make sure to save as FBX, and then click on Save. And then in the export options, all you need to check or turn on is smoothing groups and preserve edge orientation, as well as triangulate. This one actually is not really needed, to be honest. So smoothing groups and triangulate are the most important ones. This one you can turn off if you want to. I'm just going to leave it on for now. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just export that. So click OK. And that's going to take a second to export everything. And it's already done. And then we're going to do the same thing for the high poly. Select all of this. File, Export, Export Selected. We're going to call that high poly. And then in here we want to make sure for the high poly to turn on turbo smooth, because we have that coil piece that still has a turbo smooth modifier on it and I want it to be exported. So let's just click OK. And since that geometry is pretty heavy, it's going to take a little bit longer to export than the low poly file. So you can see down here it's going through all my files and it is writing the high poly object. So we're just going to give that a second, and once that's done, we're going to move over to Substance Painter and bring everything in, which we can do now. Okay, here we are in Substance Painter. We're going to bring in our low poly by going to File and then New. And then under Template, you set that to PBR Metallic Roughness. Under File, that's where we're going to bring in our low poly object, so just select the low poly FBX file. The document resolution is going to be set to 248, and then everything else you can leave as is, other than the normal map format. You want to set that to OpenGL, otherwise we're going to have to invert the normal map in Marmoset later on, so make sure this is set to OpenGL. The rest you can just leave as default. Click on OK. That will bring in your mesh, so you can see it on the left here. And then you can see that we have our two texture sets. We have the grip texture set and we have the gun texture set. So we can go in and actually switch between the two of those. And you can also see that it's only possible to paint on this in the 0 to 1 area. So when I draw on it, let's undo that actually, you can see that it only allows you to draw in the 0 to 1 area. If you draw over here, nothing will happen. So everything is basically set up correctly. So you can see over here I can't draw on, whereas over here I can. So now what we need to do, or what we want to do, is you want to bring in the high poly object and do a bake. And to do that, what we're going to do is click on Texture Set Settings, set the size to 248, and then we're going to scroll all the way down here, and under Mesh Maps, we're going to click on Bake Mesh Maps. All of this you can leave as default. And then the output size we want to set to 248. All of these settings we're just going to leave as they are, other than the ones that I'm going to talk about. So under high poly parameters, we're just going to bring in the high poly. To do that, just click on this icon here. That brings up the bake folder, and we want to bring in the high poly FBX file. Now with that in here, we want to set the match from always to by mesh name. And what that does is it will associate the appropriate high poly meshes with the low poly meshes. And down here, it shows you that this is the naming conventions that it's going to use. Everything with an underscore low is a low poly. Everything with an underscore high is a high poly. And then if you number it, it will allocate the correct ones to each other. So if everything is set up correctly in max, this should work perfectly. We can go through a few of those common parameters just to have talked about them. We don't want to use the low poly mesh as a high poly mesh. We don't want to use a cage for now. And the frontal and rear distances are just how far the rays are going to be shot out before they get discarded. And the default values should work fine for this project for now. Everything else we're just going to leave as is. And then what we're going to do to bake this is down here we're going to click on bake all texture sets. If you do that, it will bake both of the textures for both the grip and the gun. If you do bake grip mesh maps, it only will bake it for the selected texture set, which in my case right now is the grip. There's a bunch of options you can set for example, the ambient occlusion. You can increase the quality, do a bunch of other stuff if you want to, but for now we're just going to change the common settings and leave everything as is, and then we're going to click on bake all texture sets, and that's going to take a little while to do it. Will probably take a minute or two just because we're using 248 document resolution, and it's going to have to bake normal map, ambient occlusion, and ID map and all the other stuff for each piece. We haven't really set up an ID map yet. We're going to do that later on by assigning materials to the object in Max, which will then allow us to select different areas on our model based on the materials that we have assigned in to the high poly in Max, but we'll get into that later. For now, we are just going to focus on any baking issues or any errors that are going to appear in the bake. And you can see the materials coming in over here. It's actually looking pretty good so far, at least from a distance. And now that the bake is done, if we zoom in onto our texture, you can see all the detail from the high poly transferred to our low poly. And we can switch from grip to gun, and then you can see the detail transferred here as well, which is great. And then let me just increase the window size over here, and then rotate around the piece a little bit, and then now all we're going to have to do is kind of check out the mesh, see if there are any issues, any problems that might arise, and kind of go through the different objects and check for baking errors. So I want to start with the small pieces, and I can already see there's definitely an issue here. You can kind of see that there are these two artifacts, and that's because the rays from that face are hitting that face over here. So we're probably going to have to end up using a cage for this piece. And then there's an issue over here where it doesn't really catch the bullet. So with a cage we can probably fix that. Check all of this out. This looks pretty good actually. Yeah, for the most part we're getting some really good results. Even the custom normals that we've set up down here, they look really good. So if we actually cycle through the channels by pressing C, because we don't have a material assigned right now, we don't really see much, but the normal mesh and the normal height and mesh channel is pretty important, because that one kind of shows you the artifacts that we're getting. So getting these artifacts here, getting some issues over here. It's not what it should look like, but the rest is looking pretty good. And then if we want to go back to material mode, all we need to do is press M on the keyboard. And then by pressing C, like I was saying, you can just cycle through the different channels. I want to check out these pieces back here. There's probably some stuff that we can address here. Just give that some more subdivisions here so that's a little cleaner back there. Maybe straighten out the UVs. Let's check this out. Yeah, this is not giving us a really nice result over here, so we're probably going to look into the UVs here again and try to like straighten this out. We can see if we can fix this over here, but it might just be due to the way that the high poly is constructed. So I'm not overly concerned by that. And all I'm going to do is just going to check out the different pieces, trying to see if there's any errors. And for the most part, this looks like a really, really clean bake. You know, there's not many issues so far. Even like stuff like this, you know, that looks pretty good. You know, we could definitely add a bevel here if we wanted to, but because that stuff is overlapping on top of it all the time anyway, I'm not going to bother with that. It's going to look like this in the final bake, so unless this thing is open, you're never really going to see what's going on here. It's also a good idea to check out the final mesh and kind of get an idea for any errors that you might see on the final mesh. You can see a little bit of an issue here, so we might want to separate out this piece into its own low poly so that this stuff isn't overlapping as much. I don't really like what that looks like here. But the rest of it, I have to say, is really clean. Not really seeing any big issues so far. And that's always a good thing. So we're going to have to fix this with a cage. We're going to go back to this and add some edge divisions to clean up this area here. See how this is not, this should be straight and it's not. And then I want to check this out because we have custom normals here as well. And I don't really like that edge that I'm getting here. And I think it's because I've actually added, so I've added custom normals to all of these outer vertices as well. So if we go back to max, you can kind of see that what I've done is all of this has custom normals, and I think it should only be this and this. So this these big flat faces here, and then this. But that stuff, these ones, they shouldn't have custom normals. So I'm actually gonna go back and fix that. But other than that, yeah, really, really good stuff, I think. Not super happy about this line here, but looks like it's not really making a difference. Not seeing an arrow here, it baked nicely. Some stuff here that might be problematic. If we rotate the light with shift and then right mouse button, you can also see arrows a little bit better. So on the gun mesh, let's switch to the gun mesh and we can draw on this actually. So there seems to be an issue here. Let's check this out. It might be in the UVs or something. It might also be because of this over here. Let me check really quick what the UVs look like again for this. Yeah, there's the cut here. And then that's where we're kind of getting that arrow. So that one is probably not, we probably can't avoid that. That's just how it's going to be like. Some stuff here that doesn't seem to be working perfectly. But I think when we're going to use a cage, should be able to fix that. Alright, so what we're gonna do is, let me undo that paint stroke that I make. I'm gonna save this and then I'm gonna go back to max and start my adjustments. So let's do that next. Now I'm back in max and I want to address all these issues that I've spoken about or that we've looked at in Substance. And unfortunately, it might be a good idea to actually get rid of the copy that we have over here, because with all of the adjustments that we're going to make to the low poly, we're probably going to have to rearrange that. Well, let me leave it for now and do my adjustments first. So let's bring up the Layer Explorer, hide the high poly, and then let's take a look back here where we have this. Actually, I want to take a look at the high poly here. So let's bring that back in, and then let's just take a look at these pieces. And I think I want to do a cut here and here so that we can do a straight line in UVs. So let's just, you know what, we don't even have to use the slice tool. We can just do a cut like this, and then do the same down here. And then we're gonna turn on edge constraints. So set that to edge. I'm gonna go into scale mode, scale that down. Do the same here, scale that down. And then let me take a look at this. Bring that up again just a tad. And then we can connect it up like this. And probably best to do that like that. And then let's take a look at the unwrap. And yeah, let's just flatten that out so that that's straight. And that should give us a nicer bake here. And then we had some issues here. This looked a little wonky. We check that out back in Substance. See if there's even anything we can do about that. So I guess that's just a way that it's picking up on the normal map. That's just how that high poly looks like. Turn on X-ray mode. Yeah, I don't think there's much we can do here. And I also don't think there's much we need to do here. These two things we're going to have to fix with a cage. Let's check this piece out really quick. And now we've had issues up here, but the geo here actually looks fine. We just connect this up a little different. And then also this vertex here, we should probably do a little different. Just noticed that while looking at the area. Might as well fix that up. Oh look, there's an extra vertex here that I haven't seen before. Let's just target weld that. And then here, I just want to change the triangulation a little bit. Feel like it's going to be better like that. And then the same over here. There's actually quite a few things that I have missed here, it looks like. So let's just connect that up in a different fashion. Just like that. And, you know, I'm just going to do a little pass while I'm at it. Just trying to clean up these things. And we had some issues here, but these vertices are all merged. So that shouldn't really cause a problem, I guess. And this kind of stuff here I'm not a big fan of because it's not connected to anything. So let's hide, go into left view, and then just connect it up like that. Bring back the original mesh. Looks like there's an issue up here. So we want to connect that, but then we also want to connect this. This looks all good. Did quite a few changes to that. So that's okay though. I want to adjust the vertex normals of this. Now, I can just apply the edit normals modifier, and then we are just gonna go and reset. Actually select all of them and then click reset. That resets the normal. And then let's just do an unwrap and select these two pieces, detach, and then hide that really quick, create a box, just select this, invert, and then we're gonna select this. We are going to attach, and I'm just doing that so that it's easier to do the vertex normals again. Then we're gonna do the edit normals, and then we're gonna copy that vertex normal. So in the edit normals modifier, click on copy value, and then we want to, so now it's going to be tricky. You know what? Maybe it's easier to just select these center edges here. So, oh, there's some edges that are not properly connected up. So let's go into left view. Should we fix that? I guess we can really quick. Almost there. And now I'm wondering if it would be easier to just select, deselect these guys or detach these guys briefly. So let's just go detach, and then here we can just do edit normals. I'm going to do that again because I just want the custom normals on those faces. So we're going to go to copy value, select all of them, and then paste value, go here, copy value, select all of these, paste value, collapse the modifier. This looks great now. And then we can just combine this again, go to vertex mode, merge these vertices with a low threshold, and then we want to go to unwrap as well and make sure to weld these because it has disconnected the UVs here. So let's just go in here and then weld the vertices. So let me see, it should actually be this here. And now that it all has the correct vertex normals, let's bring back the original low poly piece, trigger big low, and we're just gonna select that, click on attach, sorry, let me see where the option is. Attach, select a new piece, and then we also want to just weld these vertices here so that everything is in one piece again. And I think that has been most of the adjustments that I wanted to do. Now, unfortunately, we are going to have to take a look into the cage modifier as well. So let's set that one up next. So to create a cage, we're going to use the push modifier. There actually isn't a cage modifier that I just mentioned earlier. But before I do that, one more thing that I wanted to do is look at this, because I just remembered that there actually is this issue down here that we're getting, where we're getting this artifact here So let me go to the gun mesh to paint on it. We're getting this issue here, and that's because some of the rays are overlapping and it's picking up faces from here instead of from here. But if we detach that, we can fix that. So let me just go in here, and then what we're going to do is in the unwrap UVW modifier, let's make sure nothing is selected. Let's do that again. And then go to polygon mode and then select this area here. And then we want to select all of that, collapse that, and then we're going to detach that to a piece. And I'm going to call that main body detail piece low. Okay. And then hide unselected. And then I also want to go into, well, let's just clean this up manually really quick. It will be easier. Be careful not to move your mesh. So this looks good. And then we just need to go into the high poly and actually take a look at, so main detail piece low, so we're going to need a main detail piece high. So bring up the layer explorer, bring in the high poly. Here is that piece. So let's just do hide unselected. I'm going to detach that and call it main detail piece high. Okay. So that is now in our list here. And now what's going to happen is this will only pick up information from that piece. So we should be able to avoid these errors that we're getting where everything is like overlapping here on the side, and that's pretty great. Okay, let's look into the push modifier next, because we need to set up the cage. Okay, let's take a look at the cage that we're going to have to create and see why we're getting those bacon errors. I'm going to take a look at this piece over here, and then on the low poly I'm going to apply push modifier. And what that push modifier does is you can give it a value and it pushes out the vertices either outwards or inwards according to their vertex normals, I think. And that's pretty much what's going on in the baking process. It's going to take that face here, or that vertex normal here, and it's going to push it out and look for geometry to sample from. And it's going to do it both in the positive and in the negative direction. And that is what that under bake mesh map, that max frontal distances, that's basically the amount it's going to push out your low poly geometry. And the reason why we're getting these errors specifically in this area here, these artifacts here, is because you can see that if we push these too far, these faces here start overlapping, and then it's going to sample from this face, it's going to sample stuff from over here instead of from below, and that's why we're getting those errors. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to create a copy of our low poly and then make sure we're basically setting up the push values for that piece so that we're not getting that artifact here. So we're going to push it out slightly lower and be really careful with that push value. And then obviously over here for this piece we're gonna have to push that all the way up. So we're going to have to push that all the way up basically. Now before we do that, one thing that I want to show you is, let me just select these low poly pieces. With the push modifier, the triangulation of your piece needs to be good. So for example, if I apply a push modifier here, push that out, you can see we're getting errors here where we have like concave faces. So basically it's messing up here, and then if we hide the high poly geometry, you can see that there can be areas where it's not sampling from the correct area. Now the way to fix this is to actually go in here and then connect this up and kind of like do these edge connects. And now if we do a push modifier and do that again, you can see that it's much cleaner. It's not giving us that issue anymore. Now, unfortunately, it's going to be a lot of work to go through and do that, but fortunately, there is a way to do it semi-automatically with using the Rapid Tools Mesh Cleanup. We're going to click on Find Concave Faces. And that's going to select all of our concave faces that have issues or vertices that are not connected up. Then we're going to click on Edit Poly or Apply an Edit Poly on top. Go to Face Mode. That will select those faces. Control 1 to convert to vertices, and then scroll down here and do a connect. And now it connects all of these edges with the surrounding geometry, and that makes our life a lot easier. Now we're gonna unfortunately have to do that for each piece. So let's just look at those pieces really quick. And another thing, that modifier is actually going to kill your custom vertex normals. So if I do clean up and then do concave faces, you can see that it kills our vertex normals. I don't want that, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the edit normals modifier to this piece first. So let's do that, then do find concave faces, then do edit poly, go to face mode, control 1 to vertex mode, and then connect. And then we're going to click on the Edit Normals modifier, click on Copy, click on the top Edit Poly, right click and click on Paste. And that pastes in our custom vertex normals again on top of everything. And then we can collapse and it's nice and clean. So we already did these two pieces. So let's just go through and do it for the rest of them as well. Gonna have to do that here too. So edit normals, find concave faces, edit poly, face mode, and control left click on the vertices and then scroll down. Actually bring this up, click connect, and then copy the edit normals, paste that back here. And then we can just do a collapse. And that way we still have our custom vertex normals without any of the issues. Let's check here. Concave, no concaves. So let's hide it. Find concaves. So we're going to do edit poly. This one doesn't have custom vertex normals, which is good. Go to face mode, control 1 to go to vertex mode, connect. And then just collapse. Hide, do the same here. No problem here. No problem here. No problem here. I assume no problem here then as well. No one here. No one here. No one here. There's one here. So let's go to edit poly, face mode, control left click to go to vertex mode, connect, and collapse, hide, concave, none. Unfortunately, you can only do that piece by piece. I can't do it for multiple pieces, but it's not that big of a deal. There's some here, so let's do edit poly, face mode, control 1 to go to vertex mode, connect and collapse, concave, edit poly, face mode, control 1 to go to vertex mode, connect, and convert to editable poly. Just want to make sure that this is still all correct. Yep. Guess we should probably connect this as well. Find concave, none. Find concave, none. All right. Okay. So it looks like we got all of them now. So we can start with our cage, and to do that we're going to go to the Layer Explorer again, and we're going to select all of our low poly pieces in the low poly layer, but the duplicate here in the front. And then we're going to hide unselected, and then we're just going to do edit clone, copy, press G to combine everything, and then I'm going to call that cage. And now I've made a copy of my low poly and then combine that into one piece called cage. And then in the layer editor we can just click on create new layer, or basically we can also, we can just do create new layer, and then we're going to call that we just rename that layer. Oops, sorry. Why doesn't it let me rename it for some reason? Tools, Layer Explorer. Rename. Sorry about that. Rename and just call that cage. And then I can easier switch from layer to layer. And now that we have our cage object, we can start pushing it out, setting it up correctly, and then bringing it to Substance. So let's do that next. Alright, let's just do unhide all, and then we're going to go to the Layer Explorer again. I keep minimizing it outside of the recording screen, so it's just easier to click on the button to bring it back up again. We want to hide the low poly, hide the default layer, and then we're going to take a look at the cage layer. And then what I want to do on the cage layer is I just want to apply a push modifier, but I only want to apply that to everything but these two. So let's just select this, Control I to invert. Then we're going to do push, and we're going to set that to 0.5. And now we're going to bring back the just the high poly and kind of check what's going on with that 0.5. That 0.5 seems like a pretty good value. You know, we might not even need that much. I think 0.25 is already giving us what we need, because there really isn't any areas where we're that far away from our high poly mesh. There are some here, I guess. So we can also do 0.7. If you know that stuff overlapping here is not that big of a deal in most cases. It's still going to bake fine, but we do want to make sure that that in areas where we had issues before, we don't want to overlap too much. So let's apply another edit poly modifier on everything, and then you can see we can now modify these pieces by themselves. And the first thing that I want to do is go over here and select this and actually just manually move that all the way up. And now this will bake fine because it will sample from here to the bottom and it will pick up the top of the gun. And then the next thing I'm going to do is apply another edit poly. Select this piece here. And then here we're going to apply a push. And then we're just going to do 0.1. Actually, let's not do that. I'm not really sure why it's doing that right now. I think I've inverted the face here for some reason. Oh yeah, I pressed the hotkey on the keyboard to do that. So be mindful not to do that. Let me select this again and then apply a push modifier just on that piece selected, and now that works again. And then we're going to push that out ever so slightly, maybe just 0.1, and then see if that covers everything. And I think for the most part it does. There's some issues we're getting here, so maybe we need to do another edit poly. And then we're just going to do hide unselected, go into face mode, and try to select things from the side here. Just try to select these guys. And all of this. And then we're going to apply a push on just that and set that to maybe 0.1. And that way it should encapsulate that stuff here as well. Do another edit poly here and just manually kind of like do that. And it looks like the cage is encompassing or covering everything that we need. Looks good. All this stuff here looks good. And now with the cage set up, what we're going to do is we're going to export just the cage, and we're going to call that cage.fbx. We're going to bring that into our bake folder. And for the cage, it needs to be the same geometry as the low poly geometry. Like, it shouldn't have more edges. You shouldn't, all you should do with it is like push it out and adjust it with modifiers. You shouldn't manually go in and change the vertex order or change things around too much. Like, you don't want to add extra edges, you don't want to remove edges and stuff like that. So let's just export it like that. We can leave the turbo smooth on. There's no turbo smooth modifier on this, so it won't really make a difference. And then also what we need to do is export the low poly and the high poly again, because we've changed some of the pieces here. So what we're going to do is, with the low poly stuff selected, export selected, low poly, we're going to replace the original one, turn on smoothing groups, turbo smooth we can leave on, triangulate we can leave on, preserve edge orientation we can leave on. And then we are also going to do the same for the high poly. File, export, export selected, high poly. Give that a second to calculate, and while that's exporting we can actually go back to Substance, and we're going to make a new document. And then we're going to select our new low poly file that we just exported, set the resolution to 248, and then we're going to set that to OpenGL just like before. Click on OK and discard the project. You can see we still have our two texture sets, which is great. And then we're going to wait for Max to export everything, and I think it's done that already. And then you can see this time I haven't actually exported the duplicate on the low poly, which is good because we don't need that right now. I'm going to click on Bake Mesh Maps, set everything to 248, and then match by mesh name, leave everything as it was before, bring in the high poly, and then we're going to do another bake with all the texture sets with the exact same settings as before, because I want to take a look at some of the other errors that we had and see if that if the changes that we made have fixed anything. Now, we're not using the cage for the bake yet, which means we're not going to fix the issues that we were seeing up here or the issues that we were seeing here on the bullet. But on some of the smaller issues that we were running into, we should see some improvement. So let's give that some time to bake everything. And then once the baking is done, we're going to check everything out. Shouldn't be that much longer. It's almost ready. And okay, it says baking finished. So let's check this out up here. Still getting that arrow here, which was to be expected. Still getting that arrow over there, which was to be expected. But let's check out this stuff. Yeah, this is much cleaner now. We're not getting that arrow on the edge here that we had before. And let's see what this is looking like. This is looking much cleaner too. Looks like there's some kind of a hard edge here, so we're gonna have to take a look at why that's happening. It might be because of the custom vertex normals, yeah. But we still, I don't think we should be getting that hard of an edge, so we're going to investigate what's going on here. Let's take a look in the back here. Yeah, we fixed this error here, which is nice. It's a straight line now, just baked nicer. This we can't really do much about, but I'm not going to worry because it's cool, so to speak. And yeah, everything is looking good, but this hard edge here, so let's see why we're getting that next. So I think I know why I'm getting this error, and it's because when I've set up the custom vertex normals, I have detached those faces from its original piece, if you remember, and we're basically getting two vertex normals there now, which is not good. So I'll show you what I mean with that, because it's probably a little confusing. Let me hide the cage, bring back the low poly, take a look at this, and then let's apply an unwrap first, see if there's any issues. Looks like there is an open edge here. Let's see where that actually is. Let's try that again. Make that a little smaller. This is not why we're getting that error. I know where we're getting that error, and it's not that hard to fix. So, but there is, okay, so we need to connect this up before we do anything. Yeah, you can see that there's overlaying geo here. So just do an edge connect here really quick, target weld, and then we want to do a target weld down here and connect that here as well, and then just select these vertices and weld, and that gets rid of that issue. Now if we apply the edit normals modifier again, so let's do that, edit normals, you can see that on this edge here, we've split up these vertices into two vertex normals. So we have one that's going all the way out, and then we've got one that's going all the way up. So we've basically manually introduced a hard edge here, which is the same as putting these faces into two different smoothing groups, but they're actually not in two different smoothing groups. We just did it through the vertex normals. So what we need to do is we need to unify those vertex normals and put them, basically make that split here go away. And should be fairly easy to do. We're gonna have to do another detach operation, unfortunately. Or we might actually not have to. Let me see if I can just select all of this, go to edit normals, display length, turn that way down, let's go to top view. Actually, let's copy this value here first, and then we're going to go to top view, and then let's see if we can just select these offending ones here, which we should be able to do. I can go to select by normal, select all of these, go to perspective view, and then just make sure it's the one that I wanted. Yeah, you can see we have these double ones selected. And then let's see if that was the correct side. Paste value, yep. And now you can see if I paste, this issue that we're having here is going away, which is what I wanted. And then we're just going to have to do the same on the other side. Select this, copy value, go to top view, select all of these guys on the side here, paste value, go back to perspective view, And then you can see all of these guys are pointing in the same direction, but looks like I have forgotten the bunch down here, which is not ideal. So let's just select them, paste value, and let's check on the other side. This looks all good. Yeah, this looks good. That should fix the problem that we're getting. So let's go back to Layer Explorer, select all of our low poly objects, File, Export, Export selected, low poly, export that with the same values. Then we're going to go back to Substance, Edit, Project Configurations, and then under Project Configuration we're going to do Select, load in the new low poly, click on OK. That loads in the new low poly, and then all we need to do is go to Bake Mesh Maps, and we're going to click on Bake All Texture Sets and then give it some time to calculate. I'm just going to pause the video till it's done doing that, and then we're going to take a look. Alright, here we go, the bake is done. If we check this piece out now, we've gotten rid of that black line, which is really nice. So it was related to the vertex normal, so I made an error when I've set that up earlier. And now the only two other errors that we're going to have to fix is that issue up here and that issue here. And we are going to do that with the cage that we've just created. There also still is this thing which I'm gonna look into why that's happening. Let me go on the gun layer and kind of like paint on that. I guess it's happening up here. It might actually be in the high poly, that detail. Let me just verify if there's like a scratch up there or something like that. Yep, this is actually not an error. This is actually in the high poly. I'm not going to worry about that. That's going to be fine then. Alright, now with that, let's look into the cage thing next. Okay, let's take a look at this issue up here that we're getting. So we still have this to solve, this issue here. We select the gun mesh, as well as this stuff over here. So to do that, click on Bake Mesh Maps again, and then under here you can find this option that's called Use Cage and Cage File. And we're going to click on Use Cage, and we're going to bring in the cage file, which is called Cage FBX. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rebake just the gun mesh map, and that will only rebake the gun piece. So let's do that really quick. And since it's using the cage to identify the area from where it's going to look for geometry, so where it's going to use the cage to identify basically a volume within it's going to look for the target geometry, kind of like what I've shown you earlier in Max. It's going to look inside of the cage, and it's going to take that cage into account when it looks for the target geometry or the high poly geometry. And then what we should be able to see is, once it's done baking, that issue here is gone now. See how nice that looks like? Turned out really great actually. And same for over here, this is gone now. So our cage definitely is successful. However, there is unfortunately an issue with Substance Painter. If we now select the grip, for example, and then go to Bake Mesh Maps, and then select the cage, and then just click on Bake Grip Mesh Maps, you will see that it's going to start introducing a bunch of errors. So unfortunately, this won't work with just one cage piece. We actually need to make an individual cage piece for each file, so that we're not getting these issues. And that's actually easy to do. Let me actually show you, like, these are the issues that we're getting. It's working for the gun piece for some reason, but it's not working for the grip, and I don't want to have to worry about that when when I rebake later on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to max. I'm going to select my cage. So this guy here, I'm going to hide unselected. I'm going to apply an edit poly, convert to editable poly. And then we are just going to select all of the pieces that have that orange material applied, which is literally, it's not that many pieces, it's just these guys. And then we are going to detach that, and we're going to call that cage grip. And the other piece we're going to call cage gun. So what we're going to do is we're going to export selected, and then we're going to call cage grip. Okay. We're going to do the same for cage gun. Export, and then we're going to go back to Substance, and then with the grip selected, go to Bake Mesh Maps. In the cage file, select cage grip, and then go to Bake Grip Mesh Maps. That is going to take a second, and you can already see it is getting rid of all of these issues that we're having here. And the cool thing is, for the grip we actually don't really need to use the cage because there weren't any baking errors in the first place anyways, but I just wanted to show you a way to fix that, is to just split up the cage into two cages, a cage for each piece. And then for the gun, we're just going to use cage gun, click on Bake Mesh Maps, give that a second to calculate, and it should bake it without any further errors, while still keeping that cage in mind when baking. So let's give it a second. And then once it's done baking, we're just going to make sure that the arrows are still gone. And you can see, yep, no arrows up here. Yep, no arrows here. So if we find any other ones later on down the line, we can always go back to the individual cage meshes and kind of like mess with them a little bit. Try to make sure that everything's set up correctly. But for the most part, everything here looks good to me. So we are now ready for the final step in the baking process, which is applying materials to the high poly that we are going to use in our bake. And that's what we're going to do next. And then we're going to do the final bake and start texturing. So that's very exciting. Okay, I'm back in Max, and we're going to assign materials to the high poly so that we get an ID map that is going to help us assign materials to the low poly later on. So basically, just on the high poly, we're going to assign different materials with different colors, and those colors will be baked down to a texture on the low poly, and then using those colors, we can then assign different materials to the low poly. So that's the overall process. Let's bring up the Scene Explorer, and what we're going to do is we're going to hide the cage and we're going to hide the low poly and just look at the high poly. And then it's at that stage it's kind of good to look at reference images, and you can see we have the wood material, we kind of have this dark metal material and a more bright metal material, and then we also have the casing material for the bullet and the actual bullet material itself, which is more of a copper looking type of material, which we can't really see in this image, but that's just how the bullets look. So I think those are the materials that we need to create. And to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to bring up the material editor, and then let me just go to utilities and go to condensed material editor slots, which just shows you the materials that are currently in use. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start down here and just make a new material. And I'm going to call that metal dark. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the ambient selector here, set this to fully black. And then we're going to start assigning this black material to areas where the darker metal would be on the mesh itself. So I think we need this, and then we need this to be the darker metal. This is going to be the darker metal. This here is going to be the darker metal. This is going to be the darker metal. Actually, a lot of pieces are going to be this dark metal. So this thing is going to be the dark metal. Let me see, I think the smaller one of these is going to be the dark metal, and this one is going to be the bright metal. So let me just assign that. Then we've got these guys here, that definitely needs to be the dark metal. This guy here, as well as this and this, it's going to be dark metal. These screws, all of this is going to be dark metal. This is going to be bright, this is going to be the wood. Let's see what we got going on here. I think this is going to be the dark metal, and then this here we can probably make a bright metal material. So let's just keep going through here and identify these areas. I think that's it for the most part for the dark metal material. So let's just go ahead and make a new material. We're going to call that bright metal. And then here we're just going to use a fully white color. And then let me just select all of these other pieces that I want to have that material assigned to. And all I'm doing is I'm going through my high poly objects and I'm assigning that material. This is actually not a good color because I can't really see if it's been applied or not. But in general, you want to stick to colors that are like either red, green, or blue. You want to stay away from mixed colors. It's ideal if you have full values like 255 for red and or 0, and that way Substance is going to have an easier time separating between the colors. If you start doing colors that are like kind of like in the middle, something like that, that works as well, but it's better if you stick to full primary colors. So I think for the bright metal we're just going to go with red because that's going to give us some nice contrast, and now it's a little bit easier to kind of see what objects I have assigned this material to. This piece here is actually going to be the dark metal, so it's good that I've seen that. And let me see, these guys should probably be the dark metal as well. And then let's see what we've got going on here. This can be dark metal, and then this we can make the bright metal. This piece down here is going to become oh, I've assigned the wrong material just there. So just the bright metal and the bright metal. Let's see, these are all correct. We got going on here. This should probably be both bright metal, and you know, I'm not entirely sure if we want to break this up. Maybe this is the darker metal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into element mode, just select this guy, and then we're going to assign the dark metal to this piece and the bright metal to this piece. You don't have to detach them. It should work like that as well, and we'll find out later, but I'm pretty sure it's going to work the way that I'm using it right now. It's auto-saving right now, so let's just wait for this to be done, and then we're gonna continue assigning different materials. What do we got going here? I think this is gonna be dark metal as well. Let's see what we've got going on. Looks good so far. This piece here, let me see, that probably needs to be dark metal, but let me check. Can I see it somewhere on here? Not really. I think I'm just gonna make it the brighter metal for now. And the cool thing about this is we can totally change that and rebake in the process if we want to, and Substance Painter will actually update. So it's not a destructive process. We can go back and forth between Painter and obviously Max, and kind of like work on the material assignments if we want to. I switched that up. This needs to be the dark metal, and then this front piece needs to be the bright metal. Okay, this all looks good. Let's make a new material called wood, and that one we're just gonna go blue, so 00255. So everything that's blue is gonna be wood. So let me just select all my pieces made from wood. Kind of like go through. Oh, look, we've missed that guy here. I think this is gonna be dark metal. And then these guys, maybe make it the brighter metal. This all looks good. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any pieces. But I think this should be it for the wood. We can go in here and kind of like assign the brighter metal to these guys, which would make sense, I think. And then all we need, all that's left are the metal, the casing materials. Bullet casing, and this is the kind of like a golden color, and maybe we're gonna do just green for that. So let's take a look at the bullets. This would be the casing, and then same here. Let's go in here, apply the casing material to this, and then we need a bullet, I guess body, and we're gonna make that, so we already have red, green and blue, so maybe we're gonna do fully white. And I know that this doesn't really read as well, but because we have assigned materials to most of the pieces at this point, we should be okay. So let's just go in here, bullet body, and oh, it looks like I haven't really applied the color. So let me just go and do that again. Now it has updated. And let's check. This seems to be correct. All of this seems to be correct now. Someone's emptying the trash outside, so I'm gonna give him a second to be done, and then we're gonna get back to this. So here we go. This all looks good. I think these guys, they need to be the bright metal as well. Or not the bright metal, but the body metal for the bullet. And we don't need it here because that's not part of the mesh and it's not going to be baked, which is cool. So yeah, for the most part, I think most of the material assignments are done. Let me just do a condensed material editor slots. That cleans everything up. So I have the bright metal, I have the wood, I have the casing, body, and also the dark metal, which should be somewhere here too. Let me see, why is it not picking up on it? It's a little bit weird, it should show up here, but we have it, which is good. So with that, we have assigned our materials to the high poly, and then we can go ahead and export everything again so that these materials are actually part of the high poly and will bake in Substance Painter. So let's do that next, and then we're going to take a look at the low poly really quick again. Alright, we're going to export everything. So let me bring up the layer explorer. Let me go to the high poly layer, and then we're going to select all of the objects on the high poly layer. So start at the bottom, go to the top. With those objects selected, I'm going to go to File. I know it's cutting off up here, but you're just going to have to go to File, Export, Export Selected, and then we're going to overwrite that high poly FBX file that we had created previously. So I'm going to double click on that. It's going to ask me to overwrite. I'm going to say yes. And then in the options, I'm just going to turn on smoothing groups, turbo smooth, triangulate, and preserve edge orientation. The materials are going to be embedded by default, so let's just export that. And then just like before, we're going to have to give it a second to export everything. And once that's done, I'm going to make one minor change to the low poly that I have forgotten to take care of, and I can actually go to Substance and show you what I'm talking about. So this piece here, on this piece I forgot to adjust the vertex normals on the corner here, kind of like what I had to adjust on this guy. I have to do it here as well, because we're getting a little bit of a seam which is caused by these vertex normals not being set up correctly. And so let's go back to Max, and as you can see, the export process has finished, which is great. And then I can just hide the high poly layer, go to the low poly layer, and then this is the piece that I'm talking about, trigger small low. I'm just going to copy the name so that I can easily kind of go back to it. And then let me go to the unwrap mode, and actually I need to deselect everything. So let's bring up the UVW editor again, and then in polygon mode, this is the face that I want to detach. So let's just go ahead and select this, collapse, and then we're gonna detach that to an object really quick. And then we're gonna do edit normals modifier, and you can see it has deleted everything, which is great. So all of the vertex normals were pointed out 90 degrees to the right, even these ones on the corner, and I don't want these ones on the corner to point out 90 degrees to the right. I only want basically the flat faces, so all of these ones here to point out 90 degrees to the right. So to do that, we're just gonna clone that to element, and then we're gonna do edit normals, and then you can see these guys, and then let me just set the length to 1. You can see these guys, they are pointing in the direction that I want them to point to, because this is a flat face. Actually, let's make sure it's entirely flat. Sorry. Oops, we can just scale this down. Yeah, it should be entirely flat. So let's bring the edit normals modifier back, go in here. Just like before, we're going to do copy value. Then we're going to go into top view. And we're just going to select these guys here, these flat ones. And not the ones in here or the ones on the side. And then on these ones, we're just going to do paste value. And then you can see these guys are now pointing to the right, and these guys are still fine. Let's collapse. Let's bring back the original piece by pressing Ctrl-Shift-H with my keyboard layout. Let's combine these pieces, and then we're going to rename that to trigger small low. I'm basically just pasting that value, and then I'm going to go in here, Shift-C, make sure I merge everything, and then let's apply edit normals again, and then we can see everything is looking good here. But we also need to fix the other side over here. So let's do that next. Let's copy that name again. And then here we can probably just do ring selection, grow, detach, and then we're going to do edit normals. And before we do that, let me just duplicate this. And then we have this face that we can use to copy the value from. So now let's do edit normals. You can see it has reset those values, which is great. And then I'm just going to go in here, copy value, and then we're going to go to top view, just select these longer ones, the outer ones, go back to perspective view, and then we're going to go to paste value, and then you can see they are pointed in the correct direction now. And then we can delete this guy, we don't need that anymore. And we're going to combine that, rename that to trigger small low, select everything, Shift-C to weld the vertices, weld it together. And if we now do an edit normals on this, you can see that these ones are pointing to the right, these ones are pointing to the left, just as they should. And these ones here, me actually decrease the length a little bit. These ones here are all pointing in the correct direction, and that's going to give us a nicer bake than we would have gotten before when these were pointing out fully to the left and these guys were pointing out fully to the right. So hopefully that makes sense for you guys. I know I have missed this piece before, so it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So we're going to go back to the layer explorer and then make sure that this is still in the correct layer, and it is. And then all we need to do is select all the low poly pieces. And I also wanted to talk about this guy here before we do that. So I know I've copied everything over, and I was kind of hoping, hey, we're just going to use this guy over here for when we texture in Substance, so that we can see all the textures on the finished gun model. But I think that I'm actually not gonna export this out this time for the texturing process, just because I think that these pieces are still close enough together where I can see how the material is going to look like. I don't need to see it on the final model. And also it's just gonna make my life a little bit easier, especially when we use the triplanar texturing, and I'm gonna get into that later when we go into Substance Painter, and I'll show you why it would be why it's more beneficial to have a smaller mesh. Because if we have both of these pieces and we are gonna apply a triplanar texture, Substance is gonna try to project it to both of these pieces, and because this space is so big, we're going to have to compensate for the size of this by increasing the tiling a lot, and then it's kind of tricky, or it's a little bit annoying having to do that. So instead of including this piece with that piece, we're just going to export all of these pieces, and we're going to leave that one out. So let me just select all of that. Let's go to File, Export, Export Selected, and then we're going to overwrite the low poly, yes. And then here, smoothing groups, turbo smooth, triangulate, preserve edge orientation. Let's just click OK. And that gives us our new low poly object, or basically overwrites our old one, which is exactly what I wanted. Take a look at this guy here. This is still flat because I was getting that arrow there before, if you guys remember. So this all looks good now, and we have all the pieces that we need for baking exported. And now we can go back to Substance Painter, set up a new project, rebake, and start with the final texturing. So let's do that next. Okay, we're back in Substance Painter, and we're going to do a new project and bring in the new low poly and the new high poly file that we have just exported. To do that, let's go to File, click on New, and then we're going to set the template to PBR Metallic Roughness, algorithmic, just like we had before. Under File, we're going to select the new low poly object that we have exported. And then in Import Settings, these we're going to leave as they are. Project Settings, Document Resolution, I'm going to set to 496, so I'm going to get a 496 resolution of the textures in the viewport. And the normal map format we're going to set to OpenGL. The rest we are going to leave as is. And if you have a less powerful computer, you might change your document resolution to 248 just to get some more performance. My computer is pretty powerful, so I'm going to leave it at 496, but if you are running into problems, you can reduce the resolution if you want to. Let's click on OK. Then it's going to ask me if I want to save my changes on the old project, and obviously I don't. So let's click on Discard. And here we are. Here is our grip and our gun material, and here is our low poly with the adjusted vertex normals. And then with the grip piece selected, we're going to go to Texture Set Settings, and we are going to scroll all the way down to Bake Mesh Maps. Click on that button, and the output size is something we're going to change to 496 because I want Substance Painter to bake a texture with a 496 resolution for the grip piece. This is pretty taxing on your computer as well, so if you don't have a super powerful computer, set this to 248. I like to work in 496 because it's making the textures show a little bit crisper in the viewport if I bake them at 496 and work with them in a 496 resolution, but it is taxing on the computer. So like I was saying, You can set that to 248 as well. This one controls the size of the baked texture, whereas the document resolution controls the size of the maximum resolution that gets displayed in the viewport, I think. And so with that set to 496, we're going to go to high definition meshes, click on that plus button and select the high poly piece. And then we want to use a cage. We're on the grip mesh right now. So let's turn on use cage and bring in the cage file for the grip mesh. So cage_grip. And then the matching we have to set to by mesh name so that it's using the naming convention that we have set up. And then we're going to set up an anti-aliasing of 2x2, which means it's going to anti-alias the baked textures with the subsampling 2x2 algorithm. The higher you set this, the longer it's going to take to bake. I usually set this to 2x2, and then before I export my final textures, I rebake everything with 8x8. 8x8 takes a really long time to bake, so like I was saying, for now we're going to use 2x2, and then later on we can change this. Now that we have colors assigned to the high poly mesh, we need to go to the ID category and make sure we tell Substance Painter to use the colors or the materials that we've set up in 3D Studio Max. So under color source, we're going to switch that away from vertex color to material color. And you can see down there it says material color, reads the material color from the high definition meshes, works only for FBX files, which is what we're using. And the color generator, we're gonna leave that at U shift. And then everything else, all the other things we can leave at their default options. If you want higher quality ambient occlusion, you can increase the settings here on the secondary rays, for example, but it's good enough for me. The default settings are good enough, so I'm just gonna leave them all as is. I'm just gonna go through them really quick so that you can make sure that you have the same settings, but they should be the same by default. With that, we're gonna click on Bake Grip Mesh Maps, and then it's going to calculate and bake our textures. It's going to take the high poly materials into account and create a nice ID map for us. So I'm just going to give it some time to calculate everything, and I'm going to wait for this to be done. And yeah, let's just give it a moment, and then I'll get back to this once it's done with the textures. All right, here we go. The bake is done. It took about 3 minutes, I would estimate. And then if we take a look at the grip piece, you can see that all the details are there. It's nicely anti-aliased, so there's no pixels visible. And then if we click up here and we cycle through the channels, we can actually go to ID under Mesh Maps. And then you can see here are the colors that we have assigned in 3D Studio Max to the high poly. So it has baked them, and this will allow us to assign materials to the low poly later on. I'm going to switch that back to material. You can also do that by just pressing M on the keyboard. That will switch it back. And then what we need to do is we need to bake the gun as well. So let's select the gun mesh. And then here what we're going to do is we're going to click on Bake Mesh Maps as well. Use the exact same settings as we did before, but all we need to do is we need to change the cage file from cage grip to cage gun so that it's using the correct cage file for this. And then with the exact same settings, all we're going to do is we're going to click on Bake Gun Mesh Maps. And I estimate this is going to take another 2 to 3 minutes to be done. So I'm going to give it the time and then get back to this once it's done baking. Okay, here we go. It's done baking the gun piece. And I just want to take a look at the areas that had issues before. This all has worked, I think. This looks nice. Yeah, no more arrows too much. This stuff here on the corner looks better now as well, where we had that issue, just by straightening out that face. And then let's check if the ID maps are here. So let's click on ID, and then you can see, yep, it looks like it's there. There definitely are ID maps on there. Unfortunately, it looks like it's missing the correct material assignment on these guys. So let me just go back to max and see what's going on. Maybe I've actually missed it in the high poly. So let's take a look. High poly, unhide all. And it's actually good that that happened, and then you can see kind of like how to rebake stuff if material assignments haven't worked properly. So let's take a look. No, this actually has the correct material assigned. So let me just see what the bake settings were. Yep, I made an error and I forgot to adjust the bake settings in here. So what happens is when you switch from grip to gun, it doesn't actually migrate those baking settings automatically. So each of these two texture sets use their own baking settings. So when you bake, you need to make sure to set it up correctly for each piece. So let me just do that really quick. So the normal is correct, 496, use cage, all of this works. Match by mesh name is correct as well. Anti-aliasing is correct too. World space normal we don't need to change. ID we need to change to material color. Ambient occlusion, curvature, position, and thickness we don't need to change. So, and then what I'm going to do, instead of rebaking all of it, I am just going to bake the ID map by unchecking all the other options. And then I can just click on Bake Gun Mesh Maps. And then we're going to give it a second to rebake everything. And the cool thing is I don't, like I was saying, I don't have to rebake everything because all the other maps are correct. It's just the ID map that was broken. So let me scroll down to mesh maps, switch that to ID, and you can see here we go. Here's our materials. They are now assigned correctly, which is great. Not worried about this because this is going to be hidden anyways. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. We've got our materials and the ID maps, which is great. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn all of these back on again, just so that when I use it next time, these are all checked already. And with that, we can go to layers and then we can start our texturing process, because this looks really good. Not seeing any errors. So let's get started on the texturing. Welcome to the texturing chapter of the Mauser gun tutorial. And before we get started texturing the gun, I wanted to show you some resources that come with the tutorial. If you go into the Mauser Final Files directory that comes with the tutorial, you can see that there is a Substance Painter folder in there. If you go into that folder, you can see we have two different Substance files. One that's called _512 and one that's called _496. Both of these files are essentially the same file. The only difference is that the texture set resolution, which is the setting up here in Substance Painter, has been set to 512 by 512 in this project, and in this project it has been set to 496 by 496. You should start out trying to open the 496 by 496 resolution. If that is too sluggish on your computer, go ahead and try the 512 by 512 resolution. You can always load the 512 and then gradually increase the texture set resolution up here. Because it contains all the textures baked at a 496 by 496 resolution, I've just decreased the display resolution so that Substance Painter runs a little bit faster. Anyway, these two files are the final files for the gun. So if you open them, which I will do in a bit, you can see the final gun in here. And this is the final version of the Substance Painter project. It contains everything that I'm going to do in the next chapters on texturing. And yeah, these are the final textures and the final bakes for the gun. On top of the Substance project files, I'm also giving you smart materials, or the smart materials that I have created for the Mauser gun. So if you go into the smart materials directory, you can see we have the different materials that I have created for this tutorial. And we can just import them to Substance Painter if you want to take a look at them for reference. You can just drag them into your shelf down here, which will bring up the import resources dialog. And here you can choose which of the materials you want to import, and in this case you want to import all of them. And then down here you can choose import your resources to current session, which means they will be gone from your shelf next time you restart Substance Painter. And if you choose shelf, they will stay in your shelf the next time you restart Substance Painter. I'm going to choose current session. You should probably choose shelf. But for this one, I'm going to choose current session because I already have these materials in there and I want the imported ones to be gone next time I restart. Here you can see are my materials, and to demonstrate what they do, let me go to Open Sample, discard, and then I'm going to load the preview sphere that comes with Substance Painter. And then I'm just going to delete all the layers over here. And then I'm going to drag that Mauser wood material onto the preview sphere. And you can see here is the material, looking good. And you're more than welcome to use all of these materials for any other projects. Feel free to reuse them, or just take a look at them for reference to see how I've created them. So at any point in the tutorial where you feel like, oh, I want to see what the final version of this wood material looks like, you can always just load the smart material in there and take a look at the different attributes and the different layers. One thing that you might notice is that the scale on the details might be a little bit off. And the reason for that is that these materials have been saved out based on the scale of my Mauser gun. So you can see that on the sphere, this detail here is repeating quite a lot. And that's because we're using triplanar texturing on that layer. So the finger smudges layer, which is what gives you these kind of details, is using triplanar texturing. So if we go to the grunge fill, you can see there's a triplanar projection here. And if you decrease the scale from 9 to 2, you can see that these details start to repeat a lot less, and it becomes less tiling. If I increase the scale, it starts tiling more. So basically, if you want to use these materials for a different project that has a different scale, you might have to go through each material and adjust the scale of the triplanar projection for each layer, depending on the scale of your object. So if you ever notice stuff tiling too much, that's how to fix it. Let's go back and take a look at the dark metal material. This is the one that we are going to create for the body of the gun. And then very similar here, the roughness variation is tiling quite a bit. So if you want to go in here, you can always change the scale of that tiling to make it match your project. So on top of the wood, we also have the red material, which is just the material that we're using for the grip of the gun, for the number 9. And then we have the bullet casing and the bullet gold material, as well as the bullet copper material that we are going to create in the tutorial. And same thing here. We've got some scratches, the large scratches that might be off scale. And again, to adjust it, just work with the scale, and that's how to fix that. We've already looked at the bright metal material, so I think we went through all of the materials. And again, you can use these materials for your version of the gun, you can use these materials for a different project, or in case you don't want to do the texturing from scratch and you just want to use my materials, you can do that as well. So it's entirely up to you. And then the last thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to open the 512 by 512 Mauser gun really quick. So let's give it a second to load. And then you can see texture resolution is pretty low in here. However, if I go up here and increase it to 1024, you can see that it's going to calculate and it's going to increase the resolution of the texture to whatever you choose. And it's up to you. If it's sluggish, just keep the texture resolution low. If you have a really fast computer, set it to 248 or set it to 496, depending on what your computer can handle. That's pretty much it. So yeah, at any point, if you want to take a look at the final file and kind of see how I've structured everything, or if you're unable to follow something in the video, you can always take a look at this final file for reference, or you can take a look at the smart materials for reference, and that should clear things up for you. Okay, now let's get started texturing the gun. Okay, let's get started on texturing this guy. And I want to start with the basic black metal material on the body, on that piece. So to do that, let's just select the gun texture set from the texture set list up here. And then we are going to disable the grip part of the gun. So just click on this icon that disables it in the viewport, and it allows you to focus on just the gun itself. And then you can see we have our layer stack down here where we can add different layers. And the way that Substance Painter works is fairly similar to Photoshop when it comes to layers. We're just going to add various different layers for each material, and then we're going to mask them by the color ID map that we've baked from 3D Studio Max from our High Poly. And that way we are going to build our different materials. And the basic approach that I take is I usually start out with a base material layer that is just a color layer with some sort of a substance filter or something on there, and then on top of that we're going to add some color variation, some dirt, and then some adjustment layers, and all the way on top of that, once the base material is built up, we're going to add some weathering effects on the edges and just some dirt and grime to make it look used and realistic. And all of that stuff is fairly simple to do if you take it step by step. And to start out, what we're going to do for that black material of the gun is we're just going to create a new fill layer, which you can do by clicking on this button up here, and that gives you a new fill layer. And then you can see under the properties tab you have all these different options. All of this is just how the UV projection is going to work. You can have projected on the UVs, or you can use triplanar projection, which we don't really need for the basic fill layer. I'm going to get into that later. And all of the other stuff we're just going to leave as is, because for the first layer we're not going to really change anything here. What's more important are these material tabs down here, or these buttons down here. This one basically specifies what information you're painting in that layer. So right now this layer adds color information, height information, roughness information, metallic information, and normal map information. So you can see that if all these layers are checked, I have all these attributes to work with down here. If I uncheck these, the attributes will go away because it's only adding the specific layer that I've checked up here. So for example, if I want to add color, I need to make sure that the base color layer is enabled. I'm going to turn off the normal map layer for now, and then you can see with the color layer enabled, it just gives me that base color information option down here. So if I click on that, I can just add a color to this layer, and it fills the entire layer with that color. And I'm just going to set this to something dark, like really dark and subtle. Not going to worry about it too much for now. And then we're also going to add height information. That's not going to do anything right now, because even if I change the slider, it's a fill layer, so it just adds it everywhere. So there's no mask or anything where you would see the height changing. So for now, we are actually just going to leave that at 0. I don't think we need to do anything with that. And then we want to add roughness information. So to do that, turn on the roughness layer. That gives us the roughness slider. And you can see if we mess with this layer, it changes the roughness of our object. And to start out for metal, I usually choose 0.35. And then I also need to add metalness information. And since this is supposed to be metal, I'm going to crank it all the way up to 1. And that's usually a bit intense for the look that I want. So I'm going to just set this to 0.9. Just to like make it a little bit more dull and not as metallic. And then we're also going to turn on the normal layer for now, and like the height layer, it's not really doing anything because we haven't really added any information in that layer that could contribute to the normal map, but we're going to get to that soon. So these are the basics for just these material attributes, or the different attributes that you can paint in a fill layer. And from here we can start adding a little bit of a rough metal finish effect on this fill layer, so that you can see that we are getting some more information on this object. And For now, I'm just gonna switch to 3D only so that we can see this on full screen. And then we're gonna start adding some information to this layer to make this look more like metal. Okay, on this fill layer, I want to add a effect so that we can get this feeling more like metal. So right click on it, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna scroll all the way down and we're gonna click on add filter. And that allows us to feed a filter into that layer. And then you can see the filter itself allows you to choose all of these attributes it's gonna contribute to. And it also allows you to select the filter that you want to use. So we're going to click on the filter, and that brings up this menu where you can look for different filters. I want to use a matte finish rough filter. So let's look for that. Matte, and then you can see there's like different ones. And the one that I'm looking for is the rough one, which just makes it look a little bit like metal. And I know that this is cutting up on the side, so that I'm going to show you a different way to browse for these filters. And to do that, let me just bring back the shelf, and then we're going to go to filters in the shelf, and then you can see matte finish rough. That's the one that I want to plug into my filter. And you can do that by just left clicking on this and selecting it, or you can just select the matte finish rough filter in your shelf and then just drag it over and plug it in here. And then once you do that, you can see it gives the metal a rough finish look, which I really like. And we're going to work on the attributes of this filter a little bit to make it look more like metal. And if you do shift and right click to rotate the environment cube map, you can kind of see that it highlights the metal a little bit different. And you want to choose a position where you get some reflections and some specular highlights here, so that you can see what the changes that you're doing to the material are doing on your model. With that, let's look into the attributes of that filter. So you can see under parameters, there's different things you can change. If we change the scale, it's just going to change the scale of the details on there. And maybe we'll choose something like 3 just to start out with. And then you can give this some more grunge as well, or the scale of the grunge, I guess you can change independently from the scale of the metal that's underneath. So I think, let's see, maybe 7 seems pretty good. I kind of like the size of these details here. And then we can change the brushing intensity here. So if we do that, it kind of like messes with the roughness a little bit. And I don't know, maybe like 0.25 is a pretty good value for this. And then we also have the warp value, which just warps that, it adds a warp to that brushing detail, but I just leave that at 20. I think the default value is actually working really well. We're not going to use a custom grunge. We can look into the triplanar mapping if we want to, which basically means it's going to apply this effect using the triplanar mapping algorithm. But for this one, I don't really see any seams too much. So, I mean, you can kind of see that if we don't use the triplanar algorithm, that we get seams here. And I'm not talking about the hard border, but I'm talking about the texture seam that we're getting. So you can see that the detail here doesn't match up with the detail here. If we use triplanar mapping, that actually goes away, and it doesn't cause that seam anymore. However, if we switch to triplanar mapping, you can kind of see how the scale on things change. So if we want to use triplanar mapping, we have to update the scale values. So let me just go in here and maybe try doubling these values and see what that gives us. So you can see that we're getting some of the detail back now, and what we had before was 3 and 6. By the way, if you press tab, which is what I'm sometimes doing, trying to cycle through these different attributes, it actually doesn't work. It just hides your menu over here. So unfortunately, that's kind of in my muscle memory, and I keep doing that. So hopefully I try to minimize that happening, but it's probably going to happen every once in a while. So anyway, just to look at the detail again, that's kind of like the scale it was at before without the triplanar mapping. And then when I turn it on, you can see that the scale changes. So maybe we do 5 and 10. See what that gives us. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. What does 9 look like here? Maybe even go back down to 8, 11. I think I'm just going to leave it at 10. And by doing that and by using the triplanar mapping algorithm, we make sure that we're not getting any seams across the borders in the texture. We still have the normal seams from the normal map, but those are negligible. And once we export the textures, they should go away because it's going to add some padding to our UV shells, which we don't have right now. You can see that there's no padding here, which is causing these seams, but once we export it, we should get some padding in the normal map, and then these seams should go away. With that being said, let me go back to 3D view and see if I want to do any other changes to that roughness layer. I'm going to leave all of these options enabled. I'm going to go back to the layer, and then a good practice is to just name your layers so that you kind of know what they do. And this one is just my base metal material layer, so we're going to rename that to base metal by double clicking on it and then just renaming it. And then what we can do is go back to the color layer and see if we want to change that. And I do want to just change the colors a little bit, just to get some variation. I want to shift it more towards like a blue value. So maybe use like 0.38, 0.04, and then 0.42, so that it's like slightly bluish, just a little bit. You can see it changes from red to a bit more bluish, which I think is more accurate for the kind of like material that we want. And this is not the best image, but we're going to do more to it. But you can see we're getting some nice metal detail. Some of the details are starting to come out. The reflection and roughness value looks pretty good for our base layer. So from this point on, all we need to do is add some material variation to everything. So let's add our variation layer on top of this, and then start working on that and start building up our black metal material. Okay, now that we have the base metal layer, we're going to add another layer on top, and then we're going to mask out that layer with a texture to get some color variation on the metal material. Like right now, it's pretty much all the same color. If we press up here and click on base color, you can see that there's no variation in the color at all. It's just the fill layer with that color here. So if I press M to go back to material view, you can see it goes back to the material view. And so let's add that color variation layer. So we're going to add another fill layer on top, and then we're just going to rename that layer to color_variation. So all these layers have blending modes, just like in Photoshop. So if you click over here, you can see the different blending modes. You have normal, pass-through, disable, replace, and so on. These ones are very similar to the Photoshop layers. I'm going to leave that at normal for now, and then we're going to adjust that in a bit. And this layer, this fill layer, I only want to contribute to the color information. I don't want this to contribute to height, roughness, metal, or normal. So let's turn all of that off. And now you can see it only affects the color layer. And then we want to mask that layer with a texture. So let's right click on it, and then we're gonna select a black mask, I guess, or we can do a white mask too. It doesn't really matter as much. And then in that mask, we want to fill that mask with a texture. So make sure the mask is selected by left clicking on the mask, and then we're going to right click on that and then click on add fill. And that allows you to plug a grayscale image into this mask. So we can look for a grunge map, And we can do that by going to the shelf and typing in grunge. You can see up here it's set to only filters, so it's only going to look in filters for grunge, and there's no grunge in filters. So make sure to set this to all and just type in grunge. And then let's see what we have. There's different grunge maps down here. And you can also find these guys under procedurals. So if we go to the procedurals tab and just type in grunge, you can see there's different grunge textures. So there's like a brushed one, there's a concrete one, and these all kind of like have different or like are designed differently, so they're meant to be used for different materials. And to start out for this mask, I think I'm just going to use one of these like grunge map materials. So it starts out here with 01, and then there's one called 02, and this one seems to have a decent amount of contrast, so let's just go with that one. And then we're going to drag that over here into the grayscale tab. And then once we do that, you can kind of see how this texture is being used to mask out our fill layer. So you can see if we go to base color, you can see that I have my base material, and then on top of it I have my white color. I can set this all the way to white, and this white color is being masked out by the texture that's plugged in here. If I turn this off by left clicking on this, you can see it disables the mask and it enables the mask with the texture again. Now obviously this doesn't look very good yet. Let me press M to go back to material view. And then what I want to do is I just want to find the right resolution or the right scale for this grunge map. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to go to the grunge map, and then we're going to look into the different options down here. First thing we want to change is the scale. So maybe scale this to something like 2. And all the other stuff, for the most part, we can just leave at their default values. Like I don't really want to change the balance on this texture, which is very similar to like a levels operation. And then the contrast is fine as well. We're just going to leave all of that at 0.5. But one thing that I would like to do is I actually want to use triplanar projection instead of UV projection. And this is actually really cool because it shows you where it's projecting this texture from in the viewport. So with triplanar projection, it basically projects this texture from the top, from the side, from the front, from the bottom, and it blends where they overlap, or not where they overlap, but it just blends the texture from the different angles so that you don't get any seams. So you can see this projects perfectly fine across my UV seams. It's all super consistent. It looks all the same. However, if I switch that to UV projection, it projects it just onto the texture and it doesn't take the model into account. And now we're getting all these seams. So in most cases, you want to use triplanar projection. And you can see that obviously the scale changes a little bit. See how small these details are right now. And with triplanar projection, they're way bigger. So let's change this to 4. It's still not big enough, maybe 8. Let me see what that looks like. So this looks pretty good for the most part. Maybe the scale is a little bit too big. Let's try 6. And then also what we're going to do in the triplanar projection settings, there are some offset values. You can kind of see the way that it blends here to the top. It doesn't really look as good, but we can individually rotate these projection planes. So if we go into the rotation values, you can kind of see I can just rotate it on the y-axis. And I kind of want the direction to be the same on the top as on the side. You can see we're getting these nice streaks. And to do that, what we're going to do is we're just going to change the rotation value on the y to 90. And that makes these drips way more consistent with the rest of my mesh. And I think that looks better than what we had before. There's also all these offset values, which just slides the texture in the viewport. You can also do that by just modifying this box and just moving it around, but usually for this one I'm just going to leave it at 0. I like what the detail looks like from here, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. You can see we're getting some nice detail in the mask that that is being projected onto our mesh. Oh, one thing I wanted to talk about really quick is if I would have the other piece of the gun that I had in max earlier in this scene, this thing would stretch out, and then we would have to adjust the scale values in the triplanar projection even more, which is why I decided to remove that front piece from the Substance paint or baking scene. Anyway, I just wanted to address that really quick. And now that I'm pretty happy with the mask, we can actually go back into our color variation layer. And then what we want to do is we want to change the color in here. We want to change that to a different color so that we're not using the same or this white color, because obviously that doesn't make sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to select a color that's actually darker than the original color. So we can just click on here. Oops, we can click on here, and you can kind of not see that because it's cutting off. So hopefully this is better. And then we can just click on this icon and drag it onto the base metal. So that makes it select the same color as on our base material. And then I just want to drag that down a little bit. And then you can kind of see how I'm getting these like black dark detail streaks on my model, which is really cool. And then I don't know, maybe mess with these values a little bit, but I think this looks good. We don't really need to be too anal about this kind of stuff. And then I think this is way too intense. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this layer to actually multiply instead of the normal mode. So let's just set it to multiply, and then you can see it just makes whatever is underneath darker. And this is still too strong. So we're going to change the intensity of that layer to maybe around 20. Or maybe let's do 25. Just so that we're getting some better detail. And unfortunately that the video is cutting off here on the side, but there's nothing I can do about this at this point. So I'm just dragging that slider to 25, or you can click on the number over here and just type in 25 if you want to. And now you can see we have our first color variation layer. So we have the base material, and then we have those streak details that are on top of our base material. And if we just select the single channel display mode, you can see that it's adding nice detail to our color map, and it's not adding anything to the roughness or to the metallic, because in my color variation layer only the color tab is enabled. That's all that I wanted to achieve with this. And I think next we're going to just add some rough general dirt to this to make it look a little bit more interesting than just this. So let's keep doing that. Let's do that next. All right, let's add the dirt layer. So what we're going to do is we're going to add another fill layer on top of this, and then we're going to rename that to general dirt. And on that one, just like before, I only want this to contribute to the color layer. I don't want this to contribute to any of the other layers. And then what we're going to do, same as before, we're going to add a white mask, which is going to add that mask over here. And then in that mask, we can feed a texture again. And to load in the texture, we would have to add a fill layer, just like we did before. But I think what I'm going to do here, we're actually going to use the mask generator in Substance to generate the mask for this. So instead of using a texture, we're going to use a generator to create the mask. So let's just right click on this, click on add generator, and then now it allows me to select a generator by left clicking on this. And the most common one that I'm going to use a lot in this tutorial series is just the mask editor. So left click on that. That brings in, or it generates a mask based on our baked textures. We can toggle this on or off to kind of like see what that gives you. And then what we want to do is we want to modify these values a little bit. So let me work on the contrast first. We want to bring that up to probably something like around 0.5, just to get some nice variation. And then we're going to plug in some textures to add on top of this generated mask, because these sliders use the cavities and the normal and ambient occlusion information, whereas the texture allows you to bring in a texture into this mask editor to add on top of this and to modify the mask to make it look more interesting. Now, in order to be able to use these texture sliders, we need to tell the mask editor what textures to use. So if we scroll all the way down here, you can see we have two different image inputs. We have the texture 1, or the main texture, and the secondary texture, and we can just load in different textures into these slots. So if we go back to grunges and then type in grunge again, which doesn't actually do anything because that's what it was before. So let me just do that again, go to grunges, and then these are all grunges, so we don't need to filter it again. But I want to plug in two different grunge maps, and I like these the options that it's giving you here. So let's just see which ones would be good for this. I like these default ones. I've been using these actually for a while. So let's just see. Maybe take the 08, grunge map 08, and we're gonna drag. And I know it's cutting off at the bottom, but you can kind of see that when you highlight over a texture, it shows you the name at the bottom of the image. So this one says grunge folds, and the one that I'm gonna drag over into the slot is grunge map 008. So let's select that, drag it over to our first texture slot, and then we are also going to go to our second texture slot. So let's scroll all the way down and then maybe choose the 14. So we're going to combine this one and this one. So let's select the 14, and then we're going to drag that over and drag that into the secondary texture slot. And now that we have both textures loaded in our mask, we can start adding those textures to our mask. Right now they're both set to 0, and in order to use them, we need to go ahead and crank up the intensity of those textures. So we're going to crank up the first texture intensity, and then you can see it starts masking out whatever is underneath. And then if we crank up the second texture intensity, it's using that second texture to do that as well. We're going to focus on the first texture for now and just work on that for a little bit. So let's go into this slot, and then this invert value just allows you to invert the texture. I don't want to invert it, I want to leave it as default, but I want to change the blending mode to linear dodge, and that just makes it use a different blending mode, and it just masks out a lot of our material. And for now this is going to be fine, because we're also going to modify some of these other values. We're going to set it to triplanar first, just to get some nice detail, and the rest we're just going to leave as is. We're not going to modify this too much. And then we're going to bring the second texture back in. So let's bring that all the way to 2 as well. Click on it and then modify the details on this too. Okay, so with that texture selected, this one, instead of blending mode overlay, we're going to set this to subtract. So it's going to subtract from our mask using the texture that we plugged into that texture slot 2. And then we're going to leave the scale to 1 and the contrast at 0, brightness at 0. And then we're going to make sure to turn on triplanar mapping, and all the other attributes we can leave as is. There's not much we need to do, but I want to, now that we have the textures plugged in, I want to also have the ambient occlusion of our bake influence that mask. To do that, we're going to crank up the ambient occlusion value, set this to maybe 0.5, and right now it's not really doing anything, so let's just see if we can modify that some more. So let's go into the ambient occlusion value. You can see that the blending mode is set to multiply, which is the default value. Blur is set to 0, which is the default value. Balance is set to 0.5 and contrast is set to 0. And if I want to make this influence the mask some more, I'd probably have to crank on these sliders quite a bit. You can kind of see nothing is really, it's not really doing much right now. So maybe just leave that at the default value and not even worry about that. Like it's not really contributing to our mask much. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn this off, just because I feel like we're getting some pretty decent material variation just from the textures that we've plugged in. There also is the curvature settings. So right now these are set to 0.5. So it's using linear dodge blending mode. It's set to edges, which means it's just looking at the edges in your curvature map. You can also set that to cavities, so that it's just affecting the cavities, or you can set it to dual, so that it's affecting both the edges and the cavities. I'm actually going to leave that at edges, and you know what, I'm actually going to not use the curvature at all. I kind of like what this looks like with just the curvature applied for or with just the textures applied instead of the curvature and the ambient occlusion for the mask, because this is just some broad scale general dirt that's not really based on any like ambient occlusion or curvature. It's just another variation layer on top, basically. So it can be really simple. It doesn't need to be complex or anything like that. And then all these other values we're actually going to leave at their default values. So world space normal we're going to leave at 0, position gradient we're going to leave at 0, thickness we're going to leave at 0, and then micro details we're going to get into later, and for this layer we don't need it anyways. With those two textures plugged into the mask editor and with the settings set up correctly, let me just take a look if there's anything else that I need to do to the textures. Tiling is fine, brush pattern, all of that stuff is fine. It's using triplanar mapping 2, so let's just make sure we're not getting any seams. And yeah, we're not getting any, which is great. So let's just minimize this, and then we're going to go back to the general dirt layer and adjust the color that it's actually adding to our texture. So let's just click on the color layer and then click on the color picker. Let's just select something here, and then let me actually just bring this back up again. And then I just want to do maybe, I don't know, something like this, where we're getting some variation, but then obviously this is too intense, so let me just bring down the intensity. And I think I'm going to keep this really subtle, because when you overdo it with that kind of stuff, it's just too much. So I think I'm just going to leave that at like an intensity of 5, just because it's giving me like some subtle difference in the material, some color difference, which I really like, and it's only contributing to the color layer as well. So if I go back to single channel base color, you can see we have our base metal material. We added some color variation, and then we added some general dirt. I know this is technically color variation as well, so it's just using textures for the mask. I mean, this one is using a texture as well, but this one feels more like dirt to me than just color variation. So I'm just gonna name it general dirt, I guess. And then we're gonna go back to material mode, and then you can see what that did to our material. We get these nice metal chips, and then we're also getting some variation in the base material through that general dirt layer. So with that, let's continue working on this material, and let's add some more layers. So next I want to bring down the brightness of this metal material a little bit. And what I'm going to do next is very similar to an adjustment layer in Photoshop. We're just going to add a fill layer, and to that fill layer we are going to add a filter basically. We're going to add the HSL perceptive filter, which allows you to adjust the hue, the saturation, and the lightness of your material. So to do that, we are going to add a regular layer, not a fill layer. The fill layer just fills everything with whatever information you feed it. The regular layer is just a layer that allows you to directly paint on it. So if I add the regular layer, you can see I can paint on my mesh in the viewport, which I don't actually want to do. So let me undo all of that. And we're just going to use this regular layer kind of like an adjustment layer in Photoshop. So let's just rename that to darken. And then we're going to change the blending mode to pass through, so that it affects everything that's underneath. It lets all of that stuff pass through the layer. And then you can see when you do that, it changes to the information, or to the combined information of all these layers underneath. And then I can add a filter to it. So let's just right click on the layer and click on add filter. And then that allows you to select a filter down here. And we can either left click on it and select the HSL perceptive over here, or we can go into our shelf, into the filters, left click that, drag it over here. And once we drag it, this allows us to change the material with kind of like similar to an adjustment layer, like I've mentioned a couple of times now. And what I want to do is I just want to play with the lightness. I want to make this a little bit darker overall. I want to go from 0.5 to 0.35, and I only want this perceptive layer to affect the color. I don't want this to affect the roughness, the metal, the height. So make sure that only the color is enabled for this. And then with that, you can see that's an easy way to just adjust whatever is already in your material with just these sliders here. So now I don't have to manually go into all these different layers and try to like find the right values for everything, or like mess with the different color values. This just globally changes the lightness or the brightness of our color layer. So you can see, turn this off, it looks like this. Turn this on, it's way darker now, which is what I wanted. We press M again. By the way, if you press C on your keyboard, you can cycle through the different channels. So we can cycle through normal, base color, height, roughness, and so on. If you press M, it goes back to material view. And now that we have that, I think I need to introduce a little bit of blue, a blue color tint to my metal material, and we're gonna do that next by adding another fill layer. So let's do that. Okay, next we are going to add a blue color variation layer on top of this. So let's add another fill layer, left click on it, and then we're going to call that blue color variation. And then in that layer, I want this to only affect the metalness and the color. And then we're going to select a bluish color. So let me just scroll down here and then turn this blue a little bit more. And then let's just see. Yeah, I don't know, this kind of stuff. Sometimes I just like to type in some values and see what I get. So let's do 0.03, let's do 0.07, and let's do 0.035. And that gives us a decent blue color. And then we're going to crank up the metalness all the way to 1. So now we're starting to get some variation in the metalness as well. Remember, our base metal has a metalness of 0.9, and that blue color variation has a metallic value of 1. So this is slightly more metallic than the base metal material. Obviously, this is, again, way too intense. In general, with texturing, it's all in the subtleties. And obviously, when it comes to texturing in general, you always should look at your reference images. So on my second monitor right now, I have a bunch of images up of the Mauser gun, and I'm trying to like replicate the material attribute of that dark metal right now. So let me just bring in one of the images that I'm looking at, and you can kind of see that it has a bit of a bluish sheen to it. And you know, sometimes I like to I like to also select my colors from images. So you can definitely click on this and then click on this icon here, and then you can click somewhere in your reference image. And I know you can't see that right now because obviously it's cutting off, but you can select colors from anywhere on your desktop. It doesn't just need to be in Substance, it can be on your reference image as well. So that's just something to keep in mind. And here you can see the previous color and the color that I have selected now. And I think I'm going to go back to my previous color. I just wanted to show you that the option to select the color from a target, from an image, exists as well. Anyway, to replicate this, what we're going to do is we're going to mask out this color variation, and we're just going to use a cloud texture to mask this with. So what we need to do to be able to feed a texture into the mask is we need to add a mask first. So let's right click on this and click on add white mask. And then we're going to left click on the mask, right click on it, and click on add fill layer so that we can feed a texture as a that we can feed a texture into the mask. And then we're just going to deselect the grunge, type in cloud. And then you can see there's 3 cloud textures here. We're going to select the first one and drag that into our grayscale slot just like before. And here's a little tip. If you want to just see the texture that's in the mask, you can select mask under single channel, and that shows you the cloud texture, the black and white cloud texture that we have just fed into this slot. Now, just like all the other textures that we're using, I'm gonna try to use triplanar projection to get rid of the seams that we're getting. So let's switch that to triplanar projection. And with that, this actually doesn't look too bad. Let me press M to go back to my material. Yeah, that gives it some nice cloudy details. I don't think I need to change the scale on this too much. We can just leave that as is. Yeah, there's not really much we need to change. But then what I want to do is I want to bring down the intensity of this all the way. And I also want to set the mode to linear dodge, where it says add, which makes everything a little bit brighter. And then we want to go all the way down and make this really, really subtle. So we probably want to set it to like something like 5 or 6, just to get a little bit of subtlety. So you can see base color without it, and then the base color with that blue. And this might even be too much. So let's set that to 5, because I don't want it to be too saturated. And then you can also see if we go to the metallic channel, this has a little bit of an effect. It's not much, it's just brightening it up overall and gives us some super subtle variation in the metalness, which is good. And like I was saying, with texturing, it all comes down to subtleties. There's barely ever any super big, intense details that you're going to add on top of stuff in your base material just to build up that material. It's like subtle layers on top of one another. Now with that, we can start looking into getting some highlights on the edges, because if we look into our references, there's some really sharp edge highlights on that one, but there's also some more subtle highlighting going on, and I want to work on that next. Let's add some edge highlights to this, and as usual, we're going to add another fill layer on top, and then we're going to just enable, whoops, let's undo the offset, just enable color for this, and then select the base color that is going to identify the edge highlight color, and maybe we're going to bring that to like 0.165 or something like that. And then obviously we need to mask this out so that it only is being applied to the edges. And to do that, we're going to use a mask. So let's right click and click on add white mask, and then select that mask, right click and click on add generator, because we're going to use a metal edge generator to feed into the texture for the mask. So let's do that, add generator, and then you can see there's an empty generator that's feeding into the mask. And if you left click on the icon, it shows you the different generators you can plug in. we want the metal edge where. You can do that by just selecting it here, or you can do it by going to your shelf and typing in metal edge, and then you can see here is the generator, and let's just drag this over into our generator. And then you can see when we turn this on and off, it gives us some nice wear and tear on the edges. We just bring this down a little bit. And now what we can do is we can play with these values because it's a little strong right now. We bring that down all the way to maybe 0.4. Contrast we're going to leave as is. We're going to turn on triplanar to not get any seams. And then the grunge amount is at 0.3, which we're going to leave. I think I'm going to mess with the scale a little bit. So 4 is the default. Let's just set this to 5. It just seems a little better going from this to this. And we're not going to use any custom grunge. The edge smoothness we're going to leave as is. And curvature weight as well. Micro details we don't need to. Like, this is basically all I wanted for my edge highlights. So with that being set up, what I definitely want to do though is bring down the intensity of this layer a little bit, maybe to something like I don't know, 70 or something. And then you can see the mask is not as intense anymore. And then I also want to bring down the overall intensity of these edge highlights. So I really want to bring that down to something fairly low, maybe 15%. And then you can see this brightens up my texture overall, because in here I've set this to 70%. If I would set this to 100, it wouldn't do anything to my base texture. But I do kind of like brightening this up again a little bit. So yeah, maybe we'll leave it like that. It's kind of redundant because what we did is we took everything and then we darkened it, and then we added the blue, and now we're brightening it again. So it's almost a little redundant, but I think when working with layers, the cool thing is you can go back and forth and you can do adjustments as you go. So I think that this is not too bad. Again, if you don't want it to affect the color of your material, you can just set this to 100, and then it will only affect the edges themselves. But if you bring down the mask to 70%, 70% of this color is going to start bleeding into the base texture, which, like I was saying, is fine. And then with that set to 15%, I think this is a good result. And then you can see we're getting some like really subtle highlights on the edges, which is kind of what I was looking for. I don't want to overdo it in this stage because we're going to add a lot of other edge highlights on top of this later on. This is just a base edge treatment for the base of the material. With that being set up, I think what we're going to do next is we're going to add some more metal detail, some more edge detail, as well as some variation in the roughness, because we really don't have any roughness variation right now. Like if we go to roughness, you can see it's all the same for the most part, and we definitely do need some variation in there. That being said, let's move on to the next layer and start adding more detail. So let's add some metal lines to the object, kind of like this kind of stuff, but on a smaller scale. And I think I actually want them to go vertical on mine. So to do that, let's add another fill layer as usual. And then we're going to call this layer metal lines. And then I only want this layer to affect the roughness and the color. Let's crank the roughness all the way down to 0. And let's crank the color all the way down, all the way up to 1. And then obviously we need to mask out this layer with a texture. So let's right click on that. Click on add black mask this time to add a fully black mask. And then with the mask selected, right click on it. And then let's select add fill. And on that fill layer, we're gonna plug in a texture. So if we click on the texture, we can look for anisotropic, which is a texture that has these lines on it. So let's just select that. And obviously you can also just type it in your shelf, anisotropic, and drag that over if you want to. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to go and set this to mask so that we see a little bit better what's going on with that texture. Now, let's do some adjustments on this texture. And the first thing that we're going to have to address is obviously the tiling. So we want to set this to triplanar projection. And then let's increase the tiling to maybe 15, maybe go even higher, 18.5 or something like that. And then I want to rotate that whole thing 90 degrees so that it goes up and down. And then obviously we're having the same issue with the triplanar projection up here. So let's go in the Y channel on the rotation and set that to 90 to get the proper value. So let's look at the texture. It has some balance and contrast values. I think I want to adjust these guys as well. Let's bring up the contrast, maybe do 0.35 or something, and let's set the balance to like 0.4. And then what we're going to do is we're going to sharpen this a little bit. And to do that, we're going to right click on the mask, and then we're just going to click on add filter, and then in the filter we're going to add a sharpen layer. So just type in sharpen, and that brings in the sharpen layer, and then you can see based on the intensity it just sharpens the texture and makes it more sharp. Let's set this to maybe 0.35, and then obviously this is way too strong. If we turn on the material, you can kind of see what's going on. So what we need to do, let's change this back to mask. What we need to do is add a levels on top of everything. So right click on the mask and then click on add levels. And then in that levels layer, we're going to have to make a couple of adjustments. So let's just go ahead and crank this all the way up to maybe 0.24 and bring this all the way down to maybe 0.9 or something like that. And then in that layer, then and anisotropic noise layer, we want to bring that all the way down. So I want this to be very subtle. So let's actually see what it looks like on the material if we bring this down. So yeah, maybe 30 is going to be a good value. And then obviously this is still way too strong, but you know, just by working with the intensity of that texture, that anisotropic texture, we can now bring down the overall intensity of the whole layer by itself after having adjusted it in the material, or in the, sorry, not in the material, after having adjusted it in the texture that we feed into the mask. We can go to the main layer and bring the intensity all the way down. And I want this to be super subtle, so I'm just going to set this to 1 basically. So let me type in 1, and then you can see we're getting this really subtle effect of these like little streaks that have a bit of roughness to it. And I think this looks pretty good, especially like in areas where when the specular hits it. Now we're still gonna mask this out by other stuff with some roughness variation. So this is very visible right now, but we'll tone it down with other masks on top of it later. So don't be overly concerned by it. This is just a general pass on it. So with those metal lines, I actually want to go in here and rename the edge highlights layer to, or the, yeah, let's just call this edge highlights. And then Let's go all the way down, and then let's just do a quick recap of what we've done so far. So we've got our base metal, then the color variation to make it a little darker in areas, then more color variation for general dirt. Then we're darkening everything, then we're adding the blue color variation, then we're adding the edge highlights, and then we're adding the metal lines. So that's what we have so far. And I think it's looking pretty good. Some nice and subtle detail here and there. But we're not done yet. We still need to add a bunch more stuff to this. So what we're going to do next is actually some roughness variation, because we don't have any of that yet. If we switch to roughness, you can see we only have those streaks, and that's pretty much it. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on the roughness variation next. All right, let's do that roughness variation I was talking about. As usual, we're going to add another fill layer. I'm going to call that one roughness variation. And then this one only has information for the roughness channel. And we're going to crank that all the way to 0. And with that, what we're going to do is we're going to add a black mask. So right click on the layer, select add black mask. Then select the mask, and then we're going to feed a texture into this mask. So to do that, right click on the mask, click on add fill, and now we have that grayscale slot where we can load a texture in. So let's look for another grunge map. I think that this one might be pretty cool. This could look pretty cool on the metal. So let's use the grunge map 007 and drag that over into the slot. And then obviously everything is really strong right now. And let's look at the mask. And let's switch this from UV projection to triplanar projection. And let's crank up the scale to maybe 5. Let's see what that looks in material mode. So I'm going to press M. Maybe let's do 6. Let's go back to mask. And then I want to rotate that on top here as well to 90. Just to make this look a bit better here on the seams. And then let's go all the way down and look at the balance and contrast. I think I do want to change those values a little bit. Maybe just to balance. You bring that down. It's too strong right now. Maybe 0.35 is good. And then I think I want to bring the overall intensity of this mask down. It's at 100. Let's bring this down to maybe 50. And yeah, that gives us some nice variation in the roughness and makes it look more and more like metal, which I like. So if we take a look at the mask again, you can see this is being used just on the roughness channel. So we have the streaks from earlier, and now the roughness variation from our grunge map that's being fed into this layer. And I think that looks pretty good for just our base metal material. I think this is a great base, and I think we can definitely add more dirt, grime, and grunge on top of this. Now let's organize our scene a little bit. First thing that we want to do is select everything but the layer 1 base layer. So I'm going to select the base metal and then shift click on my layer all the way on top. That selects all of the layers, and then I'm going to press Ctrl G on my keyboard to group them. Works exactly the same as in Photoshop, and it now has created a folder, and we can just call this base metal. And now all of these layers are in one folder, and it's kind of like easier to work with them like that, especially later on once we start stamping detail on this and all that other good stuff. Okay, now that that's organized, let's actually add another fill layer, and we're just going to group that by pressing Ctrl G, and then we're going to call that dirt, And we're going to disable that layer for now. And with that, we can start adding dirt, and all the dirt's going to go into the dirt group, and any changes to the base metal group will go to the base metal group. Okay, let's start working on the dirt next. Okay, let's turn on that layer again, and this will be for larger edge highlights. So let's call this edge highlights large, and we're going to repeat a lot of the processes from earlier on, where we're just going to create various different masks on top of one another to create these effects on our material. In that layer, this one I only want to affect the color layer, just like the other ones, the other edge highlights have done. And then what we're going to do is we're going to select the color in the color layer. So let's scroll down, and I think I'm going to do the same color for this as on the other edge highlights, which was 0.165, I think. And then we need to create a mask and use a metal edge wear modifier or generator to create some wear and tear. So let's right click and click on add white mask, and then in the mask, with the mask selected by left clicking on it, right click on that and click on add generator. And then we're just going to look for metal edge wear, drag that over, and here we go. Here's our edge damage, and then we can start adjusting the values of this layer. So first thing we want to look at is the wear level. Let's crank this up to maybe 0.9, and then the contrast we're going to leave as is. We're going to turn on triplanar as usual. Let's see. And then the grunge, I actually don't want any grunge on this. So the triplanar doesn't really make a difference if it's turned on, because that's just modifying the texture that's being used in the grunge. So as you can see, it only affects it here. I'm still going to leave it on, but I'm going to set the grunge amount all the way to 0, because I'm looking for these larger edge highlights that I'm getting here. Grunge scale doesn't really make a difference. We can just leave that at 4. And then I want to work with the edges. And I really want to crank that up to get some like broader detail on the edge wear, basically. So maybe we're going to set this to something around 3. Maybe this is good, 3.1. And then we're going to take a look at the ambient occlusion masking. That's at 0.5. And we're going to leave that as is. And the curvature weight, we're going to leave that as is as well. It doesn't make any difference anyway if we change these sliders. Yeah, I think that's looking good so far. But obviously this is really, really strong, and I want this to be fairly subtle. So just like on the other ones, we're going to crank the overall intensity of that mask down to 70, and then we're going to crank up the intensity of this layer way down. Maybe we'll just do something around 10, because then if we take a look at the material, you can see that we're getting just some subtle edge highlights in the color that weren't there before, which is nice, and it just brightens up these areas where there are edges, basically, which I think does look good. So with that, I think that's it for the larger edge highlights. So we want to do smaller edge highlights as well, because it's still a little bit too broad for me with just that. Let's add some smaller edge highlights. Same procedure as before. We're going to add a fill layer, double click on it and rename it to edge highlights small. And then I want to show you something cool with these fill layers. You can actually load in materials into those fill layers by just dragging the material that you want to use on that layer into the material mode tab down here. And I think I'm going to use the steel rough material that you can find in your materials folder in the shelf. So just go to steel rough and then drag that over to the material mode tab. And then you can see now we have that steel applied to our object. We want to set that to triplanar projection, and then we want to set this to a scale of maybe 2, just so that it holds up. And then the next thing that we want to do is we want to turn off the normal map channel, because I don't like how it adds these irregularities or this slight feeling of the surface being uneven to the object. So let's turn off the normal channel. The rest we're just going to leave as is. And this is the material that we're going to use for the small edge highlights, which is cool because it's going to give us some subtle roughness variation as well as some metallic variation. As you can see, it has slightly different colors than our base material. And we do need to mask it out though. So first thing we want to do is right click and then add white mask. And now we're going to add a generator to that mask. And in the generator tab down here, let's click on it and select the metal edge generator again. In that generator, we can set various different options. So let's start by adjusting the wear level. I want this to be really, really subtle. So let's bring that all the way down to like 1.3. And then the contrast we're going to leave as is. Triplanar we're going to turn on. Blending contrast we're going to leave at 0.5. And then the grunge amount we're going to bring down quite a bit. And you can see it doesn't make that much of a difference because it's already pretty low. But I want it to be really, really subtle. So maybe 0.1. And then the scale we're just going to bring up to like 9 or 10 or something like that. And then we don't want to use a custom grunge, but I want to work with the edge smoothness value and bring that all the way up so that it becomes more and more subtle. So maybe 8 is a good value, or around 8. And as you can see, it brings out these sculpted details really, really well. So I really do like what that looks like. And then we can also work with the curvature weight and bring that down just a tad, just to make it even more subtle. And then you can see we have some pretty even edge highlights. And they look good, but they're a little bit too even for me. And, you know, one of the mistakes that people often make is that they use one of these generators, but then they just leave it as is, as they come out of the box, instead of modifying them some more. And that makes it always look a little bit procedural. Like you can see there's like edge damage applied to every edge pretty regularly. So if we go to mask mode, you can see it's pretty even. And to get rid of that evenness, what we're going to do is we're going to bring in a texture on top of this, and then we're going to set the blending mode to subtract, which means it's going to take away from that mask. So it's going to make that even more irregular. And to do that, it's very simple. Just right click on the mask, and we're going to add fill. So now we can bring in a texture again. You've seen me do that a couple of times before, but like I was saying, we want to set this to subtract, and I'll do that once I have the texture plugged in. So let's go back to our grunge maps and look for like a scratchy texture. So maybe this, yeah, that looks like it has scratches in it. It's grunge map 12. So let's just drag that over into the grayscale tab, and then you can see here's our texture. As usual, we're going to switch it to triplanar. We're going to set the scale to maybe 8 or something like that. Just need to find something that works well. And then I don't know how that blends up here, so let's, oops, that was the offset tab. I wanted to go to the rotation tab. Rotate that 90 degrees, and that seems to like line up a little bit better. Now let's go to material mode and see what that does. Press M on the keyboard, it switches to this, and then you can see right now it just adds another texture on top of my mask, but that's not what I want. I want this texture to subtract from the metal edge wear. So go into the blending mode and set it to subtract. And now you can see if we go back to mask mode, that this texture is taking away from the edges. I think this is a little strong, so let's see what happens if we just invert that texture. So select the grunge map, and then we're just going to click on invert. And I think that's a little more subtle. I like that a little bit more. And then here you can see now that this is taking away from those edge scratches, and it's adding like more and more irregularities, and it makes it feel less even than it did before. Let me actually go in. What happens if we switch that to 7 on the scale? I think that feels a little bit better. So we're just going to leave that at 7. And now that we have that, all we need to do is bring down the intensity of the edge highlight layer overall. And I want this to be pretty subtle, so maybe set it to something around 30. So now you can see we're going from this to this with the smaller edge highlights. And I think that's looking pretty good. It's not too regular, and it's not too in your face, the effect, which I like about it. And now that we have our small edge highlights, next we're going to add some general ambient occlusion dirt on top of everything. So let's work on that next. Okay, let's add the ambient occlusion dirt layer. So let's call this ambient occlusion dirt. And we are going to just set this to color and metalness. And we're going to crank the color all the way down to black. And we're going to leave metallic at 1. And then obviously we need to do some more stuff to this. So let's just add a black mask to this whole thing. And then in here, we're going to bring in the mask builder as a generator. So let's click on add generator, and then we're going to look for mask builder in our shelf, and here we go. Let's drag that over into our generator slot. And this is an older mask generator or mask builder. It says mask builder legacy, but it's still working, and every once in a while I like to mix it up. So what we're going to do on that layer is we're just going to work with the values a little bit, and that's going to just darken our corners and give us a little bit of nice dirt on top of our material. So let's just work with the level and see what that gives us. Maybe set this to 0.5 and bring the contrast down, maybe something around 0.3. And we're not going to invert it, but we are going to use the triplanar version as usual. And then let's look into the different options that we're getting here. So we have grunge. So let's look into this. Let me just scale this up, maybe to 6. And let me see what that does. Let's leave it at 0.25. Just want a little bit of grunge. The scale is fine. We're not going to use a custom grunge, and we're not going to invert this. And then let's take a look at the ambient occlusion options that we can set into this material. So let's click on AO, and then we have range, contrast, and noisiness. Let's see what happens if we bring this down overall. Maybe set this to 0.5 overall, and then let's adjust these values a little bit. So let's go into mask mode to see a little bit better what's going on here. So the range, you can kind of see, let me zoom out actually. The range will increase the range of the ambient occlusion affecting this mask, and I want this to affect it quite a bit, so let's just set this to 0.85. Contrast we can leave at 0. Let's see what the noisiness does. Let's make it a little bit more noisy, maybe double it 2.5. And we don't need to invert that actually. Let's look at the other options that we have. We got the curvature here. You know, there's the contrast, we've got the range. So let's play with the range and see what that gives us. It's really not making much of a difference. So maybe let's just leave that at 0. But yeah, let's leave the range at 0, leave the contrast at 0 as well. But maybe on the concave side, we can play around with these values a little bit more. Because I want the dirt to show up in areas where things are concave. So kind of like here and here and here. And that is the slider that does that for you. So maybe we're going to set this to, I don't know, something around 0.8 or so. And the convex we're just going to leave out. I think I don't need that at all. Yeah, this is too intense. Let's leave that at 0. And then let's see. Maybe play with the smoothness a little bit as well. Because I don't want a ton of texture detail in there. It's fine if we just smooth it out a little bit. So let's just set this to 0.25 or something. And then we've got a level boost. Maybe just bring down that level boost just a tad. 0.15. Noisiness we're gonna leave as is. And then let's look at the other options that we are getting. We've got the scratches, and I don't think I'm gonna add any scratches to this. I'm gonna leave that at 0, just because I feel like it doesn't make a lot of sense to have that. And yeah, all the other stuff I think we can leave at the default values. We have scatter and we have the micro details. The micro details are gonna come into account later, but the scatter is at 0, so this doesn't really do anything unless I actually crank this up. So I think I'm going to leave that at 0. I'm pretty happy with how soft that detail is. It's just a really nice and soft ambient occlusion detail that we're getting in that material now. So let's go back to material mode by pressing M, and then you can see what happened. It just darkened these areas here. So it's giving me some dirt or some darkening in areas where, like in these areas where there's a lot of ambient occlusion in the texture. And obviously this is really strong, as usual. So I think what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to take the intensity of the whole mask down. And 30 seems to be a value that's working pretty well. And then I'm going to set this entire layer to multiply so that it darkens whatever is underneath. And then we're going to bring down the intensity to maybe like 45 or something like that. So we're getting a little bit of darkening from that layer. So if we go into base color, you can see here's what we're getting in the color. It doesn't do anything to the roughness, because the roughness is disabled on that layer. And in the metallic, it does just a slight darkening, which is fine. We're just going to leave that as is. And here we have that subtle darkening in these areas here, which is cool. We're going to do more of that, but like I was saying, we're going to build it up in layers. So I think next we're going to do a dirt layer on top of that ambient, like an actual dirt layer that has some color to it and it's not just darkening whatever underneath. So let's do that next. Okay, we're going to add some broader dirt on top of all of this. So let's start out with a fill layer, and we're going to call that one dirt_large. And then what we're going to do is we're going to only set this to color, roughness, and metalness, so that it only influences those channels on that layer. And then we're going to go in and select a different color. So let's just do something pretty dark, maybe do 02 here, and then do 015 here, and do 01 here, which gives us a nice brownish color or tint. And then we're going to make this rough so that it's non-reflective, which is usually the attribute of dirt. And we can crank the metalness to 0 because obviously dirt is not metallic. With that set up, we can start looking into adding a mask to this. So let's right click on this and add a black mask to fully hide the material. And then we're going to start bringing it back in by adding a mask editor to this. So let's right click on the mask and then click on add generator. And then on the generator, we're going to type in mask editor and select the mask editor. Now, as you guys know, the mask editor supports 2 textures that you can load into this editor, which is pretty cool. So let's go ahead and actually do that first. So let's scroll all the way down, and we have texture 1 and texture 2 under image inputs. So let's just Google, or let's not Google, sorry. Let's look for grunge over here in the shelf. And we're going to look for grunge map 08 for the first texture. And then we're going to use a rusty material for the second texture. So let's look for rust and select this grunge rust fine and drag that into the secondary slot. And as you can see, both textures are now loaded in. Unfortunately, they're not being used yet because the opacity is set to 0 on both of them. So let me just go ahead and crank up the opacity on those textures. And now we can start modifying this mask. So let's do that next. So let's just look at the general values for this mask editor before we mess with the image inputs. So I think the balance at 0.5, that's actually pretty good. So let's leave it at that. And then let's go to the ambient occlusion. See what happens if we crank this up. Nothing really much. Let's look into the attributes for the ambient occlusion just to see what's going on. Let me set this to 1. And then we're going to invert the ambient occlusion. And it's set to blending mode multiply, but I want to use linear dodge. So we're getting a bit of an effect now. It's basically removing the dirt from the crevices. Or actually, it's adding it to there. So let's take a look at the mask and see what's going on. Yeah, let's just set this to maybe around 0.2 so that we have some here. And then I don't really want to blur it. It looks good as is. And the contrast looks fine too. But I do want to bring down the opacity overall. Just slightly. I just want this to influence the material slightly. So let's do maybe 0.23 or something like that. Let's go back to material mode. And let's take a look at the curvature settings. Right now we're using 0.5. I want to bring that down a little bit to reduce the wear and tear. So maybe do like 0.2 or something like that. I think that looks pretty good. Turn this off and on and see the difference. Yeah, it's doing a lot right now, but we haven't adjusted the textures yet. So let's look into the textures next. So let's take a look at the textures again. Texture 1. Should we change the blending mode? Probably, but I want to turn on try planar for both of my textures first, and then in the image inputs I also want to modify some of the values in the image inputs here. For the second texture, let's look at the balance and contrast. I think I'm going to bring the intensity of this down a little bit to 0.4. Contrast is still at 0, which is fine. I don't want to invert that, which is good too. And the main one, we're going to do 0.5. Yeah, I think these values work pretty well for this texture. And then let's look at the actual texture settings. So let's go and scroll up to the texture parameters. So here we go, texture 1 and texture 2. Let's start with texture 1. Right now this is set to overlay. I think I'm going to set this to multiply. Let's take a look at the mask and see what that does. It goes from fairly bright to less bright, which is good because then it's going to influence my material a little bit less. Scale is fine, contrast is fine, and brightness is fine as well. Obviously triplanar is on now, which is good too. And then let's take a look at the second texture. The opacity on that one is pretty strong. Let's see, maybe we should bring that down a little bit. Let's do like something around 0.4 or something like that. And then I also want to take a look at this texture and take a look at the blending mode on that texture. Right now it's set to overlay. Maybe we'll do linear dodge on this guy as well. That changed it quite a bit, but I actually do like what that feels like. If we go back to mask, you can see it went from it went from this to this. So let's actually leave that at linear dodge. The scale is fine at 1. Triplanar is on. Maybe mess with the contrast a little bit to bring back some of that metal feel on the material. So we can go from 0, which is pretty dull, to 0.5, which gives us these details which I actually quite like. Yeah, and that's pretty much it for this texture, I think. And then the last thing that we want to do, like I was saying, it's all in the subtleties. So let me bring down the opacity of this layer to something around 50%. And you can see by doing that, we're getting a lot of that metal feeling back, but we're still having some of that dirt. So you can see we're getting an overall dirt pass, which is pretty subtle. And in the metallic, we're also getting some noise and some damage, which is pretty cool. Actually, yeah, that looks okay to me. Might be a little much. Let's see. We're just going to leave it at that for now, and maybe later on we have to mess with that a little bit when we get there. But overall this looks pretty good for the most part, I would say. Pretty happy with that dirt. So yeah, it's giving us some variation. That's a pretty intense change. Maybe bring this to 40 or 45 instead of 50, just to make it a little less intense. But yeah, that feels good to me. So let's leave it at that for this layer and then keep going. Okay, so before we go any further and add more dirt, I want to do some overall material adjustments. First, let me hide that large dirt layer that we've just created. And then I'm going to go back to the roughness variation layer in my base metal and do some changes to that one. I like that breakup that it's giving me, but while looking at this for a while, I think we need to bring down the intensity a little bit. So let's bring the grunge map overlay intensity down to 30 from 50. And that makes it look a bit more even. And then we're also going to go into the metal lines layer that we created earlier, go into the anisotropic lines layer, and then we're going to bring down the intensity to around 25 or 26 so that these lines are not that strong. And then let's go back to the dirt layer, and then you can see that this is adding quite a bit of dirt, and I think it's a little too much. I like that metallic feel, so I think overall I'm going to bring this down as well, maybe to around 30, because I do like that dirt, but I don't want to overdo it, and especially in the roughness, it adds a lot of noise in the roughness, as you can see. So let me just see what happens here. Let me just bring this to maybe around 20. Take a look at the material again, and now it feels more like metal. And then I also would like to work on the metalness here too, because it's adding quite a lot of information to the metallic layer here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that fill layer, and I'm going to crank up the metallic color to maybe 0.75, so that we still have a little bit of detail in here, but not as much as we had over here. So if we do that in material view, you can see it goes from, it doesn't actually change that much, but it does change a little bit. It makes it feel more metallic if we crank this up. So let's just do that, and I feel like that makes the whole thing feel a little bit more like metal than it was before. It was getting to the point where it was slightly too noisy. Maybe bring that back up to 25. Maybe let's try 22. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that for this material for now. And we're going to continue to add more detail to this. And we're going to add some rust and some speckles, some little dust speckles and stuff. So let's do that next, now that we have tweaked that material a little more. Okay, let's keep working on this and add a fill layer. And this one will be dust speckles. Let's just call that dust, and turn off the normal map on that layer. And then let's choose a color that's appropriate for like dust spots, maybe something around 0.4. And then what we're going to do is we're going to crank up the roughness just a little bit, because these dust spots should be fairly rough. And then we don't really need to adjust the metallic too much, but I'm just going to give it a value for now and see what that gives us later. And then what we want to do is we need to create the mask for this, so that we get a nice effect. So let's right click on that, add a black mask. And then in that mask, what we want to do is we want to add a fill layer. And in here we can load in a texture. And there are some pretty cool textures for dust that Substance Painter comes with. So let's just look for dust and then see what we can find here. I think this one is pretty good, grunge dust spread. So let's just drag that over into our grayscale slot, and then you can see we're getting all that nice dust detail. First thing we need to do is switch that to triplanar projection again, as usual, and then we're going to set the scale to something around 4, and that covers everything nicely in dust. And maybe rotate the Y, sorry, not offset it, but rotate it. It gives us a little bit better result up here. Looking good. Unfortunately, obviously this is way too much. So let's see if we can just work on the texture, on the balance a little bit. And we probably want to bring this down so that we eliminate most of the dust speckles. Maybe around here feels pretty good. Yeah, maybe leave it at that. And then we're going to add a levels on top of this just to modify this some more. So let's go to add levels. And then in that levels layer, we can do a bunch of adjustments. And then what we're going to do here is we're just going to crank these values closer together. And then you can see some of these spots starting to disappear. So let's do something like this. And maybe something like this. And let's crank this over a little bit. Maybe to this point. And yeah, you can see it's getting rid of most of that bigger detail that I'm not a big fan of, but it's leaving a lot of the smaller stuff in place, which is good. Not all the way happy with it. Let's work on the balance some more and bring that down to maybe 0.35. And yeah, this looks pretty good. Some nice imperfections, some nice spots. But I might actually want to increase the tiling on this. Maybe set this to 5 so that these spots become a little bit smaller. Yeah, that's looking pretty good overall. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our original layer. And now we can work with the height value here. So if we give that a negative height value, you can see it's starting to carve into the mesh. If we give this a positive height value, you can see it's starting to come out of the mesh. Now, because these are small imperfections, we're going to have to give that thing a positive value, but just a really, really small one. So let's go in here and do something like 0.005 or so. And it's not really noticeable that it actually has height to it, but I think we're going to see it in the marmoset render later on. So let's just give it a really small value, just like this. And yeah, now we're having some nice dust detail on the object, which I do quite enjoy. And then obviously the intensity of this whole thing is too strong. So as usual, let's bring this all the way down, maybe to 10. And now a lot of it is actually going away. So let's maybe do 20 and go back into the texture and reduce the tiling to 4 again, just like we had before. And maybe work on the balance some more, bring some of that detail back. Yeah, this is not too bad. I think this is doing a pretty good job. I don't want too many of them, but when you get close, it's kind of nice to have that sort of detail on the mesh. So I'm pretty happy with how that looks like. So we've got our dust, and then we can keep moving forward to some bigger color variations, some rust and stuff like that. So let's do that next. Okay, let's add some rust, some broader rust to it, or basically just some red discoloration on the metal. To do that, as usual, we're going to add a fill layer, and we're only going to turn on color in that fill layer. And then we're going to choose a color that's kind of reddish. So something fairly dark, not super saturated. Let me see, maybe something like this. It's sort of reddish, but it's not overly saturated. And then as usual, we're going to add a black mask. And in that mask, we are going to use the mask to mask out the area where we want that color change to appear. So to do that, we are going to add another generator, and we're going to use a new one this time. We're going to use a dirt generator. So let's just look for dirt. Let's see what we can find. Well, we can actually just click here and type in dirt, and then there you go, there's the dirt generator. It also is down here, so you can either drag the dirt generator in, or you can select it over here. I'm just going to drag it in for now, and then you can already see it's adding some nice rust to my model, which is looking pretty good, I would say, but we definitely need to tweak this some more. So first thing we're going to do is play with the dirt level, bring that down just slightly, and bring the contrast up a little bit, maybe to something around here. And then we're going to turn on triplanar as usual. We're going to leave the blending contrast as is, and then let's see, maybe we're going to bring up the amount of dirt a little bit, something like 0.35 could be good. And let's increase the scale as well. That's looking good to me. And let's work with this edge masking attribute down here as well. It's not really doing much. Let's see, I think this is more for areas that are like yeah, kind of like in crevices. So let's use a pretty high value for that. I kind of like what that looks like. Maybe let's do 0.75. And then micro details we're not going to use yet. That's going to come later. But I think this is a pretty good start just for the dirt. But I do want to add a levels to this just to work with this some more. So let's right click on the mask and click on add levels, and then we're going to have to adjust these levels a little bit. So let's just see what we can get, something like this, and then bring this all the way down just to make this spread out a little bit more. So we're going from this to this, which I do kind of like, I have to say. I especially like the effect that we're getting in these areas where dirt would naturally accumulate, kind of like those occluded areas. I think that looks really cool. Let's go back to material mode, and obviously this is way too strong overall. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to bring down the dirt in here to maybe something like 65, and then we're also going to bring down the layer itself to maybe around 65 as well. And that gives us some nice red color in our diffuse map. Kind of like adds some color to that metal, which I do like. I don't think it's too much, and I think it's working pretty well with the design that I want to go for. So let's just go in here and rename that to metal rust. And yeah, with that, I think that's almost it for this material. There's not a ton that we need to add to this. Sure, I'm going to make changes to this later on and maybe add some more stuff. But for now, we have our dirt and our base metal in set up. And what I want to do is I actually want to group these two guys. So just shift select them and then press Ctrl G. And then we're going to call that Mauser Dark Metal. And with that folder set up, we can toggle the entire material on and off. And now what we can do next is we can assign that to an ID map. So that's what I'm going to do next. Now, to assign this to the ID maps that we have baked, if we click up here and switch that back to ID, you can see our different ID maps. So assigning it to the black color is actually pretty easy to do. All we need to do is right click, and then we're going to do add mask with color selection. And once you do that, you can see that down here you can basically select a color from your ID mask. So just click on pick color, and then your mesh changes to the ID mask, and then you're just going to click on the black color, and then you can see it is now only assigned, or the black metal material is only assigned to the areas that have the black material on the high poly, which is exactly what I wanted. This is the way it's supposed to look like. And there's a few different options you can get into. There are the tolerance options, which basically gives this gives it a tolerance value in like how many other colors it's going to sample or look for that are similar to that black color. And then there's also a hardness color, which kind of like, or a hardness slider, which is doing something to the transition, or the way that the transition is being masked out. For this, we're going to set this to 1, and we might have to come back to the tolerance later when we get to assigning the other materials. For now, this is looking pretty good. I might crank this all the way up to maybe like 0.8, just so that it bleeds all the way into this and we're not getting any artifacts here, but I also want to make sure it's like not bleeding into other things, which would be a little bit annoying. It's not doing that, which is great. So we have now assigned that material to the ID that I wanted it to assign to, and then we can go ahead with the texturing, with the rest of the texturing. Okay guys, what we're going to do next is we're going to add another fill layer, and that fill layer is going to be used to project text and various other details onto the mesh. Let me just rename that layer to text, and then I'm going to press Ctrl G to group that, and then we're going to rename the folder that I've just grouped that layer into to text as well. Let's select the fill layer, right click on it and click on add black mask, which makes it disappear. But we can use the painting tools in the viewport to paint on that layer and to reveal the information that is in the fill layer. Let me undo that by pressing Ctrl C. And now we are ready to add detail to that layer. The way that it's organized is we have our Mauser dark metal material, we have the dirt layer, the text layer, and the base metal layer. The text layer needs to be above the base metal layer, and I'm going to get into why that needs to be in a bit. So first thing that we need to do is bring in the alphas to Substance Painter that we are going to use to project details onto the mesh. I have created various different alphas for you that we can use in this project, and they come with the tutorial. So if you download the file that comes with the tutorial with all the source assets, there is an alpha folder in there that contains a bunch of TGA files that are all called Mauser text. And what we're going to do is we're going to select all of these and just drag them into the viewport of Substance Painter, or we're actually going to drag them into the shelf, not the viewport. So drag it to the shelf down here. That brings up the import resources menu. And then what we're going to do is down here where it says import your resources to, we're going to set that to shelf, which means these resources are going to be available for the rest of the time that you use Substance Painter. If you choose current session, it's only going to be available for the session that you're working in, and once you restart Substance, these files will disappear. I'm going to set this to shelf. And then with all of them, we're going to set these to alpha, because that is their category. They're not anything else but just black and white alpha files. So make sure that everything is set to alpha. And then we're going to click on import, and it's going to bring in all of these textures. And then you can see they show up here under imported, which is great. But if we delete that flag up here and just type in Mauser, you can see here are all of our files. Now let's go back to that text layer and actually select the layer itself. And then what we're going to do is in the alpha shape of the brush, which you can find down here in the paint properties, we're going to drag in the Mauser text 01, which is the logo. So let's just drag that over. And then you can see your brush has now changed to the Mauser logo that we can stamp onto our mesh by just left clicking on it. So let me just undo that a couple of times. So one cool thing about Substance Painter is you can increase or decrease the brush size by just holding down Control and then using the right mouse button and going left and right. So you press Control, press and hold Control, press and hold right mouse button and go left and right. And that way you can just change the size of your brush, which is really cool and a pretty good shortcut. We are in perspective mode right now of Substance Painter. You can see that this is not the orthographic view. And if we wanted to project from the viewport, we should switch to orthographic view because that's going to make things a little bit easier. And you can switch to orthographic view up here. Perspective view is F5, orthographic view is F6. So if we go to orthographic view, you can see it switches from perspective to orthographic and it gets rid of the perspective. So basically if I do F5, I'm in perspective view and you can see it uses a field of view on the camera. And if I do F6, it's like the side view in 3D Studio Max. There's no distortion from a field of view from the camera and I can easily just project things onto my mesh. Now the Mauser logo goes in here. So I'm just going to try to eyeball to find the middle, which should be right about here. And then we're just going to decrease the size a little bit. And then I'm just going to left click to project this onto my mesh. And as you can see, the Mauser logo is now showing up. Now, obviously it's using a color, which I don't really want to project a color. This should really just be height information. So what we're going to do for now is just turn off everything but height. But since we haven't specified a height value in the layer, we need to actually go in and give that some depth. And what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to set that to like -0.25. Actually, no. -0.025. And just see what that feels like. That seems to be reasonably deep. Looks pretty good, but we still need to do a couple of things to make this look even better. I think another thing that I want to project on the mesh is the text on the other side, which is this one here, Waffenfabrik Mauser Oberndorf am Neckar. So what we're going to do is we're going to select that Mauser text 06. So let's go back into our text layer. And now you can see down here is our brush. You can just click on this icon up here that takes you straight to the alpha settings. And then what we're going to do is we're going to drag that other brush in here. And then we're going to try to project this text over here. It goes in between these two elements. So let's just left click here and then you can see it has been added. And then also we need some text up here, and that's this one. It is the text 07. So let's drag that over into our alpha. And then we're going to try to project that here. There we go. It's very subtle, so maybe make this a little bit deeper. 0.05 or something like that. And then let me just take a look at my reference images to see if this is the correct spot. And it looks like, it's good that I've checked, it looks like I've done it the wrong way around. So let's actually go back in here, Control Z to undo. But what we want to do is we still want to set this to -0.005 and then go back to the alpha layer, and then we need to rotate that alpha in the brush for this to work properly. Now to do that, let's just scroll up here in our brush, and then you can see that there's an angle value here, and all we need to do is set that to 180, which rotates this correctly. So let's check again. this is where it should go. Yep. So let's go ahead and stamp that up here. There we go. There's our detail, which is really cool. And then you can also see that there are various other details and numbers that we need to project on this mesh. So maybe we are going to go ahead and just project all the detail first before we move on to setting up this layer correctly. So let's continue with projecting these details. I've got some good reference images here that I found online. There's this little logo here on the side too that I've created an alpha for. It's that one, Mauser Text 04. So let's just double click on that. That automatically loads it as an alpha into the brush. And then what we can do is just project it from the side. We need to rotate it first though. Let's change the rotation back to 0. I think it needs to be -90. No, it needs to be, it actually needs to be 270, I guess. So let's do that. And now it is in the correct position. And then we can either project it in the viewport. Let's see where it's actually located. It's here on the side in the front. So I think it goes kind of here. So I just want to make sure that it's in the right position. So let's put that on there. And it's probably a little bit smaller in real life than what I've just chosen. But I think I'm just going to have it be a little bit bigger so that it's easier to spot in the render later on. And then we're going to do a number that we're going to stamp on the side. This one is 368466. So I think what's important is just that it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 numbers. So to do numbers, we can use the text tool in Substance. So if we just look for text, or is it type? Yeah, it's type. So if you type in the shelf, it brings up different fonts that you can use. And let's see, let's find one that's kind of a little bit more elaborate and not too technical. Let's try with that one, see what the numbers on that one look like. So what we're going to do is we're going to double click that, and that will choose the text tool as an alpha in your brush. So if we go down here to brush again, you can see that as alpha it has selected this text that we just selected. So you can drag different ones over here, but I want to use that one. And then you can type something in here. So if I do ASD, you can see that the alpha adjusts in the viewport. If I do Mauser, you can see alpha adjusts in the viewport. Now let's try some numbers, and let's actually go in here and rotate the brush again. So let's set that to 0. That's in the correct location. And then let's actually check again. Let's go back to the alpha. Let's see what this text looks like if I just stamp it on. That looks pretty good. Let's compare it to this. Let's see if we can find a better one actually. Let's try the Baskerville. See what that looks like. Compare that. It's a little closer to what the font looks like in real life. What else do we have? Let's try the career just for fun. That's 2 typewriter. Let's try this one. No, I think the Baskerville or maybe the Jura. Let's try that one again. No, that's too modern. I think I'm going to go with the Baskerville. And then what we're going to do is we're going to project that from the side. We can also do it in UV view if we wanted to. Actually, let me show you guys how to do that. So right now we have 3D only view. If we switch back to 3D and 2D, you can see that our texture is over here on the right side. We can also go to 2D only, and you can cycle through that using F1 for split view, F2 for only 3D view, and F3 for only UV view. So if we go in the UV view, we can just paint on it as well, and that will project it on the mesh. So let's just see if we do that here, go to UV view, let's see where this area is. It's kind of hard to find. Let me go back to the text layer and turn on color, and then I can see the white color coming in when I project stuff. So let's see. Oh, there we go. There is this layer. So let me undo that and undo that again. So now you can see that here is the area where I need to project it on. So let's go back to the alpha mask and then go back into the brush, and then we're going to do 3.5 for the first two numbers because they're kind of like stamped randomly. Scale up the size on this, and we can just project it on the UVs if we wanted to. Let's see what it comes out pretty good on. If we do it in 3D as well, it adjusts the angle to it, so it's not distorting it in any way. So we can do it in 3D as well. Oh, by the way, to snap to like front and side view and top view, you can start rotating with Alt and left mouse button, and then once you hold down Shift, it snaps to whatever view you're closest to. So you can go top view, let me zoom out, front view, top view, bottom view, back view, and so on, just by holding Alt and Shift when rotating. I probably should have brought that up a little bit earlier, but now you guys know how to do that, which is cool. Also, if you're in 3D view only, and you just go on the layer or in the alpha, well, actually, let's go and do those numbers first before we do anything else. So let's do it on the UV layout. So let's select the brush. There's also different alignment options. You can kind of see if you do tangent wrap, it adjusts to the surface. The brush adjusts to the surface angle. If you do camera, it always stays fixed to the camera. It doesn't adjust to your surface angle. And then if you just do planar, I'm actually not entirely sure what that is. I've never really used it. I either use camera, tangent wrap, or UV, and UV basically just aligns it to the UV coordinates, which is cool too. For this one, let's just go with tangent wrap, and let's kind of like scale this up a little bit. Let's take a look at the reference image again. It goes pretty far forward actually, and it's kind of at the bottom end of this. So let's do 3.5, and then we're going to go back to the alpha. We're going to type in another number, 4, and we're going to do 4 up here, and then 3 more numbers. Let's do 277 or something like that, and project that down here. And let's compare that to the real life reference. Not overly happy with it. It's too big and kind of like too spread out. So let me undo that, make that smaller, and maybe we do need to use a different font. Let's see what else we have. Let's try this. Feels too mechanical to me. Try this. No, this one is definitely not going to work. What about this? This might not be too bad. I mean, it's not exactly what that type looks like, but it's not as large as the other one in a way. What else do we have? The typewriter is not going to work. I already know that. mean, there's something to this, it's just so big. Maybe we'll go with that one. I'm kind of uncertain right now which one to choose. I like that one too. I think we're gonna go with that one. So let's do this again. So actually, let's go in the UVs and let's select the alpha brush and then change the angle to 90. No, I guess it needs to be 270. And that's the correct size. Let's bring this down a little bit and let's try again. It needs to kind of like end over here. So let's do 3.7. And then we're gonna do 4. And then 886. For some reason, this font does not work with me. Let's go back. Try it with that one. Make it a little bit bigger. This one also has bold or regular. Should we go bold? No, let's just do regular. So let's do 3.7, 4, 5.88, and that actually works better for me now. And by offsetting this a little bit, it makes it feel handcrafted. It makes it feel like someone actually went in there and added those numbers on there, which is pretty cool. Now with these in place, we have a few more to go, so let's do those next. Okay, we're using the font Almendra. Let's keep going with some more detail. There's like stuff down here that we need to add. And I made some alphas for this because these are kind of super random. So let's look for Mauser, and then you can see if we select that one, I made all these numbers from that image, 01Z2. And this goes down here. Let's just make sure that this is the right position. 01 should be on the left, which I think is the case right now, and then Z2. Let's see how much space that should take up. It's pretty far forward, but sort of in the center. Maybe this is good. Let's go back. And then we have that M*7. And you can kind of see the 7 is here and then the star is over this line. So let's try to put that on there. This looks pretty good to me, and you can just use the alphas that I made for it. The one with the 7 is the alpha 03, Mauser text 03, and then the other one is Mauser text 02. So you should have these guys projected onto your mesh right now. And I think what's left on the black metal now is just the numbers on the viewfinder. Let's see where that is in UV view. And then I have some references for this viewfinder for the numbers. I think I'm gonna go with this layout here. That looks pretty good to me. We're gonna do 800 and then 1,000, and we're not gonna do the 1,000 over here. So let's take a look. I'm gonna move that to the side. I'm still gonna look at it while texturing, but you're not gonna be able to see it, but you can just follow me in the video basically. So let's go back to font, and then let's use the Almendra font that we used for the other numbers. Double click on it, and then we're gonna start out with 50, which needs to go here. Let's see what size we're going to use for that brush. Let's try 5. See if that's too big. I guess we need to base it on the 1000 that we need to cram in at the end of it. So maybe that's what we start out with. So let's type in 1000. And let's go over here and rotate the brush. So just rotate it to, let's try 180. And yeah, that fits in there. It's not perfect, but it gets pretty close to the sides, but I think the size of 5 is fine. So now all we have to do is just project our different numbers. We can do that either in 3D view or in UV view. I like doing it in 3D view, or actually it might be better just to do it in 3D view, in UV view. So let me reset the rotation on this, and then we're going to start by stamping that in here. So we've got 50, and then the next one is going to be 150, and then the next one is going to be 250. Stamp that, scroll up, and then the next one is going to be 350. Stamp, and then the next one is going to be, sure, you guessed it, it's 450. Let's see, this one goes a little too close to the edge. Let's make sure I'm centering it a little bit more. And oh god, it's getting exciting. The next one is 600. It's not 550. So let's stamp that one on there. And then we have 800 as the last one on the left side of this viewfinder. And then we're going to move over to the other side, and we're going to start with 100. Let's just stamp that in. 200. Stamp that in. 300. Stamp that in. 400. Stamp it in. 500. And 700. And 1000. And that one we need to rotate. So let's see. 90. Yeah, actually it needs to be 270, I think. Yep. Goes in here. And let's just find a good spot for it. 1000. There we go. We've got all of our numbers. They're looking pretty good. Let me check my alphas if I forget anything. Let's type in Mauser. No, these go into different places. So yeah, that looks pretty good. Got all the stamping on the black metal done. And now we just need to set up anchor points so that the material and mask generators take the normal map of these guys into account and generate some dirt and wear and tear around them. So that's what we're going to do next. Okay, we have added the text and everything to the gun, but as you can see, it's not really affecting any of our materials yet. There's no edge highlights. It's not being taken into account by the dirt and the grime of our material. And I want the text and all the logos that I have projected onto the mesh to be affected by that stuff. Now, the way to do that is to add an anchor point on the text so that Substance Painter knows to take these into account. To do that, just click on the mask of the text layer, right click on it, and then go to add anchor point. And then we're just going to rename that anchor point down here to text. Now, in order for other materials to use that anchor point, the anchor point needs to be below those materials that want to use it in the layer stack. Now you can see that everything underneath the dirt group is the text. So the dirt group can use the text right now. If I would move it all the way down here, I could also use it on the base metal, but I actually don't think it's necessary. It's fine if we just do it in the dirt group. Now with that anchor point, the text anchor point down here created, we're going to go into the dirt group and start at the material which is the metal rust material. And then let me just make this a little bit bigger. And we're going to go into the mask, and then we are going to scroll all the way down here. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the anchor point in the micro height of the material. So let's just click on that. Let me actually bring this up. And what we can do is, let me bring this over here, click on the micro height tab, click on anchor points, and then click on text. And what that does is it allows you to load in that anchor point as a micro height detail, which means the mask can't take it into account. Let me snap that back over here, just so that I can easily show what's going on again. And now you can see nothing has really changed yet. That's because we need to go into the micro details category. So under parameters of the dirt generator, there is a micro details category, and in here we want to make sure to turn on micro height. And when you do that, you can see that the dirt is starting to show at all of our objects that we have stamped on. Now, as you can see, it's doing it the wrong way around. The dirt should accumulate in the crevices and not outside of it. So let's just scroll all the way down here. Under micro height, there is a levels adjustment, and we can just invert that, and that inverts it and makes it show up in the crevices of everything. So you can see it went from this to this, which looks pretty convincing. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do that for all the different materials. So let's just go through and then adjust it. The dust doesn't really need it because it's not going to affect that much, but the dirt large is going to make use of it. So let's go into the mask editor, scroll all the way down, click on micro height, and then again load the anchor point, which is the text anchor point. So just click on that, and now it has loaded that in. And now we need to enable it in the micro details as well. So let's turn on micro height, and that should have done something to the material. So let's take a look. Yeah, you can see it's starting to show up, even though it's very, very slight. Let me actually turn this off for a second. And then what we're going to have to do is we're going to scroll all the way down to the levels adjustment, and then we're going to bring these levels together and see if we can get a better result. Let's switch this to mask. Let's invert that and see what that does. I just want to get some more contrast going, but it's going to be difficult with that layer just because it's so the intensity of that layer is so low. It's only 22, so whatever I do to this, it's not really going to make that much of a difference. So I think I'm just going to leave that one as is. There's not much I can or want to do to this, and the settings are just down here. You can kind of see what I've set up for this, and that's pretty much it for the dirt large. And then we have the ambient occlusion dirt. We can go in here as well, select the mask builder, and then we are gonna bring in the anchor point. So just click on text, and then just like before, we are going into the micro details, and we're going to turn on micro height. And you can see it's already doing something. It's giving us a nice kind of like outline to this, a little bit of dirt. Let's turn on the mask, and then let's scroll down. We could invert that if we wanted to, but I actually like what that looks like. But I do want to just see if we can make it a little bit less obvious by just messing with these sliders. It's not doing much right now, but this one seems to be the one that's doing most. And then you can see just by working with those sliders, we can get a little bit of darkening around it, but not too much, which is kind of what I wanted. Maybe even bring that back down just a tad. And then let's go back and forth. This is pretty good. Let's go to the edge highlights small, and let's select the metal edge wear and then go down. Same procedure, bring in the anchor point, and then we want to go to micro details and turn on micro height. And then you can see that did something. Let's turn on the mask. We need to invert that mask. So let's scroll all the way down to levels, click on invert, and now we're getting a nice highlight around these edges, which I think looks pretty cool. Some nice edge highlights here, making these details pop a little bit more compared to what they looked like before. So if I turn off the micro height, you can see it looks like this. If I turn it on, it looks like this. And that looks pretty good to me, I have to say. Let's go to Edge Highlights Large. Same procedure, go to the mask, and then we're going to go to Micro Height, bring in the text anchor point, scroll up, Micro Details, turn on Micro Height, and then you can see it is using that mask now. So here it is with it enabled, and let me just turn that off. That's what it looks like with it off. Now, let's see what that looks like actually. It's just brightening everything up again, which obviously negates that effect from the dirt. So let's see what happens if we invert that. Not much really, to be honest. We need to turn micro height on obviously and then invert it. It's not too bad actually. Let's see. Play with these values a little bit. And this is a lot of just playing around, seeing what the different values do. It's just clamping the values basically. Let's go to the mask again. Turn this off. What happens if we invert it? It doesn't really make much of a difference actually. I think I'm just going to leave it as is. In some of these cases it doesn't make that much of a difference. I was most interested in the red material and the edge highlights, which is what I have gotten now, and I don't need to worry about these guys much more. And the cool thing is we can also go back to the text layer now. So go to the text layer, and what happens if we just bring these in a little bit more? 0.75, that might be a little much. Let's do -6.5. And then let's also turn on the roughness on this actually. And let's see. So right now, this is what it looks like. Probably want to make this a little more, a little less rough than the rest of the material, because I assume that there wouldn't be as much damage or use and wear and tear on these recessed areas. So can make it more dull. Let's take a look at the reference image. I mean, it actually looks exactly the same. Let's just make it just a little bit more dull than the original material. So let's do something like this. And that should be it. That should be a really good base for our dark metal material for the gun. So that's pretty cool, pretty exciting. Got the first material done, and we can move on to the next one. I think I'm going to do the wood material next, just because you guys have seen a metal material now, and it's probably more interesting to work on something else for a little bit before we come back to the metals. So let's take a look at the wood material on the grip next. Let's start working on the grip and on the wood material. To do that, we're going to have to select the grip texture set up here. So you switch texture sets by just clicking on the corresponding one that you want to work on. We have the gun one, which is just a body. So if I hide the grip, you can see all elements that have the gun material assigned. And we have the grip, which is just the grip, and then I can hide the gun, and then you can see here are all the elements of this piece. And this is looking pretty good so far. And I do want to get started on the wood material. So just like before, we're going to add a fill layer, and then into that fill layer we are going to drag in a wood material. And Substance Painter comes with various wood materials. I'm just going to use the wood walnut and drag that into, oops, sorry, I need that one. Drag that into the Substance material mode. So if you go to materials, there is the wood walnut down here, and you just drag that over here. And then we can start working on that guy. First of all, there's a couple of things that we need to adjust. We need to set this to triplanar projection, and then let's look into the scale. Maybe set that to 0.75, and the rotation we're going to leave at 0. Hardness we're going to leave as is. Let's take a look into the rotation. I don't like what this looks like, so let's go in here, rotate that 90. That looks better. And then let's play with the roughness value of the material. Right now that's at 0.5. Probably want it to be a little rougher, or actually less rough, more reflective. So let's go down to 0.35, and then let's see what the ring step does. Just gives you more of these elements. So I think I'm just gonna set this to 10. That's a pretty good base. And let's look at some of the technical parameters. There's definitely a couple of things that we can modify. Let's see, normal intensity. It's just the normal intensity of the grain, I guess. So let's bring that down really low, because I think I'm going to do my own grain. So maybe something like that, or maybe 0.04. And the rest I think we can probably leave as is. That's the only thing that was bugging me. So I think that's a pretty good base wood material. So let's just call this one wood underscore base. And moving forward, this is just going to be the basic material that we work with. One last thing that I want to adjust is the color of it. It's like too brown for me right now. So let's go in here and select a different color. Let's see. Let's do 0.2 for red. Let's do 0.1 for green and 1.5 for blue. Sorry about that. 0.15. And That gives it a bit more of an interesting color. So this is looking pretty good to me. It's fairly reflective, which I like because I want to have like a polished kind of wood material in the back there. That has some wear and tear on it, but it should definitely be reflective. And we don't need to change anything in here. This looks all good. Yeah, so let's just leave it at that for the base and move on to the grain, because we don't have grain. But one more thing that I want to do is actually adjust the rotation a little bit more, because when you take a look at the direction of the grain, you can kind of see that that's not what it should look like. This is going straight, but it should really follow the outline of this. So let's see what we can do to adjust that. In the triplanar projection settings, we probably need to rotate this guy a little bit. So let's try... yeah, maybe 172 is good. .170 looks like this. This is not really parallel at the top. I think 172 is where the sweet spot is, so let's just leave it at 172. And now we can move on to the wood grain, so let's do that next. Alright, let's keep going. I want to add some wood grain on top of this. So let's add a fill layer, just as usual. Call that wood grain big. And turn off normal and metalness, and then the base color we're just going to set to black for this, and the height we're going to just give that some height, or actually let's adjust that later once we have all the detail. And then the roughness, we probably want to make this fairly rough, maybe something like this. Let's take a look at what mask we're going to use. So let's add a black mask, and then let's add a fill to the mask, and then let's look for wood. And here we have the wood grain texture that is great in Substance. So let's just drag that in, and then you can see that gives us a nice grain to everything. Obviously we need to set that to triplanar projection to make it work. And then I also want to take a look at some of the parameters here. So I think I'm just going to bring this down a little bit. I don't want this to bleed to the side as much, so maybe do 0.2 on the hardness. And then if we invert that, let's see if that looks better. Let's go with the inverted version for now. And then let's take a look at the projection settings. I want to adjust the scale a little bit. Let's bring this up to maybe like 1.35 so that we're getting some nice detail here. And then we want to rotate everything. First we want to rotate it 90 degrees on the y-axis to get rid of this arrow. And then we also want to do the 172 on the x-axis to make it match everything. And then maybe give it a little bit of an offset on the y-axis. I think maybe negative 0.75, just to like align these knots a little bit in interesting positions. And this looks good. This all looks good to me. I'm not overly concerned. It's unfortunate that we can't really have a different pattern projected from that side, but oh, actually there is a different pattern, so it's all good. Yeah, of course there is a different pattern, sorry about that. So with that, let's see what this looks like. Probably want to bring the intensity down. This is way too strong, so maybe, well, let's leave it at 100 for now, because if I look at this detail, you can kind of see that it's pretty sharp, and I feel like normally these things are a little softer, so let's just add a blur to the whole thing. So let's select the mask and then click on Add Filter. So basically right click on the mask, click on Add Filter, and then look for the blur filter. So there it is, blur. You can also do it over here as usual. If you look for blur, just drag that into the filter. And then we can adjust the attributes or the parameters. Basically, the higher the amount, the more it's going to blur our texture or our mask. And I just want to give it like a really subtle blur. Yeah, maybe something like this, just to make it look less jagged on the edges. Not really sure what that's doing, so I'm just going to leave that off. And then now we're going to bring down the intensity of this guy a little bit. Maybe something like this. And then also overall, we probably want to bring this down overall as well. Just give it some subtle grain. And then let's go back to the layer itself. And let's play around with the values here a little bit more. The roughness was actually pretty good, I think. Something like that should work. But I do want to give this some height so that it's carved into the mesh a little bit. And let's be really subtle with this. So let's go -0.125. And then you can see it's giving it a bit of a bump, which I think is looking pretty cool. So that's pretty good. And I think the next thing that we want to do is darken the edges on this guy so that we get some darker edges and some wear and tear and use on this. So let's do that next. Okay, we are going to work on the wood some more, and we are going to darken the edges on the wood a little bit. To do that, we're going to do the adjustment layer technique that I've shown you on the metal before. It's fairly simple. All you need to do is add a regular new layer, not a fill layer, and that one we're going to call darken edges. And then what we are going to do is we're going to set the blending mode on the base color to pass through. Now, one thing that I wanted to mention that I haven't gotten into is that each layer has a blending mode that you can assign it to. So basically the base color layer is set to blending mode pass through. The height layer is set to blending mode linear dodge. The roughness layer is set to blending mode normal, and the metallic layer is set to blending mode normal as well. The normal layer is set to blending mode NMDT. I'm not really entirely sure what that stands for, probably normal detail. But all that's important about this is that you can assign different blending modes to each layer, and that's going to become important for what we're going to do with the darken edges in a second. So let's just start out with the color value first. So what I want to have happen is I want these edges, these ones here, to be darker than the rest of the material, so that it looks like they've been used and there's some wear and tear on them. In order to do that, we're going to add a filter to this layer. So go down, click on Add Filter, and then we're going to use the HSL Perceptive. So let me just type that in down here. Here it is, and let's drag that into the filter. And then you can see we can just play with the lightness, and that will influence the base color because the filter is set to only affect color. So this is pretty cool. We can now just up the lightness or make the wood brighter or darker. Let me actually turn off the gun so that we only see the grip. And now what we need to do is we need to mask this out so that it only affects the corners. So as usual, let's start with a black mask, and then we are gonna add a generator, and then we're gonna look for the edge wear generator, the metal edge wear. So let's bring that in. And then you can see, there we go. This masks out the edges and gives us a chance to just modify the edges. Now first, let's just bring the lightness down. Actually, this 0.23 feels pretty good. And then let's go back to the metal edge wear layer and play with the values a little bit. So let's see, we can adjust the wear level. I think something around here is fine. And then we can adjust the grunge amount. I don't really want a lot of grunge on the side of the model, like this kind of stuff I don't want. I only want it on the corners. So let's bring that down to like a pretty low value, maybe something like this. And then the scale, we should definitely up, maybe 11 or something like that. We're not using a custom grunge. The edge smoothness we could work with. Let's actually see what the mask looks like. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave that at 1. That looks pretty good to me. Ambient occlusion masking we can leave as is, and maybe we'll bring down the curvature weight just a little bit, so that it's a little smaller. We're not using any micro details on this one yet, so let's check back what the material looks like right now. Looks pretty decent. But I think I'm gonna add a little blur to this whole thing so that it gets rid of these seams that we're seeing right there. Oh, also I want to use triplanar in the shader to make this work a little better. Okay, so let's just add a filter on top of this blur. Let's look for the blur filter. And then we can just work with that filter. I think I want to just add a little bit of blur, maybe like around 1 or something like that, or maybe even 1.25. And that just makes this very smooth. I don't want this to have a sharp outline. I want this to feel like it's been worn off after just a while. And so far this is looking pretty good. I do think that I need to maybe decrease the intensity of this layer overall so that it doesn't darken it that much. But that one more thing I want to do is, because as you can see right now we're only affecting the base color of this, so we're making this darker, but if we look at the roughness is still the same on the corners, and I want the roughness to be affected as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to add another filter on the layer level, not on the mask level. And then we're going to bring in another HSL perceptive. Let me just drag that over. Not really sure why I can't drag it in here sometimes. So let's just select it from here. And see, now I can drag it in. I don't know why that keeps happening. If you guys know, let me know. And then this time, so see how this filter is set to color, and then the new one I want to set to roughness. And then if I mess with the values, it should affect the roughness. But as of now, it's not really doing much, and that's because the roughness blending mode is not set to pass through. So I'm in base color right now, and you can see the base color is set to pass through. But if I go to roughness, you can see it's set to normal. And because there's no information in that layer, it can't actually modify, like this perceptive adjustment can't actually modify anything, because it's not being fed the information from the layers below, because this is set to normal instead of pass through. So once we set this to pass through, you can see that the layer changes and it picks up everything that's underneath, and then we are able to modify this. So let's take a look. I mean, the saturation is pointless. We don't really need to modify that. But I do want to mess with the lightness for sure. So let's go back to material mode and then see what happens. If I drag this up, it becomes more worn. If I drag it down, it becomes more reflective. So maybe we go subtle, maybe something around 0.56 or so. And then now that I keep looking at this, I also think that the roughness on this wood grain is a little much. So maybe let's go back to the material underneath and adjust that really quick. So we are on the wood grain level right now, and you can see I have set it to roughness. So usually it's set to base color by default. The base color is at 80% blending mode, and the roughness is at 100% normal blending mode. So I think what we're going to have to do is just bring down the intensity of that layer a little bit. So maybe something around 50 would be good, just to like not have it stand out as much. Let's see, what does it look like at 40? Doesn't make much of a difference. Maybe we'll do 45. Yeah, but I think that reads a little bit better. It makes this a little bit more dull, and then also we're getting these nice edges, these worn edges around the corners, which is cool too. But yeah, I think that's it for the darken edges and the wood grain adjustment. So let's keep working on this and keep moving forward and add some color variation to it. Let's keep going, and we are going to add, like I was saying, some color variation. And we're going to do that with the HSL Perceptive filter and the same technique, using a mask and then just an HSL Perceptive filter on a regular layer. So let's add another regular layer. Let's call that color variation 1. And then we need to set that one to pass through. And then let's go ahead and add a filter. And then we're going to select the HSL Perceptive filter, and this one will just be set to color as well. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to mess with these values slightly. So we're basically going to shift that into like a slightly different color, maybe make it a little bit brighter, and then right now it doesn't do anything because we're in roughness and we have set the roughness to pass through, but it's only affecting the color channel. So let's actually go back, set the roughness to normal, go back to base color, and then select that base color to pass through. And then once we do that, all of a sudden this thing actually has an effect. So we want to be pretty subtle on these color shifts. It doesn't need to be much, just a little bit, so that we get like some slightly different colors of wood. And I'm going for kind of like something like this, but definitely less saturated and more used version of it. But I love how it has these little indents and it has some wood grain on it. And yeah, it's pretty used. I actually have some other reference images as well. This one here is another one that I'm looking at on my second monitor. And then this one I like as well. But like I was saying, we need to kind of like, we're going to make a mix of all of these, but they have some elements in common, which is like those darker corners, the wood grain on it, and a pretty heavy or more or less heavy wear and tear and use. I want my wood to be a bit more polished and a bit more reflective, but definitely damaged as well. Anyway, to continue with this, obviously this is shifting the color quite a bit, and we need to add a black mask and then actually add a fill to that mask. And now we can work with modifying the mask for this so that it's not being applied everywhere. So let's see what we can use here. Let's go back to our grunge textures, just type in grunge, and I like these kind of leaks. They actually look pretty good. Let's see, maybe use that one, the grunge leaks, plug that in there, and then take a look at what the mask looks like. It's looking pretty good. I do want to set this to triplanar as usual, and then let's rotate the top 90. I feel like that looks a little better. Let's go back to material view, and then as you can see now, This is giving us some nice adjustment all over the wood, some nice color change here and there, and it's not too obvious actually. And I think honestly for the most part that's pretty much it for the color variation on this guy. There's not really much we need to change on the texture. The scale looks good. What happens if we increase the scale? I actually like it at 1. Gives us some broader detail. But what I do want to do is actually bring down this intensity of the color variation a little bit. It feels a little much to me. So maybe just half, 50%. And yeah, that's giving us some nice color variation. This one does not affect the roughness at all, and I'm okay with that because it's just variation on the wood. We don't need to have it affect the roughness. So let's just keep going. So I think we're actually going to do another color adjustment on top of it so that we get even more variation. So let's just Control D to duplicate that layer, and let's call that color variation 02. And then let's bring up the intensity of that layer, and then let's just use some different colors in a different mask. So let's go into the HSL Perceptive and maybe leave the U at 0.5, but just increase the saturation a little bit, something like this. And then bring the lightness down maybe a little bit. So that gives us some more variation to the wood. And then all we need to do is change the texture that we're using. So let's see what we're going to do for this one. We've got different ones. I'm looking for bigger shapes with bigger contrast. You can see there's a lot of range in this image. And I want to go away from something that has very little range. I want something that has a lot of range. So at the first look, these ones are like standing out to me. I like that one. I like that one. I don't know, maybe try this one, or let's see what that one over here would look like actually. Let's plug that in. Go to the mask. Okay. So here we are. Let's see what happens if we increase the scale here a little bit. Let's go back to material mode. This is actually looking not too shabby. Maybe maybe increase the tiling even more. Or does that become too noisy then? Let's try another map. Let's try the one that I was looking at earlier. This one here, the 15. Let's plug that in. And bring down the scale a little bit. I think that one is a little bit more subtle, maybe a little better. And then let's just use that one for now, but let's try 2.5 and let's bring down the intensity to like 90 or something. And that gives us pretty good base for the wood with some damage and wear and tear on it. The longer I'm looking at this, the more I feel like those edges might be a little bit dark. Let's see if we need to do something here. So I'm wondering if I should bring this down even more. But I'm just going to leave it at 80 for now, and then we can tweak that easily later on. Okay, with that, we can add some smaller wood grain, some micro detail on top of it, just like we had before. On our mesh, on our metal. There might be an issue here that I'm going to have to look into. But yeah, so far everything's looking pretty good. Okay, let's move on to the micro detail next. Okay, let's work on some wood grain. To do that, add a new fill layer. This one's going to be fill layer, not a regular layer. And then we're going to call that wood grain small. And this is only going to affect the height channel of my object, because I want some small scratches that are basically just part of the wood, or like that are going into the wood, kind of like really small scale detail. Can't really see it in here actually, but it has that type of detail. And then let's just set this to a really small value, maybe -0.05. And then let's just turn on height as we just did. And then what we're going to do is we are going to go and add a black mask as usual. And then we're going to add a fill layer to that mask. And then we're going to look for scratches that we can load in here. So let's type in scratches. And then you can see I like this directional scratches that we're getting here. So let's drag that one in. And that makes them show up on our mesh, which is great. First thing we want to do is set this to triplanar projection, and then let's adjust the rotation. First, I want to fix the rotation on the top here. So let's do 90, and then I want these on the side to be in line with the pattern. So let's use the 172, sorry, not on the offset, but on the actual rotation. Let's use the 172 here. And then we're going to scale this to maybe around 8. That gives us a pretty good detail. And then let me go and look at the mask and go down here. And I probably want to bring this down a little bit, maybe to 0.25, so that we're getting more of these isolated scratches and not as much of a range in those scratches. So if we look here, it's going from this, which is very noisy, to more isolated scratches, which I like. Maybe we'll do 0.5, and then if we bring the contrast up, they get a little bit smaller. So maybe do 0.1. I think that's looking pretty good. And then also another thing we can do is we can actually non-uniform scale things. So I feel like they're a little thick. So if we just increase the scale a little bit, they become a little bit thinner. And I think that actually looks a bit more realistic in terms of what those scratches would look like normally. Now obviously these guys are really strong, so let's go back to the fill layer and bring that down some more. Maybe half of the intensity that we were having before, but I still think that's actually pretty strong. So let me just go to the height channel, and then we're going to bring that down quite a bit. Maybe something around here. 25 or 30. Let's try 30. I feel like this could be good because I want this stuff to be subtle and only really noticeable when you're fairly close to the object. But I think that's pretty good for these scratches. It's looking pretty solid so far, and I think we can start adding some more detail to everything, some damage and stuff. So let's do that next. Okay, now that we're done with the base material, I think we can go ahead and group all of these guys. So let's select all of the layers by shift selecting them. So select the bottom one, shift select the top one, and then Control G. And then we're going to call that wood base. And then we're going to make a new fill layer. And we are going to group that as well. We're going to call that layer damage, just like we had before. And we're going to start out with some scratches on this fill layer and start layering damage on top. Now on that one I don't want any normalness or metalness, but I want the roughness to be at 1 because scratches are always dull. And then we're going to do, let me bring this up. It's a little unfortunate with how this stuff keeps cutting off down here. We're going to do kind of like a brownish color. Shift it a bit more towards orange maybe. Maybe something like that, just for the scratches. It's not super important. And then what we're going to do, as usual, we're going to add a black mask, and then we are going to add a fill, and we are going to look for scratches again. So we already have scratches typed in over here. So let's see what we got. We've got the grunge scratches fine, grunge scratches dirty. Bunch of different ones, and I think I want some, like these ones, some bigger, broader scratches that are non-uniform and just across the surface basically. So let's drag that into our grayscale slot of the mask, and then you can see we're already getting some detail here. Let's scroll all the way down, or actually we can probably start up here. Let's look at the balance. If we bring that down, we get less scratches, which I think will be good. So maybe set the intensity to half of what we had, and then also switch to triplanar projection. And then we're going to have to make sure that we're going to find a scale value that works with everything. 2.5 is probably good. Yep. And then let's do 90-degree rotation on top. That usually just looks better. And now we have some general scratches on this guy, which I think overall is starting to look pretty good. There's also attributes that we can change on those scratches. Like this is actually not just a material, it's a substance that allows us to modify these values. So we have quantity, which just reduces the amount of scratches. So maybe we do 0.5 here. We have the tiling, which just increases the tiling, but I think I'm going to leave that at 1. I don't want to blur it, and the width of these seems good. Length of this seems good as well. Yeah, I feel like they feel good as they are right now. And what does the double scratch thing do? I guess it just reduces the amount of like scratches close to one another or something. Yeah. Not really sure. Let's just bring this down a little bit. What else do we have? Spots intensity and spots tiling. Oh, these are like the smaller ones, these smaller dots. Let's set this to like 0.3 or something like that. And then we have some dust. What does that actually do? Okay, it's these guys. Let's just do 0.25 for this. So let's look at the mask again. It's looking pretty good. But I think they're like slightly too sharp, so maybe if we add a blur on top of this, we can mellow everything a little bit out. So let's add a blur filter, just like we did many times before. And I definitely want to like really subtly just blur this. That's way too much. Let's try typing in the value. Maybe something like this that just gives it a bit of a blur. I think this is looking pretty good, because the wood scratches, they're normally not super sharp on the corners. And then I definitely want to bring down the intensity of the whole layer. Maybe something like that. And then let's play with the height value. Right now it doesn't have any, but if we bring this down, you can see they get like scratched into the wood. I want to be really subtle with this as well. Maybe something like that. It's feeling pretty good to me. And then let's look at the roughness. Yeah, these are really dull right now. So maybe go into the roughness and just bring down the intensity of these a little bit. What does that feel like? Because they definitely still should have some reflectivity. They shouldn't be like entirely dull. But yeah, that's looking pretty good to me. I don't think there's more we need to do to these scratches. Now, one thing that I don't like is that the scratches that we sculpted into the model, we're not really getting any detail on them, like this kind of stuff. And it kind of stands out because we have these ones now that are revealing some damage, but these ones don't. So we're gonna need to do something about the baked ones next. Okay, let's work on the baked ones. So we're gonna duplicate that layer, Control D, and rename that scratches baked. And then we're gonna go in here and instead of filling it with a with the grunge scratches, we're going to use the curvature map that we've baked from Substance Painter. So we need the curvature map of the grip, obviously, otherwise this won't work. So let's take the curvature map of the grip and drag that in there into the grayscale slot. And then we need to set this back to UV projection and scale 1. And we need to disable all of these rotation attributes and set this to UV projection. And that way it's layering the curvature map on top of, or it's using the curvature map as a mask, the one that we've baked. Obviously this doesn't look good yet, so let's add a levels adjustment layers on top so that we can modify this mask. And then what we're going to do is we're going to invert the mask because I want the areas in here, I want those to be showing. So you can see if we go back to the material, right now this has the damaged material, and if we invert that you can see it's starting to come and show into the crevices. But then obviously this is not looking good yet, so we need to kind of like mess with these sliders a little bit. So let's clamp this together and really crank this over. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take away all the black color. And really go low on this so that we only get this material to show in the crevices basically. Yeah, I don't want any of that dirt to be here on the side. And you can see it's kind of hard to get rid of it entirely, but it should be so subtle that it doesn't make much of a difference. Like, yeah, it's very subtle. But now we're getting some detail on these on our sculpted scratches, which I like. So we went from this to this. I do think we might want to blur this a little bit more. Maybe just do 0.01. But yeah, that's looking pretty good to me. All I wanted is that to show up in these crevices here. Let's go to base color. Yep. There we go. And on that layer, actually, we don't need the height because this is already in the normal map that we've sculpted, so we can turn that off. And then with that, I think that's looking pretty good. So we have our baked scratches showing up as well now. Okay, let's add some more wear and tear and dust to this. So let's do a new fill layer and let's call that one general dust. And then switch that back to base color up here. And then this one only affects the color and the roughness. And we're gonna set the base color all the way down to black. And the roughness I think can stay as is for now. And then let's add a black mask And to the mask, we're gonna add a generator. Actually, no, we're gonna add a fill layer. And then let's bring in some textures. Let's do some like fingerprint style. Grunge fingerprint. So we have a few different ones here. I like that one because they're not that close together like over here. So let's just drag that over. And then let's go into mask mode. And then obviously set this to triplanar projection and crank up the tiling. Maybe do 5.75 or something like that. Let's rotate that 90 on top. Feels better. And then let's just work on the balance a little bit. If we crank this up, let's see what happens. Maybe we do like 0.8 or something like that, just to make them really come and stand out. 0.85. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take all of it and really reduce the intensity of this layer. Like I want this one to be really, really subtle. So you can still sort of see that it's like darkening this in places. And oh yeah, that's still way too intense on the roughness. Let's go to the roughness channel, crank that down, maybe to around here. And that should give us a little bit of variety in the roughness, not too much obviously, but just some more subtle detail that's layered on top. I don't want to overdo it necessarily, I just want to work my way up. So that's looking pretty good, that general dust, so I think we can add more on top of this. Alright, let's add some more dirt. Let's do a fill layer, call that general dirt. And then this one only has color and roughness. I'm going to set the color to black, roughness to around right here. And then we're going to add a black mask and as usual add a fill layer to the mask. And then let's plug in some textures here. So start with that guy and then go to triplanar projection, set the scale to 2. Rotation to 90 on top, just looking good, and maybe mess with the balance a little bit. Bring this down, and then let's try adding another fill layer on top. And that one, let's just try a streaky pattern that kind of like mimics the grain that we would get on the wood. So maybe this or this. Let's try this. Then we're going to do triplanar projection. Probably need a bigger scale on that one. And then let's adjust the rotation. 90 on top as usual. But then I also want this to like follow the pattern. Maybe 82 or 80. And then let's set this one to multiply so that it messes with the texture underneath, which is good. And then the cool thing is, you know, whenever you have stuff like that happening, you can just plug different maps into your grunge map slot and kind of like see what that or how that changes the mask. And sometimes you get happy accidents from that. I'm looking for a pattern that kind of like mimics the wood. Let's try different ones. This is too noisy. No, this is too broad. I think this one here seems to work best. And this layer is just for a little bit of grime and wear and tear. Let's do a levels adjustment on top of this. Add levels, and then let's crank this up just a little bit so that we only get these big splotches. I don't want this to be everywhere and so broad. I want it to be more localized. And by doing that in the levels, you can kind of see it's getting rid of a lot of that visibility here, so that it only shows up in certain areas, which I like. And then with that, let's actually crank down the intensity of this whole layer, maybe to 40. Let's check out the roughness channel. Yeah, that's still too intense on the roughness. Let's go in here into the roughness and then bring down the intensity of the roughness. Maybe something around 4. Let's see, might still be a little bit too strong. 25-ish. That's looking good. We're getting some more wear and tear. So let's keep going. So I want to add some blemishes to the wood next, like these kind of spots. And we have some of them that we've sculpted in, but I do want other ones as well, on like a procedurally generated ones from the texture, I guess. So let's start and do a new fill layer. So let's just click here, call that one spots, and then we're gonna do color, height, and roughness on this. And obviously we're just gonna not worry about the height right now, and not really sure how rough I want to make it. Probably crank it up all the way to 1 for now. And then what we're going to do is also mess with the color, set this to black entirely, and then add a black mask, and then we're going to add a fill layer as usual. And then let's find a texture that we can use for this. I know that they have some in Substance that kind of like mimics this kind of stuff. This shavings here is probably good. So let's plug that in, see what that looks like. And then we need to set that to triplanar, adjust the rotation as usual. And then we need to find out how we want to tile it. Obviously this is too big right now. Let's try 10. Oh, that's too small. Let's try 5. I think we can work with that. And we obviously do need to work on this a little bit more. And then let's see, we probably want to mess with the balance and contrast as well. Let's see. If we bring the balance down, it gets rid of the smaller ones, which I kind of like that, maybe 0.25. And then let's crank up the contrast as well. Maybe 0.5 or something for that. So we have that as a start. It's not really doing much right now, but if we add a blur on top of this to just blur it out, I think that will make it a bit more easy to look at, I guess. Not as sharp on the corners. So let's try 0.05. It almost doesn't do anything. Let's try 0.1. Go closer. Yeah, it's a little better. And then I think we need another mask on top of this just to get some more stuff going. So let's add another fill layer. And then let's look for more dirt. Maybe some scratches as well. I just want a, well, let's just, I want something to multiply on top of this so that it gets rid of some more stuff. So we want something that has like some color balance, almost like a cloudy type feel. Let's try this just for fun, and then try planar, and then set this to 4 or something like that. Rotate 90, and then let's set this to multiply. Take a look at the mask. So it's going from this into this. And I'm not sure if I'm super big fan of this. Let's try some other ones. Balance too much? Not really. Let's try this. Might be a little bit better. Oh, we're not seeing much of the scratches anymore. So let's just go back first to the hate channel and start adding some hate to this. So let's have this come down. And then let's go back to our layer stack. And then we probably want to do a levels on top just to crank up everything a little bit. Crank up the details again. So let's do add levels. And then we are just gonna bring everything over. Maybe to around here. And then slide this over so that we're getting rid of some of the bigger blemishes, I guess, or the smaller ones actually. And then let's see what we can do with that texture. Just trying different ones. This one actually seems pretty good so far. If we crank this to like 2 here, and then maybe 0.4, it's giving us some nice damages. The only thing I don't like are a lot of these like smaller spots. But unfortunately that's getting rid of most of them. Let's see if there's something we can do in the balance of this texture. Yeah, the levels is evening out a lot of that. This might actually not be too bad. I want to see what that looks like in the render, but it's giving me these blemishes that I was looking for. And I think the scale of them feels right. There's not too many of them. And there's definitely a few, but not too many in my opinion. So let's just see what that feels like in the render actually, because who knows, you know, it might look amazing actually. And then let's go back to the hate, and then let's see, we probably want to bring that down again. It's probably still too much. Maybe something more like this. And then let's see, roughness, it's looking good. I think I'm going to leave it at that for these details. One thing I want to try though is on the shavings, what happens if we do 4 instead of 5, maybe do 4.5, 4.75. Make them a little bigger. Yeah, that feels good to me. Okay, so now we have these spots, and then we can keep going with our material. I want to see in the wood base where are we getting this color variation from. No, it looks fine. I need to see it in the final result before we do any tweaks. So let's leave it at that and add some more dust on top of it. Okay, next thing that we're going to do is add some dust spots, just like we have over here. So let's actually hide the gun, go back to the grip, and then we're going to do a fill layer as usual. And that one is just going to be color, height, and roughness. Let's do 0.5 for the color. Height we're going to leave, roughness we're going to crank up. I don't know, maybe something around here. And then the height we probably want to give that some as well. Just slight. That should be it for the base setup for this, and then we can do add black mask and then add a fill. And then we're gonna bring in our dust grunge. I think that's the one that we used on the other mesh as well, so let's do that. Same as before, triplanar, tiling to 4. Top rotation to 90. It's looking pretty good. And then obviously we need to subtract from that. This is way too intense as we speak. But also I want to mess with the balance a little bit. Get rid of some of these like bigger patches. So looking better actually. Maybe do 0.35 or 0.38. It doesn't really matter as much. I can still tweak it later if I want to. So with that, let's actually add another generator on top of this. And let's just do a mask editor and set that one to subtract so that it takes away from whatever is underneath. And we can look at the mask, actually look at what this is doing. So it's just giving you masking out the corners right now so that it's getting rid of that stuff on the corners, I guess. Stuff doesn't really do anything here, does it? Just set this to like 0.5 so that this stuff doesn't appear in areas where there's a lot of ambient occlusion. And let's take a look at the curvature as well. This just makes it all black, so let's just leave that at 0.5. Set that back to multiply, sorry, subtract. So we're getting rid of a lot of this dust on the corners. It should just accumulate on like flatter surfaces, I guess. Maybe we set this to like 80 so that there's still a little bit showing up. What does that look like? Doesn't look too bad. And then I think I'm going to do another texture on top. So let's do fill. Let's look for grunge. And let's do another like scratch one. Try this one. Set that to multiply. It's taking away some of the dust, which is good. Obviously triplanar. Let's maybe do 0.5. And rotate 90 degree. getting rid of quite a bit of stuff at this point. Might be too much, might be too little, I'm not entirely sure yet. Set this to maybe 70. Go back in the mask editor and work with the curvature again. Yeah, I think 0.5 is fine. This is like barely noticeable. Let's just leave that at 0.75 where I had it before. It's all looking good. Let's see if there's any other stuff that I want to do. We probably want to, oops, maybe what happens if we tone this down a little bit, get some more detail back. Maybe set this to 60. And then let's go back to the main layer. And obviously do want to crank down the intensity of this. It's too strong. Maybe do 40, 35. And maybe do 0.02 just to like make them come out a little bit. Let's check out the roughness. Probably want to tone that down as well. It's looking pretty good, I think. So yeah, I think that's it for the wood, at least for the base material. We might modify some stuff later on, but for the most part we have our damage and the wood base. And on that one, if we want to do text, we're probably going to do it at the bottom level, but for now we're going to group that, Control G, and we're going to call that Mauser wood. And there we go for the wood. Okay, now that we're done with the wood, I want to go back to the gun and work on the brighter metal so that we get some contrast in the metals. And this second metal is going to be structured very similar than the first metal. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to hide the dark metal, and then we're going to add a new fill layer. Oops, let's not be in this group. Let's just do it outside here. Add a new fill layer, move that up, group this, and then let's call that Mauser Bright Metal. And then this one we're going to call base, or base metal, I guess. And then very similar process than as before. Let's give this some color. Some brighter grayish tone, something like this. And then some roughness. Maybe something like that. And it should be fully metallic as well. And on that layer we only need color, rough and metal. And then we are gonna add a matte finish rough to this. So let's add a filter to the layer. Look for matte finish rough. There we go. We can also look for it over here. Matte finish rough. Just drag that over. And then let's just work with the values on that filter. Scale is at 2. We probably want to crank this up a little bit so that we get more detail. The scale of the grunge needs to be upped as well. Maybe something like that. Let's see. Brushing we probably want to bring down. And yeah, I think for the most part that's already it, just for the base of this material. Very similar to what we had before. I also want to see if the triplanar projection makes any difference here, but I don't think so because it's all in the generator. Let's just leave it at that. I'm not too concerned about any of the seams that I'm getting. And that's the first layer for our metal. Next I want to add another layer on top for the anisotropic lines on that material. I really want them to be apparent on this guy. So let's add another fill layer. Let's call that one anisotropic lines, and let's work with the values. Base color, probably want to bring down a little bit. Something around here. And then we do want to change the roughness a little bit. Maybe like that. And then obviously we need some height information here as well. I'm gonna be really subtle with that. And right now you don't really see anything yet, obviously, because we don't have the lines on there yet. So to add the lines, we're just gonna add a black mask, and then we're gonna add a fill to the mask, and then we're gonna go for the anisotropic lines. There we go. Same as on some of the other metals that we have been building. And then all we need to do is change that to triplanar projection and really crank up the scale on this. Yeah, maybe 32 actually doesn't feel too bad. And then let's see what happens if we rotate this. Kind of like it like that actually. And then let's rotate it on the y-axis. Seems pretty good to me. And then let's see if there's other stuff that we want to adjust. I feel like the ratio is working and the balance is working pretty well here. I don't need to take away from that too much. But what we definitely need to do is work on the height for this. So let's look at that again next. This is really intense right now. Let's actually set that to 0 and let's go really soft on this. Yeah, something like that doesn't actually feel too bad, I have to say. And I think that is the base for the material that we can build from. I want to see how that comes out with all the other stuff on top, but for now this is looking pretty good. So let's leave it at that for the first 2 layers. Let's go ahead and add some variation to this. So let's add a new fill layer, and then we're gonna call that one metal variation, just kind of like the other ones that we've been creating for the other metal. Let's turn off this everything but color, and then let's make that one really dark. Maybe something like that. And then what we can do is add a black mask, and then we're going to add a fill, and then we are going to add some textures for that fill. So let's go back to our grunge library. Let's look for dirt. maybe this. Let's try this. Let's plug that in there. And let's see what that gives us. First thing, obviously, we need to switch that to triplanar. And let's crank up the scale to 10. Let's actually look at the mask. So that's 10. Maybe decrease that a little bit to 8. And then Y rotation 90. Makes it look better here on the top. The rest of the values are fine, I think. We can see if we want to work on the balance a little bit, maybe actually add a little bit more contrast, because there's not that much contrast in here. Maybe something like that, and let's try what happens when we set that to multiply. Becomes very subtle. Almost like non-visible. So I think instead of setting this to multiply, let's set the whole layer to multiply so that this darkens the asset, and then just bring this down a little bit. So this is giving us some nice detail, some nice subtle detail just in the color map, which is good. And then with that on there, I think we can actually layer more dirt on top. So let's just do some roughness variation next. So let's add a fill layer, call that one surface roughness variation. And then all that this one does is affect the roughness, and maybe crank this up a little bit. Not doing anything obviously because we don't have anything in here. So let's add a black mask and then look for one of the spot textures. So there's these black and white spot ones, which are very cloudy, and they're kind of good to give you an overall variation on your surface. I really like using them actually. So let's go with the first one just to see what that feels like. And you can see it gives us some roughness variation, so let's go into the roughness map. There's not much happening here yet, so let's go to triplanar projection, set this to like around 6. Change the rotation on the top, even though that shouldn't really make much of a difference. And then let's see, we might want to work with balance and contrast a little bit on this guy, but maybe we'll keep it subtle as well. Let's go 0.55, go back to this, turn off the anisotropic lines, gives you kind of like a better idea of what's going on with these. It's just some really subtle variation, which I actually like, but let's turn this down, it's like too intense. So this is super subtle. We're just going from this to this. Because I didn't like at 100, I felt like it was a little too strong. But then if I turn this down, it's feeling pretty good to me at around here. So that looks pretty good so far. Let's bring up those anisotropic lines for now. And then in the next step, all I want to do is sharpen everything up, because these feels fairly blurry. So let's just add a regular layer, not a fill layer. Call that one sharpen. And only enable color, roughness, and metal. Don't want to sharpen the heat. And then we're going to add a filter. And Let's look for sharpen. There we go, bring that in. And then let's see what happens when we look at the base color. We need to set this to pass through, otherwise it won't work. And we need to do that for every channel that we want to use. So let's go in here, pass through. Let's go in here, pass through. Let's go in here, pass through. Whoops, that was the wrong one, sorry. Metal, pass through. And while we're at it, let's also do that for the normal, even though that's not enabled, only color, roughness and metal is enabled in that guy. And then obviously this is way too strong. Let's switch back to material view, but you can kind of see what we're getting from this. And keep in mind, this material will be applied not to everything, but to like these smaller elements. So I'm not overly concerned about the repetitiveness of those lines right now. So let's set that to around 0.5 for the sharpen, just so that we're getting something here. And I think that's a pretty good base, I have to say. So let's keep it at that for now. So I think that's it for the base metal. So let's go into our layer stack, select everything, shift select it, Control G to group it, and then we're going to call that base underscore metal. Then we're going to add another fill layer on top. We're going to group that, and we're going to call that dirt. So we're going to work on adding some dirt to this texture next. We bring this all the way up here. And then what we're going to do is turn off height and turn off normal for this. And then we're going to just make the base color black. We're going to mess with the roughness a little bit. And we're also going to do some metallic adjustments. And I think that's pretty good for that wear and tear that I want to create. I want to do some darker spots that look like rusty or metalish, and we're going to use the mask editor for this, and I'm going to use two different textures to achieve that effect in the mask editor. So like I was saying, we need a black mask first, and then we need to add a generator, and then we're going to bring in the mask editor into that generator, which gives us a pretty nice look. Let's play with the balance a little bit, and maybe even the contrast. Bring that up just to tighten up those corners. And let me see what we're going to do next. This is all looking good so far. I think I just need to bring in some textures. But I do want to see what they're doing, so we're going to crank up those two textures right away. And then go to image inputs, and then just look for some textures that we're going to bring in here. Texture 1 and texture 2. So I think for the first one, we're just going to do some general dirt. Substance comes with some great dirt generators. So select this dirt 1 here, and then just drag that into the first texture slot. And let's actually go back into the mask editor and turn off the visibility for texture 2, so that we can really tweak this first texture before going any further. So texture 1, let's turn on triplanar. Let's crank up the scale. That's looking good. That's giving us some like nice and rusty kind of effects for the look of this, which I do like. Don't need, there's a lot of other stuff that I want to change on this. However, we might want to play with the blending mode a little bit. So let's see what we can get by switching this to other blending modes. Oh, this is cool. Actually, I do like that linear dodge. It makes it look nice and rusty in a way, which is cool. Let's crank up the scale a little bit. And that's looking pretty good, I have to say. Contrast and brightness we can leave at 0, triplanar contrast as well. So with that, let's bring in a second texture to subtract from this so that this is not as even as it is right now. So let's look for that. So let's scroll down. Texture 2. Let's look for like some grunge rust. Because if we use a rusty texture to take away from this, which is already looking like rust, it's going to make it even more like rust. So let's bring that in. Grunge rust fine. And then actually maybe we can do something to the balance of this first texture to make it a little less even. Take some of the dirt away. Let's try something like this. And then in the mask editor, let's bring up the opacity for texture 2. Go in there. Let's turn on triplanar first and then crank up the scale for this. Let's use something around 5 or 6. And then, as I was saying, I want this to subtract from the original, from the other mask. So let's do that. And then you can see it's making this rust a little bit less regular, which I really do like. I think that's looking good. And then we already turned on triplanar. Contrast we don't really need to do anything to, but maybe let's bring down the overall opacity for this texture too, so that it's not taken away that much. So this is texture 1, which is the rusty stuff, and this is texture 2 that takes away from texture 1. So if I take this down, it reveals more of texture 1 again, which is cool. So maybe do like something around 0.71 or so. And now we're getting some rust that's kind of like evenly distributed across the surface, which is cool. I like that kind of stuff here and here. Gives it some nice detail. The scale feels good too. So let's keep it at that. And let's just bring down the intensity of this layer. Maybe to 60. And then let's see what the roughness is looking like right now. Barely visible. What happens if we also set that to linear dodge? Doesn't really do much. Maybe bring that down just a tad. Just keep that at normal. And that way at least we're getting some noise and dust. And it's very subtle, which is pretty cool, I think. So with that, let's do some edge wear next. Alright, let's do some edge wear now, and we're going to do the usual process. We're going to add a fill layer, and then we're going to do a metal edge wear mask generator, and then we're going to do a texture on top of that that's going to subtract from that metal edge wear generator so that it doesn't look as even. First, let's actually rename that to dirt ambient occlusion, and then we're going to add a new fill layer, and then we're going to call that edge wear. And then let's take a look at the base color. It's 0.5, which is fine. We don't need the height, we don't need the normal. Metallic we can crank all the way up to 1. Roughness can stay at 0.3, which is good. So let's just add a black mask and then add a generator. And like I was saying, metal edge wear is the one we want to go with. And then let's look at the attributes here. I want to really crank that up. And bring up the contrast as well. And then turn on triplanar. And then we need to bring up the grunge scale to around 8 or 7 maybe. And let's tone down the amount quite a bit, 2.1 or something like that. And then let's look at the edge values. I think these are all looking pretty good. Maybe take it down a little bit, something like this. We're not having any micro details right now, so I think for now this is a pretty solid edgeware that we can use, but I want to take away from it a little bit. So let's do a fill layer on top of that, set that to subtract, and then let's look for a texture that we can use. And I think we're gonna go with the usual grunge map, the 07. I've used that a lot in this project actually. Here we go. Just drag that in there. And then let's see what that does. Okay, let's play with the balance a little bit. Maybe something around here. And also crank up the contrast. So we're getting a lot of wear, which is cool. Getting a lot of wear in the metal too, which is very nice. Obviously we need to set this to triplanar again, which we haven't done yet. So let's go in here and set that to triplanar. And then we're going to do maybe 5. No, let's crank that up even more, 10. And do a 90-degree rotation on top. So that's looking pretty cool. It's making that dirt a lot less even. But I think that's looking good. So overall, I want to take this down quite a bit. Maybe to around something like 40% or so. Oh, let me select this. It's not having any effect right now. Oh, because I'm in the roughness channel. So let's just set this to around 40. And I also want to adjust the roughness a little bit. It's like too reflective here. So maybe something like that, 67. So yeah, this is looking pretty good for the edgeware. And I think we're going to add some more dirt on top of this. So let's do that next. Okay, let's do some general dirt next. So add another fill layer, call that one general dirt. And that one's just going to be just color. So let's turn off everything else and crank down this to like something fairly dark. And then we can go in here and add a black mask. And then we're going to do a mask editor to this, just like we did before. So generator and then mask editor. And then here we're going to plug in 2 textures as well. And that one's going to be a grunge map and some rust. And we are going to layer more dirt on top of one another, basically. First of all, let's just modify the balance on this a little bit. Crank this up, maybe something around here. And bring the curvature down a little bit so it's more subtle. Something around here. So we're getting some nice dirt on the corners. And then what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the textures next. So let's do texture 1 first. We're going to do grunge map, and maybe we'll do 08 this time just to change it up a little bit. And then let's go into, let's actually turn on the mask. Let's crank up texture 1, set that to multiply, and let's take a look at the values of these texture. I want to set it to triplanar as well, obviously, and the scale is at 1 currently. Actually, maybe leave it at 1, doesn't look too bad. So we're getting this kind of effect on it. It's just layering more dirt on top of one another. Just see what else we're going to do. Let's bring in texture 2. Go all the way down, look for grunge map again. And actually let's do a rusty, just like we did before. Grunge rust fine. Bring that in. We might want to actually work on the balance and contrast of this. So let's see what's going on when we look at the mask. Actually, you know what? Let's just go back to material view, go up, bring in that texture 2, because otherwise it's not really going to do much. And go into the slot and turn on triplanar mapping. And then let's go back down. And now we can work with those values a little bit, actually. Just bring that down just a tad. It's looking good. Let's just turn this on and off. It's just more grime, rust, and wear and tear. Giving me some more rust around the corners, which I like. It's looking all good so far. Let's see if we can change the blending mode of texture 2. Let's try subtract. Let's try linear dodge. Ooh, that's interesting. That's quite heavy. Maybe bring down the scale to compensate for that, because I do like these patterns that we're getting, to be honest. So maybe we can work with that. Let's see if we bring down the opacity of this. Oh, that's the texture 1 opacity. I was wondering what's going on. We need to bring down the texture 2 opacity. Maybe something around this, just to get some subtle dirt. I think that's looking pretty cool compared to what we had before. I'm looking at these elements where it's going to be applied to, you know, down here. So that's all looking pretty good, actually. And obviously we're going to turn down the intensity of the layer overall. But let's stay in the mask for a little bit and see if we want to do some more changes. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. So let's just go into the general layer, and then we're going to set this to multiply. Actually, not the roughness, sorry. Set the base color to multiply. And then we're going to bring down the intensity to around 40. Does that even make a difference if I set it to multiply? This is normal. This is multiply. We can just leave it at normal. So I think that's looking pretty good. And that's some pretty heavy wear and tear, but I do like that. Check out the roughness. Check out the metallic. It's pretty intense here. It's coming from the edge wear here, but that's okay. So yeah, let's leave it at that for this general dirt layer, and let's do some scratches on top of this. Okay, let's add another fill layer. Call that one light scratches, and then adjust the color, something around that, and then we only need color, height, roughness, and metalness for this. And the roughness we're gonna make really rough, so or we're gonna put that really low so that it's like super reflective. Metallic is gonna be at 1 for those scratches, and then we want them to like cut in as well. And then we're just gonna add a black mask and add a generator, and then as usual, actually we're not gonna add a generator, we will add a fill layer, and then we can load in a scratches texture. So let's just look for scratches. I had these rough scratches that we used earlier that I really liked. Yeah, these ones, that was what I was looking for, the same that we used on the wood. So let's bring that in here. It's looking good. No need to change anything here, I think. This is all looking good. I think the scratches actually are looking good. So what we need to do is obviously set that to triplanar projection. Rotate that 90 degrees on the Y. And then just increase the tiling. Wondering what we should use for this, maybe 5 times the amount of that. It's looking pretty good, maybe 5.5. Yeah, this is pretty decent. No rotation, we don't need to adjust the hardness on this. Yeah, this is all looking pretty good to me, just for scratches, to be honest. But I do want to add a levels on top of this just to mellow it out a little bit. So let's just do that next. Right click on the mask, add levels. There we go. And then let's just go in and crank this up a little bit. And bring this down just a tad. And that gets rid of like some of these smaller scratches and just leaves me with those bigger ones. And maybe should we do a blur here? Let's do a blur with like a super subtle intensity, just to make it less spotty, I guess. And then obviously this is very strong, so let's bring down the intensity of this guy a little bit, maybe around here. And then let's look at the height value that we're using. think something more subtle would be good. Maybe something like this. And let's check out the roughness. I probably want to bring that down as well, a little bit at least. And height is doing linear dodge. That's fine. You know what, since we're using these other scratches, all of these smaller scratches, it's like adding on top of these in the height value, but I don't think that should be happening for these bigger scratches. I want them to be like all on the same level. And one trick to do that is if you go to the height value and instead of using linear dodge, you can use replace. And by doing it that way, it's just an even value for the height instead of where is this checker map coming from? I'm not sure, but we can either do normal, linear dodge. It's not updating right now. Let's just leave it at replace. And that way these scratches should be all even. Looks a little bit better. So that's definitely good stuff. Looking good, some subtle scratches here and there. So yeah, let's leave it at that for the scratches and do some more edge wear next. Okay, let's do some edge wear next. So let's add a fill layer. Call that one edge wear. And let's take a look at the properties. Crank the color all the way down to black. Turn off the normal map actually. The height we're gonna leave at 0. Roughness we can crank up a little bit. Metallic we're gonna probably crank up all the way to 1. And then we are gonna add a black mask as usual and a generator. And on the generator we're gonna use the metal edge wear as usual. So that's giving us some nice metal edge wear at the moment. And then let's take a look at the attributes here. Crank up the wear a little bit. Let's crank up the contrast too. Turn on triplanar. Bring down the grunge amount. Bring up the scale on the grunge. We're not using custom grunge, but I want to just reduce that a little bit. Maybe around here. And also bring down the curvature weight to make this pretty subtle. Something like that looks good. Excuse me. And then we're going to add a texture on top and multiply that. So let's add a fill layer. And in that fill layer, we're going to bring in a texture. Let's try another grunge map. Let's see. Try that one for now, see what that looks like. Set that to triplanar projection. Crank up the scale. And rotate that 90 degrees as usual. Just not scale it, but rotate it. And I don't really like what that texture looks like. Let's try a different one. Oh, that's looking pretty interesting. Maybe use that, set that to multiply. So it's taking away a little bit of that, which is pretty good. And for some reason I am in hate mode here, and let's just set that to replace as well. And then go back to base color. And then obviously I want to turn down the intensity of this whole thing. So maybe do 30. Even do like a little less than that. And I think that's looking pretty good. Probably want to turn down the roughness a little bit as well. Can barely see it right now anyway. But yeah, we're getting some nice damage around the edges. It's not looking too shabby, I have to say. Let's check the texture again. I think that's looking fine. Maybe overall even bring that down some more. Like these effects that we're getting here. And also that kind of stuff looks pretty cool. It's really not much in the roughness, so let me see what's going on there. Can probably work on this a little bit. Bring that out a little more. It's looking pretty cool. Yeah, and I think that's it for this edgeware thing. And we're not actually doing any hate information, so we can just turn this off. So let's leave it at that and do some finger smudges on top, and then I think we're done with this. Okay, the last thing that I'm going to add, fill layer, and let's rename that to finger smudges. And then let's only do roughness on this guy and bring this down so that we get some nice reflections. And then we're going to add a mask, add a black mask, add a fill to that mask. And then let's do some fingerprints. Let's look for these ones. Let's try these guys. Set this to triplanar, and I think the scale we need to up quite a bit to see something. 6. Let's look at the mask for now. Let's up that to 7 actually. And then let's see, maybe we want to mess with the contrast on this texture a little bit. Give this some more. It's very subtle right now, it's actually barely noticeable. But it is there, you can kind of like see it on specific spots. What happens if we go back and actually crank this all the way down? This should give us some better visibility for these guys. Yeah, So we do need to set this to probably around 8, maybe even 9. That's looking better. And then let's do this. And then what we're going to do is actually going to go back to this and bring the roughness up again, so that you still see it, but I don't want it to be overbearing. I think that's a pretty good value. It's giving us some reflections in certain areas, some fingerprints. So yeah, good stuff. Switch this to roughness. I think I'm going to leave it at that. There's not much more I need to do to this. So now on this material we have our base layer and the dirt layer. And then if we want to do text, just like before, we're going to add a fill layer, group that, call that text, and call the fill layer text. And we're going to put that in between the base metal and the dirt. Turn off the visibility for now. And then one last thing we can do with this material is select it, and then we're going to do add mask with color selection. And then we're going to do pick color from gun and select that red color. And then you can see now it is only selecting stuff from, it's only using that material on in areas where the bright metal is in. So that's pretty cool. Okay, here we are with the bright metal, and I have the dark metal as well. I think I must have deleted that in the process of working on the bright metal, so I just brought it back from a previous backup. And what I want to do is I kind of want to compare the metals and see what's going on. So let's go to roughness. It's looking pretty good for the most part. We've got some nice detail here and there. Let's go to metallic. And the metallic on this doesn't really work. I think I need to turn off the metallic on those anisotropic lines on the bright metal. So let's go back in, find the layer, which is in the base metal layer. And here we go, anisotropic lines. Let's select the base layer and turn off the metalness contribution of this. But then now the metalness is a little bit even, so maybe let's go back to that first dirt layer, that ambient occlusion one, and get some variation in that layer for the metalness. So let's go to the mask editor in that dirt ambient occlusion layer, and let's see. We should probably get the ambient occlusion to contribute to this as well, because we're getting some nice details, some nice spots. But I do definitely want some more ambient occlusion to contribute to the metalness as well. So let's find the ambient occlusion value here. Let's crank that up all the way to 1. And it's not going to do anything because we need to set this to linear dodge for this to work. And then we should also invert it, because I want it to show up in areas where it's covered, basically. And let's work on the balance. Let's bring the balance down, make it a little darker overall, maybe something like that. And then we have basically areas where we're getting a more dirty feel on these areas that are covered in ambient occlusion, which is cool, because I feel like they should have some sort of a coat of dust and dirt, and they shouldn't be fully metallic like some of the other stuff. But I think that actually worked pretty well. So you can see that it's not as noisy here anymore. That was bugging me, and I must have just forgotten to turn this off. So if we go back to the anisotropic lines and compare we went from this to this, which looks a lot better and more realistic. And then also I think the ambient occlusion is working really well too. So that being said, there's a few more things that we need to do, specifically work on the text and create that text anchor so that we can project some details onto our model, onto the bright metal, and maybe we'll do that next. Let's get started on the text. In the bright metal, turn on that layer. Right now this is, can actually disable, well actually let's leave it like that for now, and let's go in here and add a black mask. And then what we're going to do is just turn on color height roughness metal. For now we can adjust that later, and then what we want to do is start projecting things onto the model. So there is that detail up here on this piece, and that should be on the left. So let's just look for Mauser, and then here we have the text file, the alpha, so just double click on it, and with that done we can go in here, rotate that 90 degrees, and that's how it's supposed to be. And then we're just gonna project that on here. Now we can go back to the text layer, turn off color, and just have that be imprinted into the metal, which is looking pretty good. And then there's also more detail that I want to add. So here's another image for reference. You can see that the last 3 digits of the serial number are apparently added up here. So let's do that on ours as well. What are the numbers? Actually, it's 588. So let's look for type, and then we were using that one. So double click on that, go to the mask, and then go to the brush settings, double click on the text again, and then type in 588. Let's double check to make sure. Yep, it's 588. And then we need to change the rotation. Bring that up a little bit. Let's see how big that actually is. It's pretty big. And then maybe we do that manually. So, sorry, let me double click on this again. And we do the 3 numbers manually so that we get some. Oops, I must have changed some stuff on the brush settings just now. Go back. So 588, select the brush again. Oh, the layer is disabled, okay. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. So let's do 5. And actually make that a little bigger. 5. 8, 8, and by doing it that way it looks like it's been done manually, which I really enjoy. And then we need to add some more detail here on the trigger, so there's this logo and the number as well. So let's find that. I made a alpha for this. So just look for Mauser text 05, and then we can just project that here on the back. Let's make sure it's kind of in the right spot. And And let's see, probably needs to be a little bit lower. And then look for font again. And then we're going to do 5. Eight. Probably need to make that a little smaller. There we go. And then you can also see that the serial number goes in here. So let's check which one ours was. 374588. 374588. Let's try to find a font size that kind of matches here. Okay, let's do 37. A little smaller actually. 37 4 5 8 8. It's looking pretty good. And then we need to do it down here as well. So while we're at that, let's just do that on the dark metal too. Start with 3. I guess we need to make the text smaller, otherwise it won't fit down here. So let's undo. And give it a second to activate that material. Okay. Now this is set to tangent wrap, I think. Let's go into UV view, see where we're actually painting when we're doing that down here. Because I feel like that almost might be better to do it in the UVs. It's going to be a bit more precise. I guess we can do it in the viewport as well. Let's do it in the viewport. It'll be easier to like move things around, I guess. So let's go to the brush settings though and set the alignment to camera. And then it's just projecting it from this angle. So let's do 3. And because we're having those anchors, it takes a while to add these things. 7, 4, 5 next. And then 8, 8. And it should be more centered, so fortunately I'm going to have to undo and start again. So let me just do that. Sorry about that, but these things always take a while. 3, 7, 4. 5. 8, 8. And that's better now. And then let's go back to our bright metal text, go into the alpha, do the same up here. 3, 7, 4, 5, 8, 8. It's looking pretty decent. Yeah, this type is definitely a little different, but I'm not worried about that. All looking good. And I think we're gonna leave it at that and then start adding the anchor points on the text next. And by the way, you should totally choose your own numbers if you want to. You don't have to replicate exactly what I'm doing here, add your own logos and all that kind of good stuff if you want to. But let's add an anchor point here first. So right click on the text layer in the bright metal, click on add anchor point, and then we're going to call that text bright metal. And then we can go in the dirt layers and check out the layers that are actually using masks that we can feed this thing into. So the dirt ambient occlusion allows it. So let's go to image inputs, micro height, and you've guys seen me do that before, but I'm still going to drag it out here. We have text bright metal, so let's select that one, bring that back down here. Sorry about that, I want to have that below here. And then in the mask editor, let's actually take a look at the roughness. We can go up and go to, where is it? Where's the micro detail slot? There we go, micro height on. And now we're getting some information here. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Let me just turn this off for a second. Let me go into the text layer actually. And in that layer itself, let's turn everything off but the height so that we can kind of see what's going on. And what is the text depth on the black metal? Let's check that out really quick. That one is, let's just copy that value and bring that in here so that it's the same depth. And now we can go back to the dirt, go to that dirt ambient occlusion, and then you can see it has added that outline to it, which is nice, but not necessarily what we want. So let's just see, go to all the way down here to levels, click on invert, and that looks better. Let's check the mask. See if there's anything we can do here to clamp these values a little bit. Doesn't really make much of a difference actually. Let's just leave it at that. Then we're going to go to edgeware, go into the generator, same procedure, micro details or image inputs, go to micro height, click that, go to anchor points, and then select text bright metal. You've seen me do it before. And then scroll up, micro details, turn micro height on. And now we're getting some detail here. Let's look at the mask. It's all on the inside, it should be on the outside, so let's invert that. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that looks better. This is actually not doing much. just leave it at something around here. And then we have the general dirt. Has a mask editor too. So let's bring in the text bright metal anchor point. I know it's cutting off down here, but just select it basically. That's all you need to do. And then turn on the micro height. Man, I keep missing this switch. There we go. Let's look at the mask. It's actually looking pretty good. Let's just leave it at that actually. Then we've got the light scratches. That one doesn't use any generators, so we can't feed it in here. But the edge wear does, so let's select that layer. Select the text bright metal anchor point, and then turn on micro height. And let's look at the mask. What happens when we invert that on the levels? Yeah, that's what I wanted, to get some nice outline stuff. We can also play around with these micro detail sliders. But for the most part, they're like not doing too much. I've actually never really played with these guys too much, to be honest. Because I think that what we're getting is actually not too bad. Might not be ideal, but it's not too bad. And then we've got the finger smudges. That one just uses a texture. So yeah, that's it. We have now set up the anchor for these guys. And now that material is done as well. So we've got the bright metal and the dark metal. And yeah, at this point, it's time to take a look at the rest of the materials that we still need to do. Okay, now that we're done with all the detail that we stamped on the mesh, it's time to talk about smart materials, how to create your smart materials, and how to bring in and export smart materials. Because we still need a material for these guys, the bullets, and we also need to propagate the materials that we have created to the other texture set. Right now I need to take the wood and bring it to the wood grip, and I need to take the bright metal and the dark metal and bring that to the elements of the grip that need the metal materials. So the cool thing about Substance Painter is that it allows you to save your materials as smart materials, and it's actually quite easy to do. I'm going to show you how to do that for now. I'm going to switch to the grip texture set that only contains the wooden material over here. It's going to take a second to calculate, and then I'm going to select the Mauser wood material, and then all you need to do is right click on that material, and then down here it says create smart material. Now when you do that, it saves the material as is in your smart material tab over here. So let's just do that for a second. Create smart material, and then you can see it created the Mauser wood material, which is great. And then I can go back to the gun, wait for it to calculate as usual, and then I can just grab that wood material that we have created previously, drag it in here, give it a second to calculate because it needs to bring in all the layers and such. And then we can also do add mask with color selection, pick color, select that blue material, and then as you can see, now that wooden material is applied to the grip of my gun, which is actually pretty cool. So as you can see, it's quite easy to create your own smart materials and to share them in between texture sets or even in between projects. Now we've spent quite some time making some metal materials, and I have created some smart materials for you guys to use on the bullets. So let's switch back to the grip texture set, and I wanted to show you how to bring in smart materials into Substance Painter. Now with this tutorial come all of the materials that I've created for the gun, and we're going to bring them into Substance Painter now. Now in the smart material folder that comes with this tutorial, so if you download the source files for this tutorial, you will have all the materials that I have created, and they are called SPSM files. So we have Miazur Bright Metal, which is the one that we've set up earlier, and I've just created a smart material and saved it out. We have the two bullet materials, we have a dark metal, and we have the wood material. Now the bullet materials, I haven't really shown you how to create those yet, but I'm not going to get into that at this point because it's just more of the same compared to some of the other materials. So what we're going to do is we're just going to bring those in, assign them to the bullets, and then I'm going to show you how I've constructed them. And then if you guys want to change things, you can just do it in the smart material, but they're basically being done exactly the same way as the other smart materials have been created. So let's bring in these smart materials into Substance Painter. I've saved out the wood smart material already, so I don't need to bring that in again. If you want to, you can bring that in and override your version with mine. If you don't want to, that's fine too. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag these guys into Substance Painter, and then it shows you the import resources dialog. And what you're going to do is down here, you're going to set this to shelf so that those materials are available from now on moving forward. And they're already set to smart material. So all we need to do is click on import. And it's going to take a second, and then you can see here are the materials that I have created. And then what we are going to do is we're going to bring these in. So what we're going to do is just click on that gold material for the bullet, and then click on the copper material for the bullet, drag that in, give it a second, and then here you can see here is the gold, and then there is the copper, and then all we need to do for the copper is right click on it, then we're going to do add mask with color selection, then we're going to click on pick color and select the green material. And then we're going to do the same thing for the gold material. Right click on it, add mask with color selection, pick color, select the white material. And there we go. You have your bullet and your copper material in here, which is pretty good. Now it has a bunch of wood grain that's showing up on this, which is happening because the wood hasn't been assigned to a material, to a color ID yet. So let me just go in here, right click on that, click on add mask with color selection, then click on pick color and pick the blue material. And now as you can see, the wood is only being applied to the wooden parts of your mesh, which is great. We're going to talk about these guys in a second. One thing I wanted to show you before doing that is if you have a smart material that you've just created and you've seen me create the Mauser wood material, you can export that to your desktop or to a folder to share with other people. The way to do that is to just right click on it and click on export resource. When you do that, make sure to turn off the layers for custom detail. So for example, for my smart materials, I have turned off all the projection layers and all the text layers because those won't work on any other mesh. So you want to make sure those are part of it, but you want to make sure that those are turned off when you save the smart material and export it. So that's just about that really quick. So the next thing that we want to do is on the grip, I actually want to bring in the other metal materials so that we can have those materials over here. And the way to do that is to just look for Mauser in your Smart Material tab. And then we need the Mauser Bright. We're going to bring that in. And we also need the Mauser Dark Metal. So we're going to bring that in as well and give it a second to calculate. Okay, we have all of our materials in here, so let's just assign them to the color ID. So I'm going to select the Mauser Bright Metal, right click on it, and then add mask with color selection, and then under colors, just pick color, and then select the red color, and then we're going to do the same for the dark metal, right click, add mask with color selection, pick color, select the black color. And then the tolerance, we're just going to crank up to around 0.8 for each one. And that gives us some nice materials. Everything is looking good. And yeah, we're getting really close. So I think to move forward from this, what we're going to do is we're going to add that red material here on the grip. And I think I also want to add a decal on this with one of the Mauser logos as well. And once we have all that stuff added, we're going to bring everything over to Marmoset, set up the render in Marmoset, and then do some final fine tweaking on those materials. Because I'm sure there's some issues that I'm not seeing right here, and I'm sure like if we take a look at the metallic map, this kind of stuff here, this might become a little noisy in Marmoset and we might have to tone it down. But all these issues we're going to take a look at once we have everything ported over in Marmoset. So before we do that, let's actually go back to the gun itself and see if we can add that red color to the grip. So let's switch over in the texture set list to the gun texture set. And what we're going to do, I'm not going to add this material into the wood material, just because I feel like I want to make this red color agnostic of the wood material. I don't want to save it into the smart material. I want to have it be its own layer basically. So what we're going to do as usual is we are going to add a fill layer, and then let's just wait for this fill layer to be created. And then we are going to just right click on that and do add black mask. So it actually created the fill layer in the gold group, which is not what I wanted. So let's just move that out of the gold group, and then you can see it fills everything with a white color, which obviously is not what we want, but let's just call this red paint. And then what we're going to do is add a black mask to it so we can't see it anywhere. And then we're going to right click on that, and we are going to add a generator. And then in the generator tab, let's just load the metal edgeware generator, see what that does. So this is looking pretty good. I want the stuff to appear here, so let's just invert it so that we get it to appear here. And then we're going to do some changes. Switch triplanar to on. Let's do grunge scale to around 8. What does 10 look like? That might be a little much. Let's try 6. Yeah, I think 8 is okay. And then let's just play with these values here. See kind of like what different results that gives us when we play around with them. Maybe increase the wear level a little bit. 0.9. I don't want this to be super worn. Kind of only want it to appear in the center. So let's just see if we can find a good value for this. Almost feel like this is not too bad. And then grunge amount. Let's see what that does. Probably bring that down quite a bit actually. I do like these effects that we're getting here, but once we bring up the grunge higher, we're getting a pretty regular pattern around here, and it looks procedural, which I'm not a big fan of. So let's just be subtle with this. Let's try 1.2 or something like that. It's looking pretty good. And then let's play with the curvature weight. Like I was saying, I want this to be pretty opaque for the most part. And Substance is getting really slow at this point because we are working on a really high resolution and we have a lot of materials. So You just have to wait for the program to respond or change the texture set settings if in case your computer is slowing down. You can use a different resolution, a smaller resolution. Also, we could turn off the grip, and that should make things slightly faster. Not much, but at least a little bit. So now that we have played with the curvature weight, let's actually bring the grunge amount up a little bit, see what that does. Let's try 0.3. Let's try a smaller scale so that this is not as regular. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, and maybe this is a good start. And with that in place, let me actually Control G to group this, and then we are going to call that layer red paint, and it's going to sit all the way on top of our material stack. So we have the gold, the copper, bright metal, dark metal, and the wood, and our red paint material. And like I was saying, the red paint is agnostic from the wood material, which is here. So it's not going to interfere with any of that stuff in here if we save it out as a smart material. Okay, now that we have it set up, let's change the colors of this so that it matches that tone that I'm looking for. And yeah, let's do that next. So let's go into the red paint group, select the fill layer, and let me minimize this a little bit more. And then we're going to turn off normal, metal, and hate, because we don't need that for this layer. And then what we're going to do is, here is the reference image of kind of the color that I want to go for. So I'm going to select the base color, select the color picker, and then pick it from that image. Now, unfortunately, I can't do it in the same window here, just because as soon as I select that image, it will, or as soon as I select the color picker, it will move that image behind my Substance Painter window. So I'm just going to do that on the side, but I'm basically going to select the color picker and choose a color from that image. So let me just do that. Let me select the color picker, and then this is kind of the color that's here. And then let's modify this a little bit. Probably want to make it a little darker, slightly more saturated. And that's looking pretty good, I have to say. So right now it's being overwritten by the normal map of the wood, those small normals, like we get in these scratches. But I think that's actually looking fine because it's just a layer of paint. So I'm not overly concerned by that. Obviously, this whole thing is drawing on the rest of the gun, which is something that we don't want. We only want it to draw in the area where it's supposed to show up. To do that, we're going to switch to UV mode. So if we press F2 on the keyboard, it goes to gives you the 3D view on the left, the UV on the right. If we press F3, it goes to full UV mode. So here we have the area where we want that stuff to appear. And since we created a group with the fill layer in it, we can just add a mask to the group. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a black mask to the group, which hides everything in that group. And then we can go in and with a white brush, just draw here in this area where I want that red paint to show up. And since it masked it out quite nicely using the metal edgeware generator, I don't have to worry about being super precise. I can just kind of draw over the section, just making sure I'm not getting too much stuff. Like I don't want it to appear here, so I'm going to undo that. And then if you do shift and right mouse button, you can move the light a little bit, which gives you a little bit better view of the whole thing. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side of the grip, just highlighting the area where I want that stuff to appear and making sure that I don't draw on too many of those things. And then let's press F2 or F2 to go back to 3D view, and now you can see perfect, it's only showing up here and not on the rest on the gun. Let's check the roughness really quick. So this is pretty rough compared to the wood. Let's just go in here and see what we can do. Maybe we want to make this just slightly more dull, maybe 0.4 or something like that. Or maybe even 0.35. What does it look like more reflective? Let me check the reference image. Actually seems to be fairly reflective. You can kind of see how we're getting these highlights here in the reference image. So maybe try to do 0.25 or something. Track the roughness. Yeah, and that kind of stuff we can also tweak later on in when we do the final pass, once we have everything in Marmoset. But for now, I'm pretty happy with this result. So let's leave it at that for this detail. And for the next one, we're going to take another look at the wooden grip and add a decal there. So let's do that next. Okay, so with that red layer created, we're going to move back to the grip texture set because I want to project another decal on here. So let's go to the grip and then all the way on top here, let's add another fill layer. And let's call that one decal underscore grip. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a black mask to mask it out. And I already have the decal selected that I want to use, but just to show you again, if you look for Mouser in your shelf, the alpha that you want to use is Mouser Texture 8. And then control and holding down right mouse button and moving the mouse right and left is increasing the size of the decal. And if you hold left mouse button and move it up and down, move the mouse up and down, it rotates the stencil. Now I want to align, sorry, not the stencil, but the alpha. I want to align this kind of like with that line here. And I think it was like 7 degrees off, so it should be 360 minus 7, so we have 353. I think that should be the correct rotation, and it seems like that. So let's just scale this down a tad and then just project that on here if you want to. Maybe make it a little bit smaller and project it. Move it back here. I'm trying to find a good spot for this, because I know that this thing is not there in the real life version, but I do think it looks nice to break up the surface a little bit. Maybe this. Yeah, I think this is going to look pretty good. Then let's go back in that layer, turn off normal, turn off metal, and then color, height, and roughness we're going to leave for now. And the height, we're just going to bring that in to maybe negative 0.25. And then let's turn off color for now. And then go into the mask, right click onto the mask, and then add an anchor point. And we're going to call that one decal grip. And then to reference that in the wood material, we need to move it underneath the wood group. And then we can go into the Mouser wood, go into the wood base layer, and then start with the darken edges layer. That one has a mask with metal edgeware, and in that metal edgeware we can load a micro height. So let's just click on there, click on anchor points, and then load the decal grip. And then you can see it already got a little bit darker, which is nice. So let's go back to material mode, and then what we're going to do is check out the mask for this. So right now it darkens it on the inside. What happens if we invert that? Let's see, invert. Doesn't actually seem to be doing much, seems to be a very subtle effect. So yeah, it just makes it a little darker. So let's look at the mask and then see what we can do if we play with the levels. That doesn't do much. That emphasizes it a little bit, I feel like. Maybe do 0.3 or something here, and this value is not terribly important, but it's nice to have it. And then most of the other stuff here actually doesn't have any mask generators that allows you to load in the anchor point. This is all just color adjustments, and then we have the wood grain, which is just a grayscale. And then I think the damage layer has a couple of things that will allow me to reference the anchor point. So we have our scratches baked. We might want to see if we can reference that in here. So let's go in. Oh, that's just using the fill layer for my curvature map, so we won't be able to load it in here. Grunge scratches rough, that's also just a fill. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to duplicate that scratches baked layer. So I'm going to press Ctrl D, and we're going to call that one scratches decal. And then in here, in the mask, let's kill the fill, let's kill the blur, and we're gonna add a mask generator. So just click on add generator, move that below the levels, and then choose the metal edge wear generator as usual. And then what we're gonna do in the generator is we're gonna turn on micro height. And I know it's cutting off down here, but just select the decal grip anchor point. And then let's look at the mask. It's not doing much right now. Let's turn off the levels for now. Let's go back in here. Micro details, make sure micro height is turned on. And now we are getting something, which is cool. But unfortunately, you can see how this is all affecting the rest of the wood. So I think what I'm going to do, just because I want to keep this agnostic from the wood material, I don't want to save this out as a smart material and then have all that messiness in here. What we're going to do is, let's see, these are just fill layers. These are also just fill layers. So there's really nothing that I can use as a generator to bring in that micro height with these layers. So we're going to remove that from the group. So the scratches decal, I'm going to take that and scroll all the way up and take it out of the wood layer. And then what we're also going to do is we're going to take the decal grip, move that below it. That will break the edge darken layer, which, because it's now above it, so it can't reference it anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in here, go into the wood base. We're going to duplicate that darken edges layer. We're going to move that one out, and we're going to move that below the scratches decal. And then what we're going to do is group all of these three layers, Ctrl G, and then we're going to call that decal decals grip. And then let's turn this off for now. So right now we have 1, 2, and 3. So scratches decal, darken edges. Let's rename that to darken edges and decal grip. So that's good. And then let's go back to the Mauser wood and actually go down to the darken edges layer. And then we are going to kill that reference to the anchor point. And then let's go to the damage layer. And I don't think I've referenced it anywhere here, so we should be good. So now that that's all isolated, what we can do is, just like we did before, add a black mask on this decals layer, switch to UV mode by pressing F3, and then let's just use a soft brush alpha, just this one here. Bring this up a little bit, and then let's draw here where this decal is supposed to be to bring it back. And now we're not going to have to worry about affecting other things, because it's only going to affect this area. Let's just press F1. Okay, let's go back to 3D view, and now we can start tweaking that decal material. Okay, let's work on this a little bit. I like what this looks like. So we have the decal script layer, and we have the scratches decal, and then I think I'm gonna rename that to bright. I'm gonna duplicate that one by pressing Ctrl D, move that below the bright layer actually, and call that scratches decal dark. And then let's look at the mask by switching that to mask up here. And then let me just go in here and let's actually kill both of these levels adjustments. We don't need them anymore. And then let's just work on the grunge here a little bit. I want this one to fill out more of the space. So let's see where we're getting that from. The edge smoothness is not doing much. Are we using a level here? No. Okay, so let's just see. Wear level. Let's crank this up. This is better, and let's reduce the grunge for now. Just trying to find something that works for this area. Oh, this seems to be good. So now this is filled a little bit more. Let's try 0.2, 0.3. Okay, this seems to be better. This has most of the stuff filled. And then let's add some grunge. Let's try maybe 0.1 or just 0.05. I want this to be really subtle. Let's do 0.1 again. Do triplanar. Use grunge scale 8. And let's switch back to material by pressing M. And then you can see we have this that fills out that wood material really nicely. Maybe on top of this can add kind of, should we add a blur or not? I don't think so. And then we can change the color here. So let's scroll down to the base color, select the color picker, and pick kind of like a darker part of that wood material. So this is making this darker, which is nice. And then do we want to change the roughness here? Just maybe do 0.8 or something like that. So now this is nice and rough, but this part in the middle here is still not filled with anything. So let's go back to the decal grip and actually turn on color. And then let's choose a color that's also the darker wood material here. And then let's just crank up the roughness. And let's bring the base color intensity down. Maybe do something around 50. I'm not a big fan that there's no noise in here at all. So let's go back to, so these are the decal bright, this is the decal dark. So we've got this outline and then this outline on top. So maybe we need to work with this a little bit more. Okay, let's look at the mask. It's not doing much. Let's bring this down. Nope. Okay, maybe we have to do something more drastic, kind of like this. How do I feel about that? I think it's too strong. 0.9 is good. This is a little nicer. And let's go back to the darken edges layer, actually to the decal grip layer, and play with that roughness a little bit. I think that's part of what bugs me, that it's too dull. But this is actually not too bad. Feel like it's a little bit carved in. Maybe even go negative 0.03 with the height intensity. And I also think that if we do a filter to the mask, and then let's just bring in a blur, and then we're going to set the intensity to like 0.1, and let's smooth this out those sharp corners just a little bit. So let's do 0.075, because it looked like someone really went in there and laser carved it in, which would be fine on like a metal surface, but I think for this one something more dull and kind of like more subtle is nicer. Okay, let's bring this down again, maybe 25. Okay, we've got the darken edges, which we can crank up to 100. Doesn't do much, but gives it just a little bit of detail. And then these ones are actually turned down, which is interesting. So maybe bring some of that back. This is a little too much. Leave that at 25. And I think I'm just going to leave that here for now, because I do want to see what this looks like in Marmoset, and kind of like get a feel for if that's the right decal or the right treatment to this thing. But what we're going to do, we're going to move this all the way to the top of the layer stack, and then it's the first thing that we can mess with if we need to do more adjustments. So very good, this is all looking good. So what we're going to do is we're going to prepare the gun in Max to export into Marmoset, and then we are going to set up a really quick lighting setup and do a little bit more iteration on the textures. Probably going to add some localized details, some like fingerprints, smudges, that kind of stuff, and also adjust the materials. And once all of that is done, we're going to do our final renders, and we are going to be pretty much done with the gun, which is exciting. So we're not that far off. Let's continue to set up the gun for Max. Not for Max, for Marmoset, but in 3D Studio Max next. Okay, I'm back in 3D Studio Max, and I want to prepare the gun for export to Marmoset so that we can render it. First thing that we want to do is move these pieces over to the final version. Remember how we did the adjustments to the bake with the custom vertex normals? These have not been transferred over here, so we're going to shift clone those over, do copy, and then just go in here, select these two, detach, and then what we're going to do is isolate all of these, center pivot to that vertex, snap that over, take this guy, maybe center pivot to this vertex, and then snap it over here, and then select the original two. Let's see, hide unselected. Yeah, there we go, that's the original two. They're combined, we can just kill them. And then we have our pieces here. Now I want to set them up so that we can rotate them properly as well. Right now, if we rotate this angle, it doesn't really work, so the pivot needs to go to a different position. So let's just do hide unselected, go to left view, focus on the object, and then we're going to create a cylinder. Let's make sure we're on a visible layer. Default, let's make that the active layer. Do a cylinder, drag that out, set that to 64, convert to editable poly, and then we're gonna snap that here, bring that down, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna scale this up. We're gonna try to match that curvature of the outline here. So this looks pretty good to me. And that should give us the correct pivot position that we need to rotate this properly. So center pivot, set the mode to world, move that to 0, and then we are now going to select this piece and use the get pivot from object script to assign the pivot of this piece to this piece. I have that assigned to Alt-C on my keyboard, so if I do Alt-C, I can just select this piece, and now you can see the pivot changed, and this pivot, or this piece, now has the same pivot as this piece. just to reiterate, the script for that is the CR category get pivot from object. So that's the shortcut that you want to use, or make a button for it if you want to. In left view, let's bring back previously hidden elements. You can now see that if I rotate that, it rotates properly and doesn't really fluctuate around here, which is good. So that seems to be perfect. Let's unhide all. And this piece actually has to pivot here. So yeah, this looks like it's actually the correct position for this, which is great. So let's just call that trigger 02. Let's call that trigger 01. Let's go up here. We want to detach these guys. Let's call that viewfinder 01. And then this one we're going to call viewfinder 02. That's all good stuff. And then what we're going to do is center pivot, using the C hotkey. And then here in left view, effect pivot only, move this over and center it here on that joint, I guess. And now we can rotate that around the correct point. The way that this works is this slides over, and by sliding this over, this basically adjusts upwards. We can link these two pieces together. To do that, just use the select and link. Select this piece, left click, drag it on this piece, and now they are linked together. So they move together, and then basically what happens is, if I turn off angle snap, the way that this works is like this would move forward, and then this would kind of like adjust upwards to make up for the bullet drop on the distance of this viewfinder. So we have that. Then we need these two pieces. Let's detach that. Let's just call that slide. Center the pivot, and then this can go back. We can animate this if we want to. So that's all easy and good. We need to do the same thing here in the back. Let's go into element mode. Select all of these guys, detach. Let's call this stock 02. Let's call this stock 01. And then here we can see the pivot needs to go here. So I'm pressing C, Control B. Now the pivot is here. Unfortunately, the rotation value does not match here. So if I want to rotate that, it's not on the right axis. So we need to rotate the pivot point, go to hierarchy, effect pivot point only, and then let it autosave really quick. But then we're going to rotate that, and I think it needs to be rotated about 5 degrees, so -5. Well, actually, let me undo that. And let's try that again, effect pivot only. Now it looks like it's actually 7, I guess. So -7. And then if we set this to local and rotate it now, you can see that it rotates properly on this axis here. It's actually not all the way perfect. So let's see what this value here actually is. A trick to do that is we can just use a box, convert to editable poly, and then hopefully if we do tools, align, normal align, and let's see if we can align this, and then if we go into the gimbal here, it says it's rotated 7 degrees, so the angle here is 7, and I felt like that was the pivot for the other piece as well. So let's check on this again. Maybe there's just a little inconsistency here. Just move that down here, center pivot here, go to right view, effect pivot only. It's still at 7, so yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Let's go to gimbal, actually local What happens if we rotate this now? Oh yeah, I guess this is better. Yeah, it looks like this line just might not be straight. Like this might not be the center of these cylinders actually, but I'm not sure if it's worth it to actually find the correct pivot position, because I think that's what it's related to. I think I'm just going to leave it as is, not worry too much about it. Like even if we animate this and there's a little inconsistency here, people are not really going to notice. This should be good enough. Okay, so now that we've set up this, the last thing that I want to do is work on these bullets over here. So let's detach the slider, hide it, and then center pivot on the, detach the bullets, center the pivot on this, shift drag this down, copy. We're going to set the pivot here, snap it like this. There we go. Effect pivot only, snap that up here, move that down, combine, center pivot here, shift drag it down, snap it here, do one more adjustment, and then one last time. Copy that, snap that here. This looks good. Bring the slider back and then delete these ones down here. And then what we're going to do is separate these out to their individual bullets. So Shift G to do that. And then what we can do is rotate these individually, because what happens is they're all rotated the same way right now, which means that the texture is going to be oriented the same way. So if we go back to Substance, we're going to see a bunch of these lines repeating on the bullets if they're all rotated the same way. So what we're going to do is just rotate these independent of one another. So let's do grid and snap settings, options, set the angle snap to 22.5, turn on angle snap. Let's go to front view, and then what we're going to do is just go through this list, rotate that negative 22.5, give this a second to autosave. Let me actually isolate these. Front view, okay, there we go. This one is rotated already, and then let's select that one, negative 45. Let's maybe do 90 on that one. Let's do 135, 157, 200 something. Just one different rotation values. Let's rotate that like this. Center pivot, rotate, and rotate here as well. And then what we can do is just reset X form. And now that we've done that, so we just reset the X form. Let me do that again, just in case. And then we can do something like where we're going to mirror this guy to add some more variation. Let's mirror that guy on the y-axis. And then let's, oh, not the y-axis, sorry, z-axis. And then we can also just select these two, let's say, center pivot, and then just rotate them 180 to add more variation. That should be it. Let's group these guys. So we have the bullets, and we have the rail. Let's call that rail. Let's call this bullets. And then let's see, body underscore gun. The trigger I'm not going to animate, but I can still detach it as trigger if I want to. And that should be mostly it. All these pieces are movable now. We can animate them if we want to create different shots, different versions of the gun. And yeah, that's it. I think we're ready to export this. Alright, so last thing to do here is to add a little bit of a bend to this. You can see that in the reference this thing is bent. So let's select all of them, and then we're going to select a bend modifier, and then let's try 5 degrees as an angle, and direction is going to be on the, let's try a little bit more. Sorry, let me undo this. Let me kill that modifier, and we're actually going to combine all of this. Just makes it easier. And then with those combined, we can do a bend. And then let's try something drastic so that we also see where it is bending things. So this is good. Gizmo and center. So the center should be somewhere here in the back. And then what we're going to do is the direction needs to be changed to 90. And then it bends it correctly. And then let's take this value down a little bit. This might be too much. Let's do 7.5. And I know that technically this is not how it would work, because obviously I'm bending the bullets a little bit right now, but I don't think it's going to be noticeable in the final render that this actually is the case. If I look at this from the left view, that still seems to be okay. So what I'm going to do is actually make a duplicate of that, copy, so that I still have the original version, and this one we are going to convert to editable poly. Now, one thing that I want to do is I want to make a new max file for this, because this is all in one file, and I don't want to have the presentation stuff in the same file as all the baking stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of the stuff in the front, File, Save Selected, and then we can save this somewhere where we want to store this file. And I'm just going to do that really quick and then get back to you guys. So I've saved this out as a separate file. It's called Mauser Presentation 01. And then I've opened that file that I've created, and it only contains the gun that we've just worked on. And then what we can do is we can just take a look at the layer explorer, and guess this is all on the low poly layer right now, which is great. And then we can just and we don't really need to delete the layers, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. And then let's just actually move this over. We can also just group this, call this Mauser gun. The pivot is automatically centered, and then we can move that to 0, 0, 0. Let's turn on the grid to make sure it's correct. Yep. There we go. And then let's take a look at the Scene Explorer. Here's the group. And yeah, we can just leave it in the group as is. No need to do much. And let's check the material editor. Let's do utilities, condense material editor slots. So we only have the gun and the grip, which are these two materials that are being used. And then with that, we are ready to export that from Marmoset. There's a few things we can also do. Actually, let me ungroup that really quick. So if we wanted to, we could set up different animation keys. So for example, if we want the gun in one position where the this thing is being pulled back, for example, or we want to move this around, you know, all that kind of stuff we can do animation keys for if we wanted to. And by saving it out as an FBX, Marmoset is going to be able to read that. So I wonder if we should do that really quick or not. I mean, we can just to demonstrate. So we can do an auto key here and then go to frame 100, turn on auto key and then move that back, just like that. And with that, if we turn off auto key, we can now go back and forth between these two. And now we have an animation that we can save for marmoset. And that's the way that you are gonna set up different positions for the gun. So to save it out, select everything, file, export, and then we're gonna do export selected. And let me just create a new folder really quick. So I've created this Mauser export folder on my desktop, and then we're gonna call that Mauser, just Mauser, that should be fine. Save. It brings up the FBX export, and what we're going to do is turn on smoothing groups. Turbo smooth we can turn off. We're going to turn on triangulate, turn on preserve edge orientation, and then if you want the animations, make sure animation is checked. And that's pretty much it. We're just going to click OK, and that has saved out the file now. And with that, we can go to toolbag and bring it in. So let's do that next.